send it one last time with all the queens, roaches, scavengers, and a couple locusts.
All of the Hydras have fallen down, and we see a substantial lead in army supply.
He's always in two locations at the same time. It looks like he might win both of them as well. These Hydras are just melting here, and the drop's getting damaged on the other side.
Could not get the hot pickup there. Actually, we did. So this one disruptor, one Marauder, excuse me, has now killed 3 disruptors already. That's pretty well.
Yes, he's moving forward. He's going to the natural. The Protoss army is here. There are some Colossi, but there are some Vikings as well that can counter them.
Prism's gone as well, so you can actually keep these Immortals alive. Yes, there's no Prism.
Wow.
Yes, there's no Nexus.
Just the longer this goes, the worse it gets. Stims forward, goes down a whole bunch of these disruptors, but there are so many Stalkers and Zouns and DTs in the mix.
The Medivacs are feeling quite well. The army of the Protoss just is in shambles, and you see the substantial army supply lead here.
The Ghosts are way far forward here. That's not where they need to be. You gotta run, and Medivacs, you cannot save them.
I think the Stalkers are going to melt. He does good on the ground.
It's now or never. The Protoss are being pulled. They're trying to defeat the Marines. Zealots are charging in though. The Immortal is there.
Lings and Ultras are starting to swarm here. Parasitic Bomb make it so hard to heal.
Oh, what a beautiful day. We are live. Hello everybody, my name is Exalted. I am the founder of the Bulgarian StarCraft League and one of the organizers, Bellum Elite. And today we have gathered here to celebrate the most beautiful form of digital competition there is, StarCraft 2.
And hello from me. My name is Konstantin Dinev. I'm the founder of Bellum Gens. And it's really an honor to welcome you once again to the beautiful city of Stara Zagora.
Yes.
And it's time to do yet another amazing StarCraft 2 event for a second year in a row here.
Yes, I cannot wait. I really cannot wait. We have gathered here in the mesmerizing, beautiful, amazing summer theater of Stara Zagora, where 16 of the best players in the world are going to battle for the trophy, for a prize pool of 10,000 euro, and of course, for the slot for Esports World Cup.
Well, without further ado, let's get this show started!
Yes. And that was the beautiful sound of the Bulgarian bagpipes, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to everybody here. I'm so happy to welcome you for a second year in a row here in this amazing venue, where, of course, some of the best players are going to present to us the most beautiful form of competition there is StarCraft 2.
Talking about players, Lecho, what are we supposed to do now?
Yeah, well, let's welcome them to the stage, starting off with the Bulgarian representative. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for Pecho Nitix Ivanov. He's coming, he's coming. Yeah, well, Nitix is the homegrown champion here, and he's going to be representing the colors of Bulgaria. So we have a national representative here on this international event, which of course makes me very happy, very proud, and I think that we all should be like that.
Well, what should we say? He had a long travel here. That's why we're waiting for him now, right? Because he lives so far. He's like 20 minutes away from Stara Zagora. I hope we're not going to wait for him for 20 minutes.
Yeah. But while we're waiting, of course, for Nitix, guys, again, I want to express my deepest thanks to the city of Stara Zagora for being our hosts yet again for this mesmerizing event. And yeah, to be here in this beautiful city is just an honor for us, and I'm super happy about that.
Well, what can we say? I mean, it's always an honor once more. This is my hometown, so I feel so proud that we're able to create such an event here in Stara Zagora. I love this venue. This venue got renovated, I believe, 3 years ago. It looks amazing, and everyone should see it. But without further ado, once more.
Well, let's welcome Nitix. There we have it, big applause. Pecho Ivanov, ladies and gentlemen.
Right, next, I'm going to present one of our two American qualified players, and that's Future.
Woo. All the way from the United States, ladies and gentlemen, there he is, the future of StarCraft 2. Well, we have an European representative making his return to the Bellum Elite stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Mateusz Gerald Budziak.
And the next player, just like Future, is going to be on this stage for the first time. This is the young Russian YoungYakov.
Next up on the stage, we have the Polish powerhouse, the Protoss, Krystianer.
And when we talk about Polish players, we had one we invited last year, and unfortunately he wasn't able to make it. But this year, we have him with us. Welcome on stage, Spirit.
Next up again, we have a returning player from Russia, from Team Liquid as well. Let's hear it for Nikita SKillous Gurevich. Woo!
And another returning player is the next one. This is one of the two German powerhouses that are represented here in Stara Zagora, Lambo.
I think the next player is a true fan favorite. He is an amazing streamer, an amazing player, and an amazing person. I'm talking about the captain himself from the Netherlands, Harstem!
Next in line, we have the young Basilisk prodigy, Trigger.
Oh! And making his way all the way from the far South Korean country, we have one of the two South Korean representatives here in the Bellum Elite stage. I want to hear your applause for the Terran powerhouse, Ryung.
Speaking of Korean representatives, next in line, we have the newest addition to Team Vitality, Zoun.
And next up on the stage, he finished top 4 last year. Ladies and gentlemen, the Mauer, to be a sealer, ShoWTimE! From Team Sentinels.
We have a few more. So we started presenting some Basilisk players, and now I got to invite on stage the Italian stallion, Reynor.
The next player we will invite on the stage is considered by many to be the greatest of all time. I am talking, of course, about the phenomenal Finnish player. Let's hear it up for Jonas Serral Sutawa, the two-time world champion, ladies and gentlemen, making his debut here on the Bulgarian stage.
Last of the players, and of course not least, is the current world champion and the current Bellum Elite Stara Zagora champion, Clem.
And this is our amazing 16-player lineup. Just seeing you all here on the stage makes me so excited and so happy. But of course, this event wouldn't be a good event without the casters, without the talents. And I want to present the Bulgarian talent that we covered all the Balkan leagues with. And I'm super happy to present Mr. Jonathan Jonkata, making his debut on the BGE stage.
Next, returning from the United States on the Stara Zagora stage is our talent, Bellum.
The mayor himself, ladies and
The
gentlemen.
mayor, this time he's not bringing out a trophy. I don't know why.
Yes. And of course, the one, the only, Mr. StarCraft himself. Ladies and gentlemen, I want a huge applause for Rotterdam, the legend.
Oh my God, Exalted. We have such a great lineup again. All right. I think we're forgetting something, and I did mention it just now. Well, Bill is not taking out a trophy this time, but we have one for you, and we have one for the champion, right? I think it's time to bring this one out as well. So this year, we have the Deputy Mayor, Radostin Tanev, who's going to present you with the trophy. Please welcome him.
There is our trophy. Take a good look at it.
Please say a few words to the crowd.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. For me, it's an honor to welcome you in the most beautiful and greenest city in Bulgaria, Stara Zagora. First of all, I want to take off the organizer of everything what they do. You must know that you are more than welcome to be here. For Stara Zagora, it's a big opportunity to be this event to be here. So I would like to say, may the best player win.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I would like to say thank you for hosting us. This is a beautiful city. This is a beautiful venue.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the lineup. These are the talents. Now we have to see what the bracket will look like. So let's take a look at how the bracket developed. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most important phases of the tournament, of course, will be the bracket draw, and I cannot wait to see which matchups we are going to witness live at the stage at BGE Stara Zagora 2025. We can say that the players have their destinies in their hands, and I'm super excited to see who will play against whom. First, the defending champion will pick, so Clem, please come forward and you can choose from this spot. He's not here, but is he going to be happy that he's playing against you?
Well, I don't think he likes playing against my pros, so maybe not.
So, if you're going to play against Spirit, are you going to play Protoss?
Yeah, of course.
Alrighty. Well, Clem, are you happy with the match?
Yeah, it's decent. I'm not sure exactly who else I could have gotten, but I'm pretty happy.
Nice, awesome. Well, there we have it. First match, Spirit versus Clem. Nice. And now, actually, I'm going to be drawing. So let's see who will pick. I like this one. And I got, ladies and gentlemen, Harstem, El Capitan. Choose your destiny. Nitix, nice. Nitix, come here. A PvP?
No, Zoun.
Ooh, you're going to play Zerg against Harstem.
Yeah, I'm gonna play.
Nice. Well, Harstem, have you played against Nitix before? And how do you feel about this opponent?
I think Nitix is probably one of the easier opponents here, or at least. Well, it's true. Why are you guys laughing? So I'm obviously happy with it, but he's also a player I respect a lot, both as a person and as an esporter. So I think it's going to be a tough match.
You think you cannot?
Zoun is the one matchup where it might look like the game is back and forth, even though it's not.
Alright, well, shake hands and let's get ready to rumble, basically. Alrighty, and next up we will have Mr. Ricardo Rumiti Reynor himself. He is going to be picking a Protoss, right? It's going to be a toss, 1000%. Okay. Future. You got it. You got your ZVT. Are you happy?
Yeah, I'm happy. Bit of a monster. The NAC, so.
Mr. Monster, how do you feel about your Zerg opponent? Are you going to slay him?
It's a tough one for sure, but you know, we're gonna try our best.
Yeah, that's nice. Well, shake it and see you tomorrow on the stage. Nice. Well, Reynor in future is going to be a banger 1000%. But next up, we will have Mr. Trigger, our young superstar here. Mr. America himself. Yeah. I mean, Americas. Yeah. Ooh, a PvP, ladies and gentlemen, between Canada's best and Russia's best.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
Very good. PvP.
You wanted that, I believe.
Yeah.
And against Trigger, how is your confidence?
It's amazing.
Why are you laughing?
He did well against me in practice, so I can understand that.
Oh, guys, I think this is going to be a very wild matchup. I cannot wait. See you on the battlefield tomorrow. Trigger and SKillous, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be an interesting one. Who do we have next? We have one of our South Korean representatives, Mr. Ryung. He is going to be picking an opponent. Yeah. Magically. I'm not looking. Mr. Gerald is going to be Ryung's opponent. Gerald, you're going to be facing up against a very tough Terran opponent. How do you feel?
I'm happy it's not Serral, so I feel ready. But he's of course very talented and strong player, but I hope I have a shot.
What do you think about the matchup? TVP against Gerald?
Play now very good. He lays the Protoss. I'm scared.
Well, good luck, have fun. See you tomorrow, guys. Or see you today, actually, because you guys are going to be looking at this video today. Next up, we have the other South Korean representative, Mr. Zoun himself. Where are you, Mr. Zoun? Come here. Choose your destiny. Careful. Krystianer, one of Poland's finest. Yeah, Krystianer, PvP.
I enjoy playing PvP. I think it's my best matchup right now, so I'm pretty happy with this result.
Zoun, happy?
I don't like PvP.
Well, it's going to be an interesting one, so good luck to you guys and see you tomorrow. Nice. We have some pretty crazy PvPs coming our way. How many do we have left here? 2. Serral, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who the lucky one is. Lambo, get over here. You guys are great friends, I know that. But yeah, you got a little bit of the short straw. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I feel terrible.
Brutally honest.
I mean, I told him to do some sleight of hand when he picks me, but I think it would have been obvious now with only 2 left. Oh man, if I... come on, man. What is this?
Serral, any thoughts?
Unlucky for both of us, I think. I didn't want to play against Immature, so it is unfortunate to say at least.
I mean, I think you are a magnet for ZVZs, you know, but we all enjoy watching them so much. So, guys, I think your series is going to be an incredible banger. I cannot wait to see it live on stage. Good luck to both of you. Nice. And now we have our final couple of players, which of course will be Mr. Tobias Silver, aka D-Mauer, aka ShoWTimE. You have the honors. Who that might be? Mr. Yakov himself, the young Zerg prodigy from Russia, will face off against one of the toughest Protoss players in the world in ShoWTimE. Yakov, how do you like your chances?
I will try my best.
Confidence, I like that.
Confidence. I like PvZ. Big oppression.
Yeah, we saw Reynor was a little bit of a tough nut to crack, but usually Zergs crumble before your Zealots side blades. And I think this is going to be a very cool generational match, as we have a super young talent against a very established professional player. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that this is going to be an amazing series to finish off the starting day of Bellum against Elite. Good luck and see you on the battlefield. Well, there we have it. Some people were smiling, some people were crying, but this is the bracket and we are going to be having some amazing games. Enjoy. Well, this is the bracket. Amazing bracket, I believe, and I think we are going to have banger of games here at Stara Zagora. But ladies and gentlemen, before we get the show started, I want to present a short video of our mesmerizingly beautiful trophy. Just look at it. It's a 1-to-1 replica of the ancient Thracian treasure, the Panagurishte treasure, and yeah, we just couldn't be more happy with how it came out to be. So let's take a closer look at the trophy.
Legend. Inspired by the soul of an ancient civilization, rooted deep in the Thracian valley, this is no ordinary trophy. This is a resurrection of history. A symbol of glory, of power, once grasped by kings of a forgotten empire, sculpted in the image of the Panagurishte Amphora. An ancient masterpiece from Bulgaria's mythical past. Not just a prize, a legacy cast in divine craftsmanship, a golden vessel once carried to gods. Now, reimagined to crown a new kind of champion, one who conquers not with sword but with strategy, precision, and relentless will. The mind is the weapon, the game is the war. And this is the prize. 16 will enter, 1 will rise. Claim the legend. Bellum Elite 2025. Only one shall hold the gold.
Right? It's beautiful, and thank you to BooStream for making this amazingly beautiful video. We have an amazing team backstage, ladies and gentlemen, and I think that you're going to find that during the tournament. But I know that you cannot wait for the games, so let's take a closer look at the players that we are about to see on stage. And let's welcome the current defending BGE champion and of course the challenger, Spirit and Clem on stage! And Spirit, don't be shy. Kind of shy. I mean, Clem, he's going up against you, but here we have him, ladies and gentlemen, the Polish Terran, Spirit! Awesome, awesome, awesome. Well, guys, how do you feel about the matchup? How do you feel about being here? And yeah, how are you feeling before the game starts?
I think I'm very confident and happy, so it's went well for me.
Okay, I like his confidence. I mean, I'm really happy being here. I was there last year and it was really cool already, so I'm really happy to be here again. And I'm also feeling very confident, and playing PvT is always very fun, so I'm looking forward to it.
Are you going to be the Protoss or are you going to be the Terran?
I will be the Protoss, of course.
Clem will off-race see his match against you. Is this an advantage for you or this?
I think like 60-40.
In your favor?
In his.
In his favor. Well, that's a good chance. Well, without further ado, shake hands and let's get ready for battle. Awesome. Well, the players are about to get ready to play. I want to give the word to our beautiful casters. Bio, Roti, take it away.
That's right, Exalted. It's game one, day one here at Bellum Gens Elite Stara Zagora. It's hot out, the sun's beautiful. We get to see some rather hot play, maybe, we'll see. But Roti, TVP, Clem Spirit, it's a good one.
Yes, not surprising, because Clem has only been playing Protoss against Terran over the last few months. I'm sure that Spirit was expecting that. Spirit was the only player that was not here yesterday for the drawing. He arrived a little bit later. It's obviously pretty unfortunate when you arrive, you're like, and who there I got? You got Clem. Like, the reigning Bellum Gem Elite Champ, the reigning World Champion. But these two have some history, and of course a couple months ago, one of the bigger online events we've had in the year 2025 was the Masters Coliseum, and Spirit, with his Terran, was able to defeat Clem's Protoss, and that actually eliminated Clem from the tournament. So there is a little bit of history here, even in the TVP matchup.
Yeah, the only unfortunate part about that, though, is in the 4 times they've played, that's the only time that Spirit has actually been able to beat Clem's Protoss, and more recently it has been a clean sweep, a 3-0 and a 2-0. But looking at this matchup on a bit broader scale, I often think about Spirit and Clem, this is when Clem is playing TVT, as being one of Clem's worst matchups because of how Spirit plays, that slow, steady style. But of course, Clem, the last 6 months, as you were saying, Roti, has decided to dodge that for the most part. He says, you know what, Protoss is good, and more importantly, I don't have to play TVT. I don't have to play that matchup that, even though it has been a lot better for him. I mean, we saw him take down Maru and Katowice last year. He feels like finally he has that monkey up his back. Well, that monkey's another continent now. He gets to play a different matchup.
Absolutely. It's going to be a fun matchup, as I'm just making sure that everything is going to be fine on our end, as we hear a lot of things that we're not supposed to hear over here, BMO. It's going to be rather difficult before the match starts, that's all right, but once the TVP is obviously going, we just want to make sure that we can focus on our video game. As, yes, that may have been the only one that he won, but that was definitely by far and away the most important match that they've played. There's a lot of like minor online cups, and players always do their best, but it's different when instead of playing for $100, you're playing for $1,000, or in this case, a $10,000 tournament. Yes, I don't know what that was, but it scared the ever-living crap out of me, but it's all right. So we're going to take a little look at the picks and bans. What did we end up with? We are going to kick things off on the Ultra Love. That's actually a pretty decent Terran map, especially for some of those very aggressive builds. Game 2 will be played on ley lines, and if it goes to a decider, everything, by the way, guys, in this tournament is best of 3, all the way up to the upper bracket final. And if we are in the lower bracket, somehow ending up with one match that will determine who is going to be that player to pick up that EWC slot, as obviously quite a few of these guys are already qualified. That match would be a best of 5 as well, but outside of that, everything is best of 3.
That it will. I'm kind of enjoying looking at Tokamak here. Seeing, there's been some interesting stuff. We saw the proxy third base Cyclone idea. Cure pulled out at EWC qualifiers last week, and I don't know, that strikes me as something that Spirit might like to do. But Roddy was talking about our bracket. Lots of best of threes. This is what the bracket looks like. This is the journey that will be taking you all on, or joining you all with, over the next 4 days. Of course, we start with Clem Spirit. We're going to move on down further into the bracket. Harstem Nitix, Reynor Future, Trigger SKillous is that fourth match, and then going down the right side as well. Roddy, as you look at this, the first set of 8 matchups that we have today, of course, Clem Spirit, that's a banger. It's a really cool TVP. Anything else you got circled, highlighted, starred, looking at the bracket?
Honestly, a lot of them, because today, indeed, we're doing the entire round of 16, so we've got 8 very fun and cool best of 3s to look forward to. I think quite a few of them are actually very hard to predict. One that really stands out for me is Trigger SKillous. I really think that's going to be fireworks from the beginning to the end. I don't see how you have an expert opinion or a great insight on that series. I think Trigger can beat SKillous on any given day. I think SKillous can beat Trigger on any given day. So that's going to be very fun, close, and competitive. Zoun Krystianer, because of that PvP element as well. Krystianer has been a very strong European Protoss for a long time, and he's one of these guys that can actually kind of punch above his weight. Even if Zoun is already an EWC qualified player and is absolutely the favorite on paper, I can see that being way closer than a lot of people expect it to be. And I also, I love the last 2 matches. I love that ZVZ between Lambo and Serral. Obviously, such an important match for Lambo, and really unlucky that he got Serral. But we know Lambo. That's going to be like, all right, I'm kind of annoyed that I got Serral. Why me? But after that, it's straight into the lab, and he's already theory crafting. He's already thinking of what he could possibly do to take down the Finnish Phenom. And how cool is it, Bia, to have YoungYakov here, a guy that we've been watching online for so long. Never got the chance to meet him, so it was super fun over the last 2 days to hang out. And I really hope for him that he has a great run at this event. And above all, just a great experience meeting all the guys that he always competes with online.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I've really enjoyed it. Yakov over the years, it was fun watching him back with his tapestry behind him in the EPT Europe era. That was a lot of fun, and now we do get to see him offline. But going back to that matchup that you're talking about, I'm with you. I kind of look at this Serral Lambo series, in part because I love during the bracket draw. Everyone knows, it's like, okay, well, it's Serral Lambo again. It's probably the worst matchup for both of them going into this event. Not that Serral has any bad matchups, but still, at Lambo, you're right. In the lab there, we've seen him in the practice rooms practicing pretty consistently over the last little bit of time. So it's going to be a good time as we see our players now getting ready to go, sitting in the booth. Getting our games started rather soon. If we take a look at this, okay, so now let's start to focus on the Clem Spirit matchup a little bit, Roddy. You said, okay, Ultra Love, very good TVP map, but stylistically here, I want to talk about Spirit because there's been a lot of news or a lot of chatter about how this matchup has turned into 1 base, 2 base, SCV pull all in over and over again because the Terrans don't want to play the mid game. But Spirit is that mid-late game monster.
Yes, for sure. 1 base I feel like we don't see too often at the absolute highest level unless you're talking about the 2 Rex Marauder, which they somehow don't use too often, but when they do use it, they always win with it. So I think they're just saving it for the biggest moments. Think Maru Hero again recently, Dream McDallas. But yeah, there's absolutely a very good chance that we'll see a big 2 base all-in from Spirit. That is a possibility. Will he be mega afraid to play the late game? Like the ultra late game, I don't think he's afraid of. But what is super difficult as Terran players is to reach that gap from, okay, I'm a 3-base Terran, but I'm definitely not a Dritch yet. How do I become a 4, if not a 5-base Terran, without completely falling apart? Because you can be a 3-base, if not going up to a 4th-base Terran with a planetary. But if Clem is then an 8-base Protoss on the other side of the map with 22 gateways and 4 robos, that is just incredibly difficult. If Spirit ever makes it up to 200 supply, 3-3 upgrades, Liberators with advanced ballistics, I believe he's got a good shot in that very late game. It's just, it's so difficult to get there without falling very far behind. So I'm kind of expecting an aggressive Spirit coming out throughout this upper bracket best of 3. And I'm sure that that's what Clem is expecting as well. Clem is feeling very confident in this matchup. He said he probably thinks it's his second best matchup overall. He thinks TVZ is still his absolute best if he's on point and he's feeling it. But his second best is Protoss against Terran.
I'll buy that one. He has looked very good in this matchup. And conceptually, when we think about what makes Clem good in his Terran matchups, right? It's his speed, it's his multitasking, it's his micro. And a lot of the ways he's been playing this Protoss matchup has been really relying on that, opening 4 gate blink stalker quite a bit. Just leaning into the Terran so they don't have a chance, really, to get up to 3 bases, get up to 4 bases, to have that big macro engine that you would love to have, but as you said, just because you love to have it doesn't really mean you're allowed to have it, especially not against Clem.
Yeah, Clem is, in a way, very, very predictable in this matchup when he plays Protoss. Some people think that's his strength because it's just that solid, that there isn't really a scenario where always that, and he can always kind of play the game that he wants. But there are also some Terran players out there that generally believe you can take advantage of that just by being a bit more extreme, cutting a few more corners, because Clem very rarely moves out immediately with the Stalkers. It's very often about, I get an economic lead, I defend with an Observer and a couple of Blinky boys, I go up to 3 bases, and that's when I apply the pressure on the other side of the map. That is his bread and butter. Now there's still little variations that even Clem will throw in, with a battery, without a battery, double battery, no batteries at all, slightly quicker third. All of these things matter, but basically it's pretty much always Blink Stalker, Robo, expand, and take the game from there. And it will be very interesting to see if Spirit can find a way to kill Clem before Clem truly gets going.
Yeah, actually, I want to ask you a question about the way the meta has been evolving here, because we talked about this 3-4 gate blink, this pressure into an expand build that Clem has been playing a decent amount of, but something we've seen Hero do a little bit more, that's not necessarily every game, but this kind of charge first idea, where you go, you get a lot of charge lots, that's your pressure, it gets you Storm a little bit faster, and then you get Blink a little bit later on. Now, I don't know if that's something we're going to see from Clem, but we'll ask that question a little bit later, because right now we're finally into game number 1. It's on Ultra Love, and in the upper right, he's playing those Protoss pieces. For Team Liquid, it's Clem. And on the bottom left, in the red, he's the Terran player, looking to see if he can survive his opponent's pressure. His name is Spirit.
Just ironing out some details over here, Bio. You know, I love listening to you, mate, but I heard a little too much Bulgarian while we're getting ready for this match, and it's like, we can ignore that for a little while, but eventually I would just like to hear the beautiful sounds of probes and SCVs, but I believe it is fixed. 8 best of 3s today. We're going to play everyone. What's very cool, by the way, about this event is that anyone that came here now has the opportunity to play on the main stage. And isn't that the most fun thing as a pro gamer when you travel? Because we've all gone to those events where you're just one of the 30 guys that is lined up somewhere. And yeah, you play 2 series, nobody gets to see it, and you're out. It's like, well, I still had a fun time hanging out with my friends. But what is better than actually sitting on the main stage, all eyes on you? And it makes me so happy to see a guy like YoungYakov not only having the chance to travel to this event, but actually play on the main stage as well with all his peers watching him. I think it's really cool. I'm very happy that every single match gets played on the main stage.
As a fan as well, so often you hear these stories about this awesome game that was played off stream, something that was played in the group stage that, well, I can go watch the replays maybe and see, but otherwise I don't get to see that. That is not going to happen here, so we get to see everything. As skies are opening up a little bit, but seems like we should be fine. Outdoor venue, it's a beautiful day out, and
I was wondering, like, what's the panic over here? Like, everybody's running around. I was like, I know the games are starting, but there's no need to get worried over here, guys. But apparently it's raining. We had all the sun in the first few hours. First game comes in, and it's raining immediately. Doesn't mean Clem goes for a quick Templar Archives to drop a couple storms.
Yeah, I think that might be what happens. It might just rain some Zealots, you know. I think you get 20 gate Zealot coming in. That could be considered a downpour.
I would not want to be outside in Stara Zagora if it starts raining Zealots over here, mate. I'll be running out. I'll be hiding in my room if that's okay. Yeah. Wow, this is an interesting opening here, by the way, because we were wondering, right, is it going to be a very aggressive Spirit? Does Spirit think that he can get a lead early on? Or is he going to go for the opposite? Is he going to play a very economic game, where a lot of Terrans say, right now, you can't do anything other than 2 base all-ins? Spirit says, well, I'm just going to go ahead and give it the good old college try, as he's opening things up with a triple command center. So he's going to get a very strong economy. Also means that he can't really do anything aggressively, but maybe he has done his homework and he just feels that against the way that Clem opens, you only ever find damage if Clem messes up. Unfortunately, he's the world champ and he doesn't really do a whole lot of messing up. One Marine has gone down, but almost the Adept going down. In the end, Clem does get one more hit off, kills the second Marine. But as soon as his bunker is online, I don't think Clem can really get a whole lot done in the natural.
No, not really. Stalker takes some shield damage, but that's really going to be about it. But what I'm looking at here, we talked about 3-gate, 4-gate, this pressure that Clem looks to put on, and I'm just trying to count the gateways. Right now, of course, there's a second one on the way, but the question really becomes then is how much pressure does Clem want to put on against this more macro opening out of Spirit? And I guess more importantly there, does he realize that this is what's happening? There has been, not that I've seen, there hasn't been a sentry, there has been no hallucination scout. He hasn't seen anything in the main base. The big read there is there's a bunker going down and there are 5 Marines, and that's not a massive read.
No, that's definitely not enough yet to be 100% certain that this is what's happening. But Clem obviously is the very best when it comes to reading what Terran players are doing. So he may have already picked up on 1 or 2 things, or maybe he also knows that if Spirit doesn't open up Reaper in this matchup, this is one of the things that he likes to do as a follow-up. He will probably think back as well when Spirit was able to get that W over Clem in that very important best of 3 in the Masters Coliseum. That was also a lot of late game. It's not like Spirit pulled the SCVs early on and tried to get a couple quick wins on the board. Nope, it was Spirit stabilizing on 4+ bases, getting a bunch of Liberators in the mix as well, and eventually just creating a way more powerful army than the Gateway Colossus army that Clem was working with. So I'm sure that Clem is thinking about it. If he would have known for sure, I think he would have known walk the Stalkers to the other side of the map already, because you're not really worried about a Widowmine drop. You're not worried about a Hellion drop, or even a Raven flying in early on to be annoying. Those Stalkers don't have to be here. They can go to the other side of the map. So I don't think he truly knew. The moment his Observer makes it, he will know. But that's kind of too late, though, for a couple of Stalkers to find damage.
Yeah, kind of interesting as well, as finally the Observer's going to get a look at the main base and see exactly what's happening. But we're going up to 5 barracks here before the starport's done, before it's even really getting started. So Spirit, he's going for this timing, I think, where it often happens where you get the 3rd base, and that 3rd base isn't necessarily going to take you to 20 minutes, but to me, it means that your 3-base timing is hitting that much harder, that much faster, because you've cut all these corners for the first 6 minutes or so.
It's just single forge for now. I really don't hate this on paper for Spirit. And the main reason why a lot of Terran players don't like opening up like this is that you can be very vulnerable early on before your tank count goes up. If the Protoss is there, immediately applies a lot of pressure or maybe even delays you from taking your natural. Now, Ultra Love is one of the few maps we currently have that has a ramp leading into the natural, so maybe Spirit wasn't that worried about it here. But overall, honestly, a good start. Now it's all about surviving. You wait until some of those key upgrades finish up, whether that is Stim, Combat Shield +1, or a little bit of everything, it doesn't matter. And we're like, let's say, a minute or so away from the point where Spirit is going to have the confidence to fly over that orbital, to start taking some fights on the low ground, and perhaps even set up his first tiny drop of the game.
Yeah, we should have about 2 to 4 minutes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but you're kind of cutting out on me. I guess you're having the same issues as I have. But I think it's all good, mate. Go on.
All right, so as long as everyone can hear me, that's what matters. But we have this timing now when the first 2 to 4 medevacs are going to be out of the field right around when the bio starts to combat. These force fields are making life so hard. And I love the addition of the Sentry to the Blink Stalkers that have been added into this just pressure, this posturing that Clem's had on the map where...
I am afraid that we can't hear you right now, Bio. I can still hear you because you're very close to me, which I do really enjoy, but apparently there is a minor microphone issue on the side of Bio. Bio was getting excited over Spirit moving down the ramp. We're going to try to sort this one out as quickly as possible. The Clem is looking for some freebies here with his Stalkers
testing.
As he's bouncing.
I don't hear myself.
We can hear you again.
There we go.
Yep.
All right, there we go. Go ahead, Roddy.
No, nothing at all. Clem is posturing, but I don't really think that Clem right now has the kind of army that he really wants to engage. That would surprise the hell out of me. Unless we've got a War Prism in the main base as well. I do believe there is a War Prism in the main base. So Clem believes in the power of this 1-2, but I think there's a little too much bio. This honestly is not all that bad for Spirit, as long as he can take care of what's happening in the main base. And he is gonna take care of it. It's a little bit painful, but honestly not the worst thing ever. Being down 20 workers does really suck, but his army right now is quite powerful. 88 army supply on the side of the Terran against 63 on the side of Clem. Spirit does need to be very careful though, because he really can be trading out these units. He can take fights as long as he wins them. But with the Colossus showing up, he's probably gonna have to disengage and slow things down. At least find a way to kill that Prism.
Yeah, that Prism is just getting a lot of damage here. Just, you talked about the 12 SCVs early, forcing the 3rd SCVs off the line, and that army that Spirit has in the middle of the map is rather stimmed. He really hasn't had a big opportunity to go and heal it back up. Not a ton of medevacs there, so moving forward, as long as you're with your siege tanks, that's fine. But running through into the Colossus and the choke, that seems a little bit scary. Seems, though, that Clem's going to give up that position. Spirit takes the opportunity. 2 medevacs on the right side as he continues to move forward here. These Stalkers are dangling a little bit. That's 3 or 4 going down. And those are the picks you're looking for as Clem as you look to set up this position.
Well, this is kind of it, some Spirit, as he's not really rebuilding SCVs. He's setting up a double drop in the main base. The Zealot count is damn high, though, on the side of the reigning world champion Clem. And those Zealots will get on top of the tank. They'll get on top of the Marauders. This is not a fight that Spirit can win. And apparently Clem's defense in the main base has been picture perfect as well. And I'm afraid that that is already going to do it. Spirit had a lot of units, but could not find the fights that he was looking for. Clem with perfect defense, even left units behind in the main. That double drop accomplished nothing, and this army obviously does not stand a chance against all these Zealots, the Stalkers, and the Colossus. Well done by Liquid Clem. I guess in the end, that War Prism flying into the main base really was the nail in the coffin here, because that fight on the low ground wasn't all that bad for Spirit. It's just the Zealots in the main did so much, and it's Clem who takes the 1-0 lead here over the Polish Terran Spirit.
Making it look easy. That Widowmaker, or that Prism drop, excuse me, in the main base did a lot of damage, forced really Spirit to be surprised or to be slow. And at the end of the day, really what happened is that, well, you move in, you take some damage, your damage gets nothing done. You have 20 supply and medevacs that gets shot. I don't even think like 2 Marines got out of the Prism, or the Stalkers warped in and just took that down. And all of a sudden, you're losing your main army, you're losing your drop, you're down 60 supply, you're down upgrades, and the game just ends.
Yep, obviously the army was overstimmed as well. As you said, the medevacs couldn't really cut it. They were doing their absolute best, but they were completely drained. It felt there was a world there where that game would have gone quite well for Spirit. It really did not feel that he was too far off of being in a happy place. Because the way that this matchup kind of works is that at first it could be Terran, but then once Blink and Stalkers are out in high numbers, all right, then it should be on the side of the Protoss for a little while, until the Terran is getting a critical army supply, which is above 70, 80. That's where you can absolutely fight a couple gateway units and even a single Colossus, which was out on the map. It's just that the War Prism in the main base dealt a tremendous amount of damage, picked off a lot of the reinforcements, the units that just popped out of the barracks. Those units can fight Zealots if they have a bit of protection. If they're very exposed, they're just going to get sliced up. And because of that, Spirit's army couldn't quite grow the way that it would have loved to grow. Maybe a single Widow Mine on the corner connecting with a War Prism, and then having a single Viking out. Sometimes just a single Viking where you go like medevac, medevac, and then perhaps one Viking medevac would also make your life a lot easier. Because Marines and Marauders on the ground can be fine, but if they can't kill that Prism, there will always be more Zealots, and then the Prism can pick up those Zealots as well, and life just becomes hell for the Terran.
Yeah, one thing I really liked about how Clem played that game as well is he had the 6 or 8 Stalkers there down the ramp, just waiting to see what was going to happen. But he added a sentry or 2 into that matchup as well, or into that setup as well. And that meant that as Spirit moved down the ramp, well, he couldn't, and he lost Marines, and he was slowed down. But it's another day, it's another game. It's game 2, and in the upper right in the blue. He's now up a game in this series. It's Clem.
In the bottom left side, we're looking at the main base of the only player that arrived yesterday night. Everybody else has already been in Bulgaria for 2 days. The Polish Terran, a veteran of the European scene, down 0-1. It's a Spirit.
Roddy, he was just rushing to the late game there. You know, you show up day 2, alrighty, you're in the late game, it's fine. But it is a really important question. We saw Spirit try to do the greedy thing. He got his 2nd command or 3rd command center even before the factory was going down, right? That's pretty much as greedy as you can possibly be in this matchup, and it didn't work. He got his SCVs up, he got his timing up, and he got diced apart here by Liquid's Clem. And now we're in game 2. We're on ley lines. It's not Ultra Love. It's not a map that has a ramp at your natural that you can kind of turtle up on. So as we move into this game 2, do you think we continue to see Spirit play this greedier rush to late game style, or at least rush to mid game style, or does he fall back in what all the other Terran players have been doing?
Yeah, normally I feel like Terrans don't like to go triple CC too many games in a row, because the answers from the Protoss can become more and more extreme, and they can start hitting earlier, up to the point where you just end up dying. Because with a build like this, your stim is delayed, your medevacs are delayed, so I kind of felt like that was a one-off. I think in game 2 we're probably just going to go for a slightly more standard opening. He's playing it very safe. It is a barracks into high ground CC. No Reapers though on the side of Spirit, who's of course, by the way, representing ROC Esports. Spirit's been on a bunch of different teams throughout his StarCraft 2 career, and I believe give or take a month ago the announcement went out that he is now representing ROC. He's got a beautiful purple jersey. That's all I know. It looks good.
He rocks. Well, that's something at least. So you talk about this Marine opening. That makes sense. Spirit is not necessarily one of these players that I think tends to go Reapers for the most part. He can. But more importantly here, you talked about Clem's predictability, that he's going to open, well, 3 or 4 gate blink most games, play for the third base pressure, get the Colossus up, do all that. And if you're very confident that that is what Clem is going to be doing, if that's kind of your, okay, 9 times out of 10 he's going to do that, you don't have to open Reapers as much because you already have the read, you'll see something later that maybe confirms your scout. But if you're playing against what you think your opponent's going to do, well, you're probably fine.
Yep, I mean, Reapers can obviously lead into something else. I'm personally always a fan of the double Reaper, triple Hellion kind of stuff. But a lot of Terrans seem to be just a bit worried that making all those Hellions out of the factory delays some of the other key units that they would like to get their hands on, whether that is a single Cyclone or just tanks, or perhaps a Widow Mines if you want to go for a Widow Mine drop. So you don't see it too often. I do like that overall, because yes, there are some Protoss players where you never know. They could even do something as crazy as one base Darkshrine, trying to hit you as quickly as possible, proxy Stargates, proxy Robos, all things that are not considered to be the best, but can definitely work if the Terran doesn't see it coming, they don't scout for it. But yeah, Spirit probably going by that logic of, well, Clem literally always plays Blink. I think I saw him play Stargate once, and he was actually pretty damn good with it. But I guess Clem has his reasons. He probably just feels that this is the most solid, and there is never a world where he's straight up dead. And that's why a lot of Protoss players, Clem normally a Terran, but now also a Protoss, really love this opening. There is not an ultra bad scenario. There are some difficult scenarios. Certain things are difficult to hold, especially if you scout it maybe a little bit later than you would like to. But there shouldn't be a straight up build or the loss scenario, and that's why a lot of the Protosses will go for it over and over again. And Clem will also just go for it over and over again. Without a battery in the main, though, this is one of these builds that can actually deal a crazy amount of damage, especially if the Stalkers are a little bit out of position. Right now, Clem's army is really not that big. We're just looking at those Stalkers. I'd love to see Spirit go deep with this drop. If he unloads on the left side of the gateway, he actually gives Clem a lot of extra time. If he goes past the gates, I think he's got a lot of potential to deal some good damage here immediately.
Yeah, but for now, he's going to be on that left side. Stalkers are going to show up. It's going to be like a single dead probe going down. And I'm with you, Roddy. You drop on the other side, you can get more. But as it stands, he's going to get shooed away. And now this timing where there's not a lot of mobility for the Protoss, right? Blink's not done. Obviously, there's not going to be charge yet anyways, but there's no Blink. So you can move around a little bit more. Well, Blink is done now. The Prism is done now. This drop, as it kind of postures around, if it was going to posture around, is not going to be as effective. But Spirit's just going to take it home because he knows that Blink is done now and the Prism is done, and he needs everything that he has back at home to defend what's coming out of Clem.
It's a real missed opportunity, Eric. Those are some of the tiny moments where you can find good damage. And yes, that does mean you're kind of committed with the medevac, but who cares? If you can take out 2 out of those 4 Stalkers and you take out 5 probes and lost mining time, it's all right to lose a medevac and a Cyclone and a couple of Marines. Now in the end, I feel like we didn't really accomplish a whole lot, and it's actually Clem who's just going to walk into the natural, casually kill 5 SCVs, blink back, pick those units up. Like those 10 or 15 seconds where you don't have blink, you feel so vulnerable as a Protoss. And then sometimes the SimCity will also work against the defender, but Spirit didn't want to take that risk, perhaps because he's down 0-1, knowing that his upper bracket life is already on the line. We do have one of the Banshees showing up, even a little bit before blink. That's kind of interesting, by the way, you don't see that very often. Gets 2 shots off, now it's hiding, but it also gives Clem time to make sure that he's got the Observer in place.
Yeah, that it does. You're just going to keep the Prism. Actually, sorry, that's the second Banshee, but we now know where both Banshees are. The Prism is just dogging its tails, and on the other side, well, this is a Banshee that should go down. There we go. So again, this attempted harass coming out of Spirit, trying to make sure that Clem doesn't grow into the mid-game quite as fast as he did in the last game. Well, it's a dead Prism that dropped, or a dead Banshee. The drop didn't get a lot done. There's another one coming in, and I don't know how many Stalkers there are in the main base, but the shield battery here means that Clem should have enough time to defend.
Pretty crazy, by the way. There's only 2 pylons here. I know there's a spotting pylon on the outside, but that's not powering anything. Like, if Spirit is ever able to get a couple of bio units deep into this main base of Clem, you can unpower 7 gateways with just 2 pylon snipes. That'd be quite massive. Instead of this, Clem, who's got excellent Stalker movement, gets a few more hits off on this medevac. Overall, I'm a bit worried for Spirit. I think there were opportunities, Bio. There really were, but he wasn't quite decisive enough. He didn't want to take those risks. But if you're not taking them early on, often later on, it will only get way more complicated and way more difficult to turn this one around.
And Roddy, I think this is one of the latest stims I've seen in a TVP in a long time. It's 7 minutes now. We're only halfway done on the bio upgrades, and you really can't do anything with bio at this stage in the game. Once Blink is done, once Charge is done, certainly once Storm is done, without really stim combat shields. So Spirit doesn't, I don't know if he has a third command center, but he certainly is not as fast as it was in the last game.
No, he doesn't have one.
Yeah, this is a 2-base timing that is, it's going to hit at like 8 minutes, and that feels very late.
He's going to have a very big army. I actually really love adding in a couple of Widowmines here. If you feel you're only battling gateway units, maybe a couple of Immortals, but if it's mostly gateway units, I actually really love Widowmines. They're so freaking good against large numbers of Zealots. The biggest problem is if we've got a bunch of Hive Templars in the mix. I think Storm already finished up a while ago. So with 2 good Storms, this army of Spirit is in all sorts of trouble. Spirit has a bigger army, but I would say Clem has an army that has a lot more potential. He's potentially thinking about jumping on this army as well, way before all those tanks have sieged up. Here comes the War Prism. Here come those High Templars as the storms rain down, as the rain was raining down here earlier in Stara Zagora, and Spirit is in all sorts of trouble. This is not really going anywhere, Bio.
The weather just predicted the outcome. So many storms taking on everything. That's a dead medevac as well. And now there are a bunch of charge lots warping in, 9 of them at a time. And we look at the defense that Spirit has. He's got a Widowmine. That's going to get like 1 Zealot. A couple little bits of bio in the main base. But luckily there are like 7 storms in this army right now. Spirit's going to have an incredible fight. And it's just not possible. Spirit falls down 0-2 and Clem takes the win.
The man who was victorious last year here in Stara Zagora comes out, looks good, even with his quote-unquote off-race, but it's not really an off-race anymore. And in case any of you guys haven't watched that much StarCraft lately, you're like, isn't Clem Terran? Clem has exclusively played Protoss at this point for like 5 months straight in this matchup. He's just not that fond of TVT. He feels like it's a little bit random, it's a bit of a guessing game, and he feels there is way more opportunities for him to express his skill when he's playing a different kind of matchup that's not TVT, and in this case he settled for PVT, and his results have been absolutely amazing. Let's go ahead and hop over to the stage where we'll hear a couple of words of the man who just won his first best of 3. That is Clem. Take it away.
Thank you, Roti. Thank you, Bio. We just witnessed a dominant performance out of Clem, and I cannot wait to hear what his thoughts are after his first win of the tournament. The reigning defending champion will be with us shortly, but he displayed such an amazing prowess with the Protoss race. Protoss Terran, is there anything that these players cannot do? I cannot wait to hear his thoughts. And there we have it, the winner, ladies and gentlemen, Clem. I was just saying, Protoss Terran, it doesn't matter to you, man. You can do it all. So, yeah, how do you feel after your first victory here?
I feel great, starting the tournament off of a 2-0 win and pretty convincing, I think, so it feels very good.
Yeah? Was there something in Spirit's playstyle that you saw that you can exploit?
Well, he used to play, or he usually plays very defensive in the early game. He likes to do like a little drop, but he doesn't really do the committed tank pushes that usually Moru or Cure players like this usually do. So the early game went a little bit more smoothly, I guess, because I was a bit less scared of tank pushes.
Okay, I understand. And against the Terran players, apparently Protoss, you feel confident with it. But are we going to see you during this tournament playing Protoss against the Zerg opponent, for example?
No, probably not. It could always happen, we'll see, but I'm not really planning on it for now, at least. I feel good in my PvT, but my other matchups are not quite my PvT, and yeah, I like TVZ, TVP, so I'll probably keep playing that.
Well, brother, I really love watching your TVZ, so that would be a treat for me. I want to congratulate you for your win, and ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. And now, Roti and Bill will break down the series.
When you look at this series, I think it's really one story. It's an attempt to break Clem, Clem not being broken, and Clem winning.
Yeah, I mean, in the first game, obviously, Spirit embraced being the defender, and I liked where it was going, but we need an answer for that War Prism. It's that simple. Outside of that, the game didn't look that bad for him, and you saw that at low ground skirmish as well around the third. That's a quote-unquote easy hold. A couple Zealots, couple Stalkers. It just becomes so problematic when there are so many different areas of the map to cover, and those Zealots are in your natural. They're all over the third base. They're all in the main base as well. And I think here in the first game, for me, this first game really comes down to that first drop. I feel like sometimes you need to take risk. Is it scary to fly your medevac very deep into the main base of Clem, of course, because you know Blink is going to finish up around 440, 445, and at that point you're kind of committed. But if you hit here immediately, and obviously not at this point, but 3 minutes earlier, there is no Blink, and then it's actually very difficult for those Stalkers without Blink to get in range of a couple of Marines, to get in range of a Cyclone, to get in range of that medevac. I feel like that is where Spirit can actually create a good start for him. Instead, he gets nothing done, and then Clem just grows so quick. And this fight, it wasn't really much of a fight. There was just so much potential in that army of Clem. Spirit was centuries away from getting his hands on a Ghost Academy, just not capable of finding that kind of a Protoss army in that stage of the game.
Yeah, if you go for so much tech in the early game, you have to get damage done, or, as you said, Clem is just going to outgrow in the extreme. But at the end of the day, right, Clem, kind of still the expected victor here. It's a 2-0, and now, well, we get to start to get ready for our next series. So we're going to go to a break. When we're back, maybe a little bit less rain, but more importantly, some more games. See you then.
Does it again. He wins in Stara Zagora.
He's moving forward and forward. Reynor needs to evacuate.
You've got the vision, the story, the drive. What if there was a place that turns all of it into content that matters? Well, there is. Enter Bullstream Creative Hub, the only production space of its kind in Eastern Europe putting creators first. Built for students, influencers, indie creators, and growing brands, this is where your ideas come to life. Work independently or collaborate with our in-house professionals. You get access to versatile studio spaces, professional-grade equipment, and a team of passionate experts who bring your content to life. From reality shows and live-streamed esports to music videos, corporate shoots, and full-scale concerts, we've done it all. And now, we're opening the doors to creators like you. Bullstream Creative Hub. Create without limits. Become a member today.
Send it one last time, and all the Queens, Road to Scavengers, and a couple Locusts.
All of the Hydras have fallen down, and we see a substantial lead in our supply.
He's always in two locations at the same time. It looks like he might win both of them as well. These Hydras are just melting here, and the drop's getting damage on the other side.
Did not get the hot pickup there. Actually, we did. So this one Disruptor, one Marauder, has now killed 3 Disruptors already. That's pretty well.
Lings and Ultras are starting to swarm here. Parasitic Bomb make it so hard to heal.
And you know, we saw a lot of storms in game 1. If the weather could stop doing that, though, that'd be great. No, it's we do have a Protoss, though. So welcome to game 2. It's going to be Harstem and Nitix, and let's take a look at what this matchup looks like. So now we should welcome these players onto the stage. First off, it's the captain. It's Harstem. Harstem, I like. High Templars, can you stop researching Storm? That'd be great. Thank you. Our second player, also the Zerg player from Bulgaria, it's Nitix. All right, so Nitix here, we're sitting here. I assume that this is the only Storm that you want to play against today, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's always raining when I'm playing. Last year, it was also raining, so that's my luck.
Yeah, the weather report said nothing about this. But Harstem, in the intro, during the group stage selection, you looked at it, you said, you know what, I think Nitix is probably the best matchup for me. How do you still true?
Yeah, I think this is one of the only tournaments where 2 of the lowest seeds in the tournament get to play against each other in the first round. So I think both of us are very happy with the opponent that we rolled. I don't think it could have been easier for him. I don't think it could have been easier for me. So it's going to be a good time.
All right, sounds good. Players, be careful. Storms are apparently a thing in PvZ and also in the real world. But good luck. Have fun. Game. All right, so they're going to go up to the player booths to get ready. And in the meantime, we have Exalted, we have Rotterdam to take you through all the action.
My goodness, Rotterdam, I didn't expect that. But there we are in an open air venue. How is it?
I don't think. Well, a little bit of rain. It's like, okay, last year on day 3, we had a tiny bit of rain as well, but that was around 20% of the amount of rain that's currently going down. And that was all right as well. We just kind of looked around, like, okay, that's funny, but these thunderstorms are legit loud and scary. Like, honestly, I jumped, it gave me a proper jump scare. Like, I ran inside for a little bit. Honestly, I blame Clem. If Clem starts storming in his first best of 3 of the day, you're kind of asking for it, Exalted.
Absolutely. I was just saying to Rotterdam, the weather forecast amazingly sunny. But as you said, Clem comes into the game storming. And there we have it. Even the weather follows the world champion.
All hell breaks loose. But the show must go on. Our game is all ready. I love the way that Nitix came on stage. As we take a little look at the picks and bans, we're going to kick things... No, this is from the first series. I don't think this is correct, because this is the exact order of Spirit against Clem. It also says Spirit against Clem. So I think that this graphic is outdated, but that's all right. We'll just lean back and we'll just watch. As soon as Harstem and Nitix kick off their journey, I'm curious what Nitix has in store for us, because he knows that he's a severe underdog against Harstem, one of the best Protoss players in Europe. As the storms over here continue, I don't know if the microphone picks it up or not. The first one was really loud. No, when we were standing here, right, with Reynor, like it actually scared me properly,
the
mate.
view was kind of jumped in our places, yeah, but I believe you're right. Nitix, of course, is the underdog here. And now we have the proper veto on our screens. We can see that Nitix banned
Pylon.
Okay,
yeah.
Ultra Love is banned by Harstem. Why though? Why are we buying the love?
Because I think it's a bit of a silly map. It can be frustrating from time to time, especially if lurkers take control of the area between your natural and your third.
For safety reasons, no technical.
All right, I think we had a little update. We are going to actually take a break because apparently the weather is getting a little bit too crazy. So it's going to be a couple minutes. After that, we'll be back with Harstem versus Nitix, our second series of the day. Welcome back, everybody, to the opening day of this second edition of the Bellum's Gem Elite here in beautiful and once more sunny Stara Zagora. All right, we had a couple of minor delays. There was a little bit of rain at first, then there was a lot of rain, then there were some thunderstorms. I personally still think Clem is responsible for that. He kind of summoned it all, but it's back. Sun's out, Krystianer, his guns are out, and we are ready to continue the first day of StarCraft.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we have PVZ on our hands, the Bulgarian representative going up against your countryman, actually. The Dutch player, Harstem.
Yep, it's going to be a fun match, as I believe that your audio disappeared there for a second, so hopefully that is all good. Harstem, obviously, one of the highest seeded players in this tournament, and if you guys wonder why, well, we did have a qualifier for this. Outside of 4 players that got invited, Clem, Serral, Reynor, and ShoWTimE, as those 4 made top 4 last year, obviously with the exception of Serral, but Serral is Serral. Olivera made top 4 last year, but Olivera retired, so they moved that invitational spot to Serral. Every other player qualified for this event. Goes for Nitix as well, as he made it through the Balkan qualifier. Harstem made it through a European qualifier, but after the boys were qualified, they basically said, hey, let's play a couple best of ones for seeding. Not everybody took that serious. Harstem did take those best of one matches very serious. He won the entire thing, and because of that, he had a protected seed coming into the drawing that you guys saw the video of earlier. So Harstem is very happy. A couple of the guys were modding about that yesterday, and Harstem just said with a smile on his face, well, that's why you always got to do your best, guys. Even if you think it's not all that important, it's just the best of one. Just go for it. And he was able to get out on top in that qualifier. Final round, I think, over YoungYakov. As you guys hear, I know a couple of weird issues. We are just addressing the minor audio issues we've been having so far in the first series. In the first couple of minutes, I heard a lot of Bulgarian. Apparently, Bio did not. But then we also lost Bio. He is very passionate casting in the middle of that PvT. So they're just making sure that that won't happen anymore. I believe Exalted is back. He can hear me. Can I hear you, Exalted?
Check.
I'm not. Can I hear you?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I believe now I can. I'm heard. Let me speak, let me talk, because I have so much to say. We are about to witness my favorite, one of my favorite matchups, actually, PVZ. The aliens versus the aliens, you know, the high developed Protoss race against the
bugs.
The bugs, yeah, let's just call them the bugs. Yeah, but I like the bugs though. Bugs are pretty cute, especially the Hydras. Hydras, amazing unit. And I am hoping to see a lot of them, because they're kind of meta right now, aren't they?
I mean, cute? Have you ever seen a Hydra up close? It's pretty terrifying. Or a Zergling? Have you ever seen their faces? Like, the closer you get, the more terrifying it becomes.
Bro, I would pet that every day of the week. Yeah. Absolutely. Haven't you seen my doggies there? Like 2 little Zerglings there, so cute.
Yeah,
as well.
dogs are cute. It's actually very cool because, as you guys can see, obviously we are in an outdoor venue. That's why the rain caused some delay as well. They just want to double, triple check to make sure that everything was safe. The players are safe, the production, the staff here is safe. But we're good to continue. But because we're in a park, kind of on a big hill as well, that's why the gamers get very exhausted as they make their way here. A lot of people go for a nice walk with the dogs as well. And I took some really cute pictures yesterday of Lambo and Reynor petting a couple of very cute puppies. This seems to be going somewhat wrong, Exalted. We're getting ready for the match. We're getting really ready for the match. We keep on getting ready for this match. And now I think we're officially good to
I think
go.
we are in. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's start it and let's introduce the players. The first map here will be ley lines, and in the bottom left side we have with the red probes from Shopify Rebellion, this is Harstem.
The captain himself, a proper veteran of the European StarCraft scene, started his days a long time ago in Warcraft 3. In the top right side, we are looking at the main base of a Bulgarian legend. He's been dominating this region for a long time. He is back for his second attempt of making a run in the BGE in Stara Zagora. Make some noise for Nitix.
Man, but they did make some noise. And there we have him, looking calm, looking focused, and ready to spread some creep, Rotterdam. I see that Harstem didn't block the natural expansion, so maybe this is of convenience for Nitix.
Yeah, Nitix is a bit of a jokester as well, online and offline. He's a very fun guy, and he seems to be very fond of his little joke. Now, whenever people travel to international events, they often make a tweet or a post in the Discord or a post on Instagram, whatever they may use, saying like, all right, starting my journey to Stara Zagora. Nitix did it last year and he did it here again, where at, let's say, 2 p.m. he's like, all right, guys, starting my journey to Stara Zagora. And then 4 minutes past 2, he's like, made it.
Yeah, he lives very nearby. He was joking because I asked him, Nitix, do you need any help getting here? Well, brother, what can I say? I see the venue from my window. And I was like, okay, I'm not going to worry then about you, but is Harstem going to be worried with that pylon there? Because I believe that putting a pylon in the wall makes it very exposed, and will this now force Nitix to go for a bailing bust or something like that?
Yeah, that's the kind of the bait, right? That's what the Zerg players call bait. Hero is the one who started doing this a couple of years ago, and everybody's wondering, that's not how you wall off, won't you just die to banelings? Well, the thing is, Protoss players open up with an adept, so they would see that rather quickly. The follow-up is often a Stargate, and as a Zerg player, if you go for a baneling nest early on, that's a really big investment because you're mining all that gas, you're putting resources in that baneling nest, you're putting resources in those banelings, which means your drone count is going to be very low. And if your opponent then just gets a secondary pylon behind it, a shield battery, maybe a sentry, but definitely an oracle with energy recharge, you're just not going to get the damage done that you're looking for. And it's actually the Protoss is very far ahead, so you're definitely not wrong. For a long time, people would have said, this is an awful wall. I personally got bullied for like 7 years straight for having a pylon in my wall. I finally stopped having a pylon in my wall. Hero starts doing it. Now everybody else is doing it. They're like, no, don't worry, guys. This is totally safe. You won't die to all-ins.
Man, Hero is such a trendsetter, isn't he? Currently, I believe one of the best Protoss players in the world, for sure. But Harstem looking pretty confident, putting down his third Nexus. Nitix will check that straight away. There are no devs here, but the Oracle, I believe, will be ready to defend. Yeah, here he is. But he did cancel the pylon, which is something.
No, that's obviously very good on Harstem's side that he cancelled it, but it's still nice for Nitix, because most Protoss build orders early on are very, very tight, and there is very little room for error. So the moment you warp in a pylon, you have to cancel it. We can see it right now, 46 out of 46 supply blocked, and that is because Nitix has been active with these Zerglings and was able to get that minor victory by forcing Harstem to cancel that pylon. It's not the biggest win, he's not feeling mega good about himself right now, as he obviously did make these links, but it's something. What is really worth mentioning though, Exalted, and I love to hear your thoughts on it, +1 melee is the opening here for Nitix.
Yes, and I really like it because as the underdog, you kind of need to put the pressure on your opponent. You have to disrupt his rhythm, right? If Harstem plays his A game, he is a big favorite, so you really need to kind of surprise him with something, and this +1 melee attack might be just the thing.
Yep, that can absolutely surprise Harstem a little bit, even though Harstem does have those oracles flying around, and I think he's got a pretty good idea of what he's going up against. But so far, it looks all right. Nitix did lose 1 or 2 drones there against the oracle, but the queens were nearby, Sport Roll is finishing up. We are heading into a relatively normal mid-game, as a few drones are dying to 1 more oracle, but now this oracle is actually in the danger zone.
Oh my god!
Nitix.
Oh wow, it ran away. This is a big save here for Harstem. If he lost that oracle, it would have stung for sure, but now he would have at least 2 on the battlefield.
Yep.
Blink on the way.
And obviously, as long as the oracles are alive, they are super useful defensively, as Zerg does not have too many units early on that shoot up, unless they would bring queens to the other side of the map, which is a possibility based on that overlord speed that Nitix is currently researching.
Well, I was just about to mention that, and I am curious what type of an attack Nitix is going to do. Adding the Hydralisk tank here, maybe we will see a big timing attack out of the Bulgarian Zerg player, but the Stalker Zerg Harstem are here, they're pressuring the Queen. The Queen will survive now. The Lynx come here, but they get trapped into the stasis traps. The Oracle is just consuming the Lynx like breakfast. And Harstem here is looking very dangerous.
Yep, but so far good micro on the side of Nitix. All 3 queens still alive, even though all 3 of them are low on HP. He activated the stasis trap as well, does end up losing 1 of them. This is when Nitix desperately needs to get those hands on his extra units. He's got 29 army supply, he had 24 links on the way. Is this enough Zerglings, or will Harstem micro his way through this and potentially already pick up the 1-0 lead? 10 Hydras are on the way, but where are those Hydras? They're gonna spawn in the main natural third. And so far the Stalker control has been incredibly clean on the side of Harstem.
Another queen goes down, 2 remain here. The Hydras are finally showing up, but the Lynx in front of them have disappeared. The Oracles did a tremendous job with their energy beams to basically destroy all of them, and we can see an impeccable micro here by Harstem, just making a complete arc here with the Stalkers. All of the Zerg units are getting pummeled away, and Harstem is winning more and more ground. And yeah, Rotterdam, he is looking super dangerous right now.
It was a tiny move out at first, but Harstem did a tremendous job in babysitting those units, kept on picking up Zerglings. Eventually the Queen started to fall, and I'm afraid that these Hydras are no longer good enough. Only 4 units have gone down on the side of the Dutch captain, representing the Shopify Rebellion. One of the Oracles does fall here, but I'm afraid for Nitix that it's just a little bit too late to have much of an impact. GG, the captain and the man who had a very successful 2016 a long time ago, where he won not 1 but 2 big international tournaments. Off to a strong start here, 1-0 lead, pretty clean. It was a small move out at first, but he just didn't lose any units, so the small move out became a really big one later on.
Yeah, this was a perfect example of the snowball effect, right? Yeah. You throw a little snowball down the mountain and it becomes a big avalanche, and yeah, Nitix wasn't ready for that. The Stalker pressure was amazing, but the micro even better.
Yep, and Nitix maybe a tiny bit unfortunate because he was so close to picking up that Oracle in the main, which would have helped, because those Oracles indeed did a great job activating Pulsar Beam, protecting the Stalkers for a while. Because I didn't think that Nitix was just going to die there. With +1 melee, with the Queens, with all those units on the production tab, he had 12, 14 links out, he had 28 Zerglings at one point on the way. I kind of thought it was going to be enough to get that wraparound, force Harstem to maybe recall, lose a couple units, and then I would have been very curious to see how many units Nitix was able to crank out and go for the devastating counter, because he would have already been very committed, considering the fact he was on a relatively low drone count. But Harstem had different plans. Harstem said, nope, I am not waiting until you attack me. I'm going to attack you before you're even ready to receive it. At one point lost only 2 units while killing over 70 units already. Very, very good micro on the side of the captain.
As close to a perfect game as it can get, right? Rotterdam, I mean, losing so little in such an amount of time is just showcasing how strong of a player Harstem is, and he's here, top-seeded from Europe, not by chance.
No. Production likes to keep us on our toes, by the way, because they suddenly bring up the player graphic, and then you think, all right, now we're going to go into the game. You can lean back a little bit, and all of a sudden we're back on camera. But as you guys can see right now on our main stage, we have loaded into Game 2 that is going to be played on Tokamak. In the bottom left side, we're looking at the main base of the winner of the European qualifier. Still representing the Shopify Rebellion, it's Harstem.
Kevin de Koning.
That is correct. Pretty good. Kevin de Koning.
Nice, okay.
You know what de Koning means, right?
No.
Yeah, you know. What do you think de Koning means?
The king.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my god, nice.
That is actually his name. Pretty cool name, huh?
It is an amazing name, but do you know who the king of Bulgaria is? Well, we are looking at his base, ladies and gentlemen, the Bulgarian representative, Nitix. He really needs your support. He is trailing now, and he really needs the victory because Rotterdam, this type of bracket is a very sudden death type of bracket. Best of 3 is a very short format, and you blink twice and you're gone, basically.
Everyone's got 2 lives unless you win the entire upper bracket. Then you only have 1 life in the grand final, but it also means you've guaranteed top 2. But yeah, it's brutal. Last year we had best of 3 upper bracket with best of 5 lower bracket. Unfortunately, because we have a lot of players and there's a lot of things that we want to do, we decided to go best of 3 all the way, unless there, of course, is an EWC slot on the line. We have already mentioned it a few times, but the highest placed finishing player of this event, or if you just straight up win it, if you're not qualified yet, you will qualify for the Esports World Cup. What of course could happen is that 2 guys that are not qualified yet meet each other in the lower bracket, then that would be a best of 5.
Yes.
Or if they get eliminated in the same round, well, then we get bonus StarCraft and we get a bonus best of 5 tiebreaker match.
What do you prefer, actually?
I don't know. I don't think it matters. Like, it's going to be exciting, but
Yeah,
it would also be amazing if somebody just already gets it done through the upper bracket, because he just has an amazing run, and the other guys that have not qualified yet, they all fall to the lower bracket, they get eliminated. I don't know. I just hope it's going to be a very fun, close, contested, stressful fight for that EWC ticket.
It will be. It's a $17,000 series, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, which actually makes the prize pool of the tournament a little bit bigger, because you have this price, minimum guaranteed prize money on the line as well. So all of these players are super hungry for that. I have talked with everybody ever since we greeted them on the airport, and everybody said this is super important. The Esports World Cup slot is something that is a big motivation for us, and I really want to express my deepest gratitude towards EWC for including us in their program.
I think last year was already fantastic, but this year having not just the Bellum Gem Elite here in Stara Zagora, but having that EWC ticket on the line as well, makes it even more exciting and basically gives us not 1, but 2 championships to look forward to in these upcoming 4 days. Because one of the guys is going to be very happy because they won it. Somebody else is going to be very happy because they were not qualified yet, but they are qualified after this weekend. It's another, by the way, relatively standard opening coming out of Nitix here. A little bit surprised, because I know Nitix is a pretty crazy Zerg, and I was kind of expecting him to maybe go for a hatch block on the other side of the map, or even going for some sort of a proxy hatchery, low drone count all in. But there's none of that so far, Exalted. He's just kind of leaning back, and he's playing a pretty macro-oriented opening.
Yeah, that's true, but with this Void Ray in Harstem's production tab, I'm wondering, will Harstem go for a timing attack? Because whenever you get the Void Ray out, right, you want to clear the overworlds, which means that you want to deny the scouting of the Zerg. And yeah, I see the Twilight Council being a follow-up here. I wonder, will we see a depth here?
That is a pretty early Twilight Council, so I think you're onto something. But Nitix has made a decent amount of links. As our observer, Pi from Poland, is showing us as well. I think the link count up to 16, 18. If all those links click on the Nexus, 18 links. Void Rays are not as good against Zerglings as an Oracle is. If all 18 links show up at once, this can definitely become close, but you don't want to waste too much time. Either you go for the Nexus, or you go for the Adept, or you go for the Pylon. I don't know about making this many Zerglings just for the Pylon. I think you kind of need a cancel on the Nexus here. Unfortunately, he's not going to get that. I would have loved to see him just gather up all the links in one place, right-click on that Nexus. I don't know if he gets it, but it'd be very close. Right now, it's just not worth it. Nitix, his investment to kill that pylon was a lot bigger than Harstem's investment in just losing a single pylon and be like, all right.
Not only money-wise though, larva-wise as well, because you spend this larva, you don't do anything with the links, this means less drones. And now, the follow-up attack of Harstem could be a very dangerous one, as we already see Blink on the way. So more of the same coming out from King Harstem himself.
Yeah, it's a bit different, of course, with that Void Ray first. Oracle finds a relatively exposed third base. It's alive, don't you worry, the captain knows what he's doing. Got 2 drones as well, forced a couple of drones to morph into Spore Crawlers. It's a rough start now for Nitix, especially if he ends up losing this 4th base as well. Queens need to make their way over, as a single Void Ray with Prismatic Alignment deals a decent amount of damage. I think Nitix will be able to save it for now, but I'm just a bit worried, because as a Zerg, either you want to make very few Zerglings or you make all the Zerglings. Nitix did the in-between, where it's like a large amount, but not a crazy amount of links, so he couldn't get a cancel on the third. And I just kind of feel that he put himself pretty far behind already.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's just sitting at 60 drones now, adding the Hydralisk then though. But will he have the time, as Harstem is already moving out on the map? The first Blink Stalkers will be hitting the third base of Nitix fairly soon, and of course the protective stasis traps are getting placed there as well. The Void Ray is kind of pressuring the fourth base, but the Stalkers are already here. Does Nitix have enough to defend here? The Queens, they have no energy basically. The Oracle still has a lot of energy though. These Links are going to try for us around, but they will get trapped.
Yep, and the link count was somewhat low at first, and we had 20 more links on the way, but because the Void Ray is keeping Nitix distracted, a couple of the Queens were not here initially. There was very little creep to work with. Honestly, in the first game I felt like it looked better than this one, and the first game already didn't end up very well for Nitix, so I'm afraid that our Bulgarian representative is in all sorts of trouble, as Harstem is relentless. He's not letting him do his thing. He's aggressive, he's clean, he's all over Nitix, and Nitix is just in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, Rotterdam, we see that Nitix is trying his hardest here to pressure these Stalkers away of his base, and actually, finally he did that. He has a bulk of Hydras here, which might be dangerous for Harstem, but as we can see, the macro of the Dutch player is amazing. 70 probes are mining from 3 bases, soon to be 4, so yeah, he must be feeling pretty confident in his position. Let's see what the transition will be. I see some temporary highs being added, so maybe Storm is on the way. Hopefully only in the game though.
Yeah, we've already had enough storms over here in Stara Zagora, and let's hope we don't have any other delays. But I'm with you. I think Harstem is not just happy, I think Harstem is loving it. I'm sure that he is incredibly confident. Nitix did manage to push him back this game, but at what cost? He was down 14 workers, he lost all of his queens. His army does not necessarily skill a whole lot better than Harstem's army, because Harstem is transitioning, won't just stay on those Stalkers. So you're spot on. Harstem is a loving life. I'm not exactly certain what the best play here is for Nitix. Maybe we can dream of eventually getting some lurkers, but that seems so far away.
Yeah, but what I can say is that at least we have 74 workers now for Nitix, so if he somehow manages to stay alive, he could stabilize possibly, but just look at the infrastructure of Harstem. Storm being added, +2 being added, a lot of gateways in his main base, so soon enough his macro is just going to be so dangerous for the Zerg. Still though, Hive is on the way.
Yep, he has just fired up the Hive, but Harstem is once more moving out. +1 finished up a while ago. Zello charges a little bit late. I saw Nitix getting a few Spine Crawlers as they are about to finish up. Spines are very useful to deal with some of those Zealot run-bys, but at this point it's not so much about the Zealot run-bys, it's a little more about this Stalker army. But as long as there is creep, I think Hydraling will be very efficient in keeping these Stalkers at bay. Harstem obviously slowing the game down a little bit by going up to 4 bases, firing up Storm. Nitix now drops a Lurkaden and a Spire. That's very ambitious because a lot of resources has just been spent on teching up Hive Tech, Infestation Pit, Spire, Lurkaden. You would worry a little bit about the strength of his actual army, but so far so good, Exalted. The Hydras and the Lynx are keeping the Protoss army at bay.
Yeah, and he's slowly climbing back up in supply, which is... I'm just happy to see his tenacity. He didn't give up when he was pushed to the ropes, though now he tries to fight back, and we already see 11 workers on the way, Rotterdam, so he will have the option to use that greater tech of the Zerg army. Spire, maybe a little bit too ambitious, but it's almost finished though, and once it finishes, do we see Broodlords?
Yeah, that's gonna take a long time. I think at first it would just be for some Corruptors in case Harstem shows up with Tempest or a Mothership. Obviously this is not a moment to make Mutalisk, he's not rich enough, Harstem's supply is too big. But I think it's nice to have the ability to warp in Corruptors to deal with some of those Protoss Sky units. We know that Skytos is quite popular in this day and age, and Harstem already is adding that Fleet Beacon and the second Stargate.
6 storms here, Rotterdam, I mean, these things evaporated now. The Zealots here will meet a struggle against the Spine Crawlers, and they won't break through that position. Nitix is holding his own. and he keeps Harstem's army away from his mainland, but this outer base will get cancelled.
He's got seismic spines now. That is one of the 2 upgrades that the lurkers could get on Hive Tech. Does he see it? Harstem, are we paying attention? Oh my goodness, he's not. Nitix, his lurkers get some devastating shots off. And Nitix actually has a bit of a, pretty powerful army at this point. It's sizable. It's going to be so difficult to attack into all those High Templars though, as the storms absolutely ravage those Zerglings, and the lurkers have a hard time running in range of cannons and batteries.
Yeah, that's true, but here they are, the storms though. The storms are just so crazy here out of Harstem. He had 6 full energy High Templars there, and they showed their prowess, and now he is going to counterattack with a squad of Zealots, with a squad of Stalkers, and I think that Nitix's force base is going to fall down.
Those Hydras are very slow, by the way. Do we have the Hydra speed upgrade? No, we don't. It looked awfully slow. We just have grooved spines. On creep, they're going to be a little bit quicker, but Harstem left a bunch of these gateway units behind, and they have done an amazing job in even further slowing down the economy of Nitix, if not completely destroying it for the rest of the game. Tempests are about to come out. It really has a Harstem victory written all over this. A 12-minute game here on Tokamak. But Nitix was able to hang in there for a while. He got Hive Tech, and he did have his one moment. Those lurker shots on the Stalkers. Every Zerg will always find that incredibly satisfying to look at.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like a beautiful dream for the Zergs to see that, but now finally the mothership is here. And yeah, we were talking about Corruptors, but we see that the bank of Nitix is basically non-existent. His gatherers have depleted by substantial amount, and now he's kind of forced into an on-win position against a very terrifying army of Harstem.
Yeah, not much of an all-in. 51 armies against 111. Nitix took a look at it. At this point, you can always hope that your opponent lets you live a little while longer. Try to drag it out, but every StarCraft fan knows that at this point, this game is all over. It always looked a little bit grim for Nitix, even after that Oracle Stalker move out. Because yes, he held, and he was able to hang in there a little bit longer. He was never in the position that a Zerg needs to be in. This is a very momentum-based matchup, and Zerg is supposed to get a bit richer, have map control, and then eventually the Protoss army becomes very powerful. But if the Protoss already is richer, has more map vision, has more map presence, and is also further along the tech tree, there isn't really a whole lot you can do as a Zerg.
Absolutely, and now we see that Harstem is getting ready for his final push. While he's doing that, of course, some Zealots are going to be as annoying as possible, and they are killing 12, 13 more drones, and now when Nitix sees this army, he will have to tap out. GG.
Harstem takes a pretty convincing 2-0 victory here in his opening series, in his second edition. He was here last year and clearly had a great time in Bulgaria, so he came back for round 2 of the Bellum Gem Elite. Means he advances into the upper bracket round 2, where he'll be playing against Clem. That is going to be very fun, as we'll go over a couple of the highlights of this best of 3 in that first game. Indeed, impeccable Stalker control coming out of Harstem, barely losing a unit. That second game, I wish Nitix would have made a few more links, and instead of going for that pylon early on, click on that Nexus. Because if Nitix is able to get a cancel on the third Nexus of Harstem, after Harstem opened up with a Void Ray, honestly, it could have been a really fun game. Unfortunately, that did not happen, which meant Nitix was behind. Did have this cool little moment where his lurkers did an insane amount of damage, but at that point, the writing was already on the wall.
Yeah, absolutely, and there we have it. GG, Nitix falls down to the lower bracket, while Harstem will face up against Clem. And I want to ask you, Rotterdam, is Clem going to play a PvP against Harstem, in your opinion?
No, he will definitely not do that, even though Clem's PvP is pretty damn good.
Absolutely, I saw some games.
I think Harstem's PvP is excellent, but I'm certain that Clem would have a shot there, but I would actually favor Harstem ever so slightly in a PvP. But no, Clem just loves playing Protoss against Terran, and that is it. Other than that, he is still a Terran player. He loves TVZ. I won't say that he loves TVP, because I don't think that he would be very happy to hear me say that, but he's still incredibly good at it. Whether or not he loves it, he is still an incredibly good Terran against Protoss. So he plays it from both sides. He loves playing Terran against Protoss. He loves being the Protoss against the Terran, but he will avoid TVT and he will also avoid PvP.
Yeah, okay, I understand that. That's a very cool thing of him. But yeah, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Harstem advances in the winner bracket. So yeah, exciting matches coming up ahead. I believe that shortly we will have an interview with him, and I'm curious to see what he has to say. So yeah, Bellum, take it away.
All right, so it's a 2-0 on stage, Harstem. Very much. First of all, round of applause. Thank you. All right. First of all, Harstem, I'd like to say thank you for keeping the storms in the game. It's actually rather nice outside. It's gotten very bright all of a sudden. But I want to talk to you about the game one for just a second, because you're getting effective pressure. What goes through your head when you click on the fact that actually these are +1 lings and he's getting a little bit more aggressive there?
I didn't see they were +1 lings.
Fair enough. Yeah, it worked out anyways. You killed him with your stalkers. But then moving on to game two, you opened up with a Void Ray instead of what tends to be a little bit more common, which is this Oracle openers that people see. What makes that a particularly good opener versus Nitix?
I think it just hides it a little bit better what I'm doing. I still had to reveal that I was going a lot of stalkers because he was pretty aggressive with his links. So it didn't work out, but I still felt like I was in a great spot anyway, so it didn't really matter.
Makes sense. And moving forward, you, by 2-0ing Nitix here, you have the dubious honor of playing Clem in the next round. Any words for Clem there?
I don't know, maybe it's time to go party tonight, Clem, have a couple of drinks, and if we play very early in the morning, perhaps I have a good chance then.
All right, so we're actually going to move the tournament like 5 hours earlier just for Harstem here. It's going to work out. But once again, a round of applause for Harstem. He moves on. Couldn't see it all.
Does it again. He wins in Stara Zagora.
He's moving forward and forward. Reynor needs to evacuate.
Welcome back, Stara Zagora. 2 matches down, 6 to go here in the opening day of the second edition of this beautiful tournament. We've already had a couple of PVZs, we had a PVT. Now it is time to get ready for a TVZ. The next one looks good. Let's go ahead and preview the upcoming match. Alrighty, that is it. Reynor versus Future is going to be our third series. Let's go ahead and give a warm welcome to our 2 video gamers. Stara Zagora, make some noise. Reynor and Future. There is one of our gamers. We were supposed to have 2, but I'm sure we'll find our American Terran as well. Let's get some words in. Reynor, how are we feeling the second time that you're here in Bulgaria?
Feeling good, feeling good. Sunny now, at least. No more rain, which is nice. But yeah, pretty hyped to play.
Couple ZVTs. It's been a while. I've seen you play a lot of ZVT. How are we feeling about that?
I don't know, man. Future is one of the best NA has to offer, and everyone knows the Americans are pretty scary out there. And I don't know, I'll do my best. It's not going to be easy, that's for sure.
And there he is. We have found our Future. Yesterday, you did the group drawing. You knew it was going to be tough. There's a lot of excellent StarCraft 2 players here. But how tough is this one?
No, I mean, it's real tough. You have Serral and Reynor, so it's, yeah, no. I'll try my best, you know.
It's amazing to see you here. Obviously, last year you may have seen a couple games from home, but this time you're actually part of the 16 guys that are here. How does it feel to be in Bulgaria?
No, it's awesome. A little hot, but I'm just really excited, you know what I mean? It's going to be awesome.
How was the hike up the mountain this morning?
I actually enjoyed it quite a lot. I didn't mind it too much.
All right. Anything special that you'd like to say to Reynor before we hop into the series?
Let's just have a fun series. I look forward to it.
Think it's going to be a fun series, Reynor?
I think it's going to be a banger.
All right, I love it. Shake hands and let's go and get this party started. Our first TVZ of the tournament. Casters, it's all yours.
A banger, a fun series for Reynor and Future. That sounds awesome. That sounds fantastic. Reynor and Future have played each other 5 times in the history of StarCraft 2. Of those, it's been 13 maps. Of those, Reynor has taken 12.
Yes, which means that Future has taken 1, but he is the future, he is looking into the future, and maybe the future is bright, so who knows? He looked quite confident on the stage, and I think that he prepared for this tournament very well.
Yeah, he climbed the mountain this morning. That gets you all ready to go. And now that there's some adversity out of the way, maybe you get to solve some adversity on the server. And to Future's credit, he has looked fairly good recently. He had a decent run in EBT or EWC North America qualifiers, taking down Cham 3-1. And I think, actually losing to Cham, but he looked really good in game 1. And that's what matters, because Future is one of these players that you're not going to see him go late game. He's not going to do a Maru there, but his 8 racks is very, very strong. He does such a good job of hitting that timing, hitting that pressure. And these maps in particular, Exalted, the current map pool that we have a lot of maps that really benefit from that style.
Yeah, that's true. And let's take a look at the veto. And I am curious to hear your thoughts.
Last Fantasy finding its way through the picks and bans here. You almost never see that played. Players, well, it's a 3-player map, which means you don't have guaranteed scouting. There's also some issues with the Northwest, the upper base, where you mine like 6% less minerals. So I'm kind of surprised that it made its way through the bans, and I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. It is going to be Future's map pick. That is certainly a map that you could do the old Maru thing and go for a proxy 2 or 3 racks in the middle, and then it's a lot harder for the Zerg to scout.
Yeah, absolutely. And Reynor picking out the Magnata, though, it's a big map in the map pool, so yeah. I think this is quite a comfortable map for the Zergs, but Future picking Last Fantasy, it's a very RNG type of map, and we haven't had one of those in a while in the map pool, and I'm super happy about that actually, BMO, because I'm a big enjoyer into RNG things.
Oh, I love 2-player maps are what we have, but 3- and 4-player maps make me so happy, because not only do you have that a little bit more RNG in there, which adds some variety, some spice of life, but also it means that effectively we have more maps in the pool. A 4-player map is effectively 3 maps in one. You have vertical, and this is a 3-player map, so 3 maps in one. You have vertical spawn, you have horizontal spawn, or diagonal, whatever you want to call it. But those maps play very differently. You often don't get to the side of the map that isn't spawned into, so say they're in left side, north side, that right side, you don't get to play as much, so it adds some extra spice there. It makes prep maybe a little bit more interesting, and I think if you are looking for an upset, which Future undoubtedly is, adding that level of RNG, that level of randomness, does in fact might help him out a little bit.
Yeah, it might, and I believe that this is why exactly he picked this map, and we'll see, because TVZ is a very mechanically taxing matchup, right? And Reynor is just stellar with his mechanics. We saw him recently against ShoWTimE, he was just on top of his game, so I believe that Reynor is in a very good shape right now. So I think that he's coming here into this tournament as one of the favorites. Future, this is going to be an uphill climb for him for sure, but as Rotterdam asked him how was the uphill climb in the morning, he said he didn't mind it too much, so who knows, maybe he is optimistic about this best of 3 series as well.
Maybe. I was talking to Reynor last night in our pre-event dinner, which was very nice, by the way. Thank you, Exalted. And he was telling me that effectively he's here to win this thing this time. He's going to bed early. He's climbing that mountain. He is making sure that he is in peak physical, mental shape.
Not going to karaoke?
That was 2 nights ago. It's fine. That doesn't count. Now that the tournament's getting started, he's going to bed early.
He's locking in.
Oh, he's locking in.
The Italian stallion is here to go all the way.
And we were actually talking about this yesterday, I think, during the media day. But one of the really cool things about this tournament and when it is right now is that EWC is in about 6 weeks or so, maybe a little bit less than that. This is the final tune-up that a lot of these players are going to have in a really competitive tournament format. Home Story Cup's coming up, and that's going to be awesome, but that's always a little bit more casual. This is a big bracket. There are going to be some very high-quality games here, and what that means is this is a big tune-up for them. So, yeah, Reynor, this is more than just a 10,000 euro tournament.
Oh yeah, 1000%. You really need to get your gear in the right pace, for the Esports World Cup. It's going to be a very huge tournament there with a 700,000 USD for a prize pool. This is a big motivator for each and every one of these players, and they're hungry to get there 1000%. So yeah, I believe Future is going to give it his all. Reynor, I'm not sure that he's going to underestimate Future though. So yeah, I think this is going to be a tough battle. But let's get ready for it, and let's see our players. I believe that we are going to be jumping into the main base of our American representative. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Machirinos Esports Future.
And in the upper left, in the blue for Basilisk, he's the Zerg player, it's Reynor.
Alrighty, what type of opener will the Terran choose here? I believe that he needs to be the one to set the pace up, and I think that he needs to pressure the Zerg from the first second of the game. And he's actually going for a very greedy opener here.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a bit of a CC first opening coming out of Future, which is going to be fun. I don't think that's anything we were expecting here. I saw Last Fantasy, I'm like, multiple barracks in the middle of the map, it's gonna be cheeky. But if I'm Future, I haven't scouted anything just yet. I don't know what's happening, and this is one of those things that you can pull off. You can go low ground CC first, because you can assume that it's gonna be a little bit harder for Reynor to scout.
Yeah, but Reynor is going to get lucky.
That he will.
He's overworked, he's already flying there, and once he sees that Future is going for a CC first, what will the Zerg do then?
I mean, the punish timing is already kind of gone. If you want to go and cancel a CC first on the low ground, you have to be opening pool first. That's you can also assume, yes, it's scouting on this map, but also Reynor's not going to sell out for something if he's only 50% confident he's going to be able to see it in the first place. And if I'm Future right now, looking at where this Overlord's coming from, I am very happy because as we talked about before this match got started, upper left, mine's about 6% less. It has one less close mineral node. So it's not a massive deal, but Reynor, he is the favorite here, and anything Future can take is going to be a really big, is going to be as big as possible for him. So Reynor mining that much less, Future getting away with a CC first, both of these things mean that, well, it's as good for Future as possible right now.
Yeah, I believe that right now Future is feeling good about himself. He knows that his second CC won't be punished, and I believe that he's actually going to go for a third one fairly quickly. I expect it even before the starport gets planted, but of course we will see. Having the starport before the third CC is probably a little bit safer though.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. I mean, certainly he's saving up the money for it right now, so I think you're going to be right, Exalted. But the other way you can take this, these early game greedy builds, and actually we saw Future do this in the EWC qualifiers, where anything you can do to get an economic advantage early is not to power you into the mid game. It's not getting you to 4 bases. It means that your Hellbat timing is going to hit just a little bit faster. It means that your Hellion Banshee, Hellbat, stuff, like whatever it is that you want to get aggressive, your 2-on-1, they just hit that much faster. Of course, that's not happening in this game. Third base is already on the way, so he's just, I gotta say, I'm a little surprised here. I think I looked at this series, and I looked at how Future was playing actually in these EWC qualifiers, and opting for something that is very much just a very strong standard macro opener in this game number 1 on a map that theoretically is very good for something a little bit more aggressive. It's a little bit counter to what I expected.
Yeah, but I really like it though. He's playing here with confidence and he's going for something more macro-esque, which I really love. And on a big map like that, I think that it can get you the advantages. And as you said, that Hellion timing, that 2-1-1 or whatever type of build Future will go, he's going for Hellions, of course, but whatever it is, it's going to hit that much faster, that much stronger. But I really like Reynor's defensive setup as well. He already has Roaches on the way, and we all know that Roaches fare pretty well against Hellions.
Yeah, I really like this from Reynor. We went into this talking about how Future could be aggressive, about how Future is definitely the underdog. And Reynor just saying, okay, well, if you were going to go Hellbats, that's countered. If you're going to go for some sort of 2-on-1, I have Roaches on the field. Just crossing as many T's and dotting as many I's as possible just to make sure that it gets to that stage of the game where he feels so very confident. Of course, he's going to poke out with the Roaches a little bit. He kills off a Hellion or two. But this is not a Roach swell. This is not him going for some big sledgehammer timing. This is just making sure that his opponent is aware that, well, everything that's that he's going to be on the map, and Future reads into this way too much. He does not need these 2 bunkers right now, and we talked about how he's trying to be as macro as possible, develop that economy. 2 bunkers this early on when you don't need them, that slows you down.
But this is just a perfect example of the power of the mind games, right? You show the Terran the Roaches, and I mean, unless you confirm it, you always kind of wonder, is this the big timing that is coming to hit me? We see that this isn't the case, but of course Future has no way of knowing that. And this Banshee, I mean, it's for safety, sure, but it could find some damage here and there. One Banshee though, maybe not as dangerous.
And now it does mean the roaches aren't going to get a lot done. I mean,
True.
obviously,
True.
with roaches running across the map anyways, but Reynor very active with his queens as well. I'd be curious to see how many he's made this game, because we are seeing with the, oh, that Banshee almost goes down, but because we are seeing this difference, okay, 5 queens, we are seeing this evolution of a lot of the Zerg matchups right now, because queens are 25 minerals more expensive, that we're not seeing these 7, 8, 9 queen styles anymore. Sometimes we do, and Reynor will do that on occasion, but if you can cut the queens so you're back to the old school Heart of the Swarm, 2 creep queens plus 1 per base, it means that you're actually saving yourself just a little bit of money, and you're still getting most of the value. Maybe not all of it defensively, but you're able to get your creep spreading, you're able to go and make sure you hit those injects. But well, Future, we talked about this at the start of the game, about the prospect of an 8-racks. That it seems to be exactly what's happening here. There's 3, 4 more barracks on the way. +1/+1's just about done. Stim is actually going to be the last upgrade. That's going to finish in this setup. Interesting thing, though, we talk about timings. This is not going to be a 1-1 timing. We still need combat shields. It's only a single tech lab on these barracks. So we're going to be building 15 Marines at a time.
Yeah.
It's a lot of Marines, but you do need to hit that, well, you need combat shields as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Reynor, though, adding the infestation pits, so he's getting ready to develop into his hive tech, and I would agree with that, because so far the game is pretty passive, right? So you kind of want to climb as further ahead at the tech tree as possible.
Absolutely. There's a Reaper on the production tab. I don't think that's what Future meant to build, but I'm sure it's for the KD8 charges. It's going to be really important here. RoadToEWC.
Yeah.
It's going to be fine. But so there are a couple ways these 2-1-1s can go. Future, for now, looks like he actually doesn't have any add-ons on... No, okay, he's building them, actually. So he's getting at least 1 add-on on the additional barracks. So it's not that Clem 2-1-1 that we've seen so often, where you actually don't get add-ons on the 3 additional barracks, and you just hit incredibly fast. This one's aiming closer to like a 160-2-2 type of setup, where you hit with 5 or 6 tanks, you have a massive swell of Marines, and you time it out right with that 2-2 timing. Unfortunately for Future, Reynor's read into this one. As you mentioned, the Hive is a third of the way done.
Yeah.
Yeah, Banelings, they're going to be there. They're not there just yet. Certainly the Baneling nest just finished. But Reynor has read into this so well, and by the time that this big swell of Terran Bio hits, you would think, and actually it's moving out right now, so maybe just a little bit earlier, but Reynor should have what he needs to defend at least the first hammer blow.
Yeah, but the Bailings are not here just yet, at least the speed Bailings, so these Marines are actually a threat, and Future, using the speed fields, he's going to get very quickly to the other side of the map, but he decides to maybe turn around. No, he really needs to pressure now, and he will. The Terran army is here. Will the Zerg defend? And how will he manage to do so?
And Future has to be very careful to get across the map, get out of these speed zones before the engagement happens, because you put a bunch of speed banes, or even slow banes, in the speed zones, it becomes a lot more difficult for Future to take the fight. So for now, he's through. He's working on clearing creep out as much as possible. Baneling speed only now just getting started here. And Reynor, though, going for a great big surround on top of Future's army. The speed banes are slow, but for the most part, the Bellum, oh no! Marines run straight into the Banelings there, and all the tanks are going to fall down. Even though the Banelings were not fast, they were fast enough, and Future has to get the hell on out of here.
Yeah.
That did not work.
The future doesn't seem too bright here, but another siege tank will come. And being off creep, the Zerg army really needs to respect the tank here. Future moving up ahead with his Marines. He will try to kill as many Roaches, as many Ravagers, and as many Lynx as possible here. And he's actually trading pretty well. But Reynor's army will have to run away.
+2 is done right now as well. So that army that took some damage is going to take even less here. Baneling speed is going to be done soon. That's what Reynor really wants. Baneling speed, adrenal glands. All of the sudden, this army is going to fight that much better. But Future, for now, trying to take advantage of this opportunity. Stims up the ramp. Couple Ravagers may be the target. They're trying to get up here. Baneling speed still not done. If Future can target this down, and he's going to do an okay job of it. But fighting up that ramp into Ravagers as the tanks continue to fall is not what he needs. So he's making a game of this. He's making a fight of this. He's continuing to stim on top of everything, trying to trade as many Ravagers as possible. And all of a sudden here, I don't think he breaks through, but this is a much better fight than you would ever expect him to take. But now we see the benefit. +2 is done. Adrenal glands are done. Speed banes are done. Reynor continues to macro, and it got very very close there, Exalted.
Very close indeed, BU move, but Reynor seems like he has stabilized. Still though, Future will not put the brake pedal down. He's going to step on the gas and he's coming with the SVs as well. SVs, Marines and tanks gathered together with Medivacs is going to be the option here, Future, to try and kill the Zerg right here, right now. And he feels like he's on the timer, and I agree with him. So he's going to throw all of his supply at Reynor.
I mean, pulling the SCVs into a bunch of Banes is a little bit dicey there. He's going to have to run back at the Banelings. Well, they're going to kill a lot of him anyways. This last tank, not long for this world. Future pulled the SCVs, and as a result, he's now on 48 workers. That really did not accomplish nearly as much as he would like to, especially with 3-3, like 80% done here. So he pulls the boys. He continues to poke on the edge of creep, but look at the production tab. Carapace just about done. 3 Ultras on the way, and once you get there, these Ultras are probably not dying. It's a very difficult composition for Future to fight into. So now that the Ultralists are out, and now that the tanks are gone as well, 2 Marines against 4 armor Ultras, we can see what's happening right now. They just don't kill them.
No, they don't, and we see Future supply plummeting, getting below 100. Reynor looking as strong as ever, and with the tech he has at his disposal, he is going to be feeling super confident to step out on the map, out of his creep, and to try to push her Future at his own base. And here we have it. Good place to kind of stack the Marines, though.
It's hard to attack up the ramp. We saw that issue with Future. Now we're seeing that issue with Reynor as well. Just getting up that ramp into a stim bio ball, into tanks behind. It's not an easy thing whatsoever. And, you know, we talked about the pulling of the boys and how it really didn't get a lot done. Future was also mining out of those bases. They were SCVs that, if he's not going to float somewhere else where doesn't really matter. But here comes Reynor up the ramp, multiple sides once again. 3-3 is done. Marauders are starting to get produced, but they're not ready just yet. No concussive shells as well, and that tank barely is going to stay alive. I like this move from Future, though, on the left side.
Yeah, it's forcing Reynor to return. Yeah.
The problem is, Exalted, Future still can't kill the army in his base.
Yeah, that's true, but at least we have 3 siege tanks on the high ground, so this is going to help out for sure. But this Fango here is going to demolish all of these Marines, and whatever pressure and counterattack the Future could do, now the potential is gone. So now he really needs to focus all of his might to push Reynor back, and he did.
He did, but we need to see Future to establish a 4th base. Even float the main base over somewhere, because his economy, it really doesn't exist. It is so small right now between the SDV pull. He'd be overmining anyways, but only being on, like, his 3rd base only has 4 mineral patches. He has no money right now. So even though he's got 3-3, he's got Marauders, he's building these units, he cannot afford to reinforce. So he will float his main base over to the 4th base. He's going to start to try mining a little bit more, but at 133 supply versus a nearly maxed out Reynor who's getting, well, he's getting anabolic, well, not anabolic synthesis, he's getting ultra speed, he's getting Vipers, he's getting +3/+2 for melee, adding in more ultras here rapidly. In fact, he might already be here, but he's just building this army that Future cannot deal with.
Yeah, that's true, but at least Future is trying. He's again poking here and there with a squad of Marines and Marauders. This time around, though, he's not going to be losing them to the Banelings, so that's good news for him. And we see that Future actually acquired a new base. Will he be able to protect it, though, for long enough for it to become relevant? We shall see, but at least he's trying. He's not giving up. He's playing with tenacity without looking back, basically. So I'm very satisfied at the playstyle that Future is showcasing here.
I think so. I would love to see Future try something. He's building 2 more barracks when he really doesn't have enough money to support all of it. But I would love to see this. We've started to see some Terran players just go mass Marauder. And Ghosts, they've been nerfed. Some Terran players say, I can still make them work. Some Terran players, less of a fan. But we have seen kind of this move back to this 4M with tanks idea where he's getting a lot of Marauders, and that's going to be good enough. And I feel like given the economy that Future has right now, that probably getting into Ghosts, as good as they would be for the Infestors, it's going to be a little bit difficult. So as we take a look at the game state right now, Reynor, he's got himself on 5 bases, 6 base on the way. Future is effectively on 1, by the way. He's got that extra base, but the main base, that's floated over. The natural is mined out. 3rd base, just about here. So this is all about Future trying to buy as much time, and a full surround coming in from Reynor. Great blinding taunt cloud on top of the tanks as well. Ducks from the high ground, and Future, he's got to give this position up. Exalted, you asked the question, will this last long enough to give Future the benefit he needs? I think we have a very clear answer. It's no.
It's no, but at least he saved the orbital command here, which is something of, you know, of significance at least. Because losing that orbital is going to be super hurtful.
Oh, you need every mule you can possibly find. So Future, he's on the map now once again. Couple tanks unsieged, just trying to push forward. But fighting into this position in those speed zones, we talked about it, it's so scary. A couple Liberators are going to get added in, and that gives you something against these Ultras. But the problem is, as the army on the ground falls down, you don't have to fight in the Liberation zones. You just don't have to.
You don't have to, still though these Liberators are doing so much work, killing Ultras here and there. Reynor needs to be careful not to throw them out so recklessly, but still, I mean, he's so far ahead. Almost 100 supply lead here, and we will see the GG. Mr. Reynor will take the lead.
Yeah, he's trying to go all in. That's what Future had to do. He's been all in for the entirety of that game almost.
Basically.
You go, you get away with CC first. You get a quick third base. You're doing everything you can to make sure that that 2-2 timing at about 175 supply hits as fast and as strong as possible. And it did. He almost broke Reynor. But there's a reason that Reynor is a former world champion. There's a reason that we put him number 3 seed. There's a reason that he is seen as so good. So that he sees every opportunity. He makes sure that he holds. And from the point that timing didn't really work, really wasn't a lot that Future could do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wonder though, how do you enter game 2 after a series start like that? Because Future really had a nice opener. Basically, he did whatever he wanted to do in the early game, but just when he moved out on the map, Reynor showed his incredible skill, and yeah, basically he was up ahead the full duration of the map.
Well, I see it going one of two ways, Exalted. If I know Future, it's going to be 2 or 3 racks.
And you do know Future.
Yeah, well, I know the present. The future is always a mystery. But if I know him, he likes his 2 or 3 racks. The other way to say this, though, is Maganatha is a pretty good 8 racks map.
Okay.
And I want to say Maganatha is game 2. So I could very much see Future not going CC first. I don't think that you get away with that versus Reynor a second time. But I could see him going for a more standard Reaper expand, maybe Marine expand into that 8 racks, trying to hit the timing once again. Because he did almost break him, right? That is the story we're going with here.
Almost.
Couple things go different. I don't think the SCV pull did anything for him, but he did almost break through.
Yeah, it was a good attempt, 1000%. Of course, Reynor a big favorite here. We said it in the pre-show that he lost just 1 map to Future.
Yeah, we're going to have to see exactly as I think we just lost what you said there. But Exalted just said it's going to be a very difficult matchup for sure, as we saw in map number 1, because, well, now it's 13-1 in maps all time in this matchup. But we're going to get into game 2, see what happens here. Is in the bottom right in the red. He's down a map. The 8 racks almost worked until it didn't. From Maturino, it's Future.
And his opponent in the top left side, he is the former world champion trying to win here at Bellum against Elite Stara Zagora, opening up with a pull first. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Italian stallion, Reynor! Reynor adapting towards Future's playstyle, and we see that even on a big map like Maganatha, he is going to go with a pull first, and that is actually an incredible decision, because we see that Future is once more going to go full grid, but this time around, he's going to get punished for it.
Yeah, I was looking at this, I'm like, oh man, Future won this mind game so hard, because there's no way he CC first 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
And then, well, it's a 14 pool coming out against a Reaper expand. It's not going to get anything done. Future won the mind game. But as it stands, that's not what's happening here. The 6 lings are just about done. 8 lings just about done. They're going to run on to the other side of the map and find a command center that's almost done, but not quite. And what that means is that, well, ideally this SCV is going to get pulled off of things. It's going to be delayed. Maybe not canceled because, well, assuming the Marine, everything comes out in time, Future's able to micro well enough. But at the end of the day, it means that this greed that Future's going for, it wasn't punished in game 1. This time, Reynor's learning.
Yeah, he's showing adaptability, and this is a sign, of course, of a great Zerg player. Great player in general, because adaptability is super important quality in a game like StarCraft 2, and we are already seeing this being showcased, and the links are actually going to get here just before the CC finishes, and this is the moment which hurts the most for Terran, because you're just so close to finishing it up, and now probably you have to cancel.
Yeah, you gotta pull the SCVs into it, just try to make sure you get this up, and because it's almost done, it does mean that you have some HP to play with, but there's nothing. Oh, he's supply blocked! Oh no, Future, this is such a problem. He actually might just go down. The damage that he's gonna lose between the mining time and the SCVs falling, it was a great game one. It really was. The 8 racks almost worked, but this supply block in game 2, 13 dead SCVs. Luckily, what that means is that you can get a Marine out, but we're looking at 10 SCVs versus 18 drones. The Natural's done. Third base should be on the way soon. Lings are gonna find their way to the main base a little bit more, but without the orbital to drop down a supply depot, without the supply depot being made, being able to remade here, or the fact that it's a CC first and therefore you're going to get some supply off of that one, it's just a disaster for Future, man. This is not what you want.
No, not at all, and yeah, he's going to, of course, try his best to recover, but Reynor, he saw everything that Future has. He drones up now as freely as possible, and he's actually adding a Roach Warren, which is going to come at a very dangerous timing for Future, and I believe that the push coming here from Reynor is going to be super tough for Future to deal with. Luckily though, he's building the factory, some siege tanks might pop up just in time, but BO, things are looking grim.
Oh, I love this from Reynor. He knows exactly how much damage he got done, and it was way more than Future could ever really deal with. So you drop that Roach Warren down. You go in like 32, 30, well actually 27, 28 drones, and you just run a bunch of roaches across the map. And either you win the game with it, or you take that advantage, maybe you lose it a little bit, but you force Future to be very, very defensive. I know you mentioned the tank that will be on the way. It will be. But Reynor, we should see him get enough gas. Actually, I say that, he's building more roaches here, but we would expect to see him get a little bit more gas so we can have 3 Ravagers, 1 tap the tank down. And even on the high ground, well, we have like 5 Marines on the map. The bunker's gonna be there, but you can put the Overlord in such a way where it's not, the tank, even if it's on the high ground, is still going to be viable, still going to be pressurable. So we're going to have to see just how much damage this gets done. Probably not going to be the 7 Overlord or 7 Ravager setup where you just like 1-tap the bunker. But I mean, look at that. Reynor's so all in on this one. He's walked the Queens across the map as well.
you know he's feeling confident. Future saw the Queens. But let's see if he can actually make it happen. He needs a miracle though. Reynor here with a very nice army. The pressure is on. BO move.
I think he looks at the setup though, and he's like, well, you know, I might get some damage done here. I might actually break him, but I'm not confident. So he is droning up behind this. He does have the 3 Ravagers, which is just going to take that tank down. SCVs actually get pulled into this one, which means it's kind of hard to get there, and the Queen should fall down as well. Now, of course, the Queen was brought in the off chance this was a Banshee follow-up that would just shut this down. As it stands, you add Queens, there's no creep there. The Queens don't really do a lot, so Reynor committed to this.
You need creep? Well, we are going to make a hatchery here. I just love the creativity out of Reynor. And yeah, he's going to plant the creep tumors now with the Queen. Amazing job by Reynor. He needed the creep and he ordered it.
Well, that means it's going to be hard to take your 3rd base. That's for daggone sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And yes, Future is building it, but Reynor already seems like he's 2 steps ahead.
I mean, you say that though, and the longer this goes, Reynor's only just now getting his 3rd base start. He's got his lair on the way, and we might see some aggression out of that one, but his 3rd base is very delayed given the game state here. He really did commit to this timing. And if Future doesn't take any more damage, he's got his 3rd base just about done. He's got Marines on the way. He's got tanks. He's going to move them forward a little bit more. And this army, while it does have 3 Ravagers, and we talked about how that's the insta-kill on the tanks, this is not as scary as it used to be. This is much more of a contain that is giving Future an opportunity time to mule heavily at his natural, to build more SCVs, to start to build them 3 at a time once that 3rd base is done. And Reynor, well, he's still in a great spot, don't get me wrong. But he's giving Future a tiny bit of a window back into this.
Yeah, absolutely. Steam Pack will finish up, and this will be a very important upgrade here for him, as he is, of course, going to be using that bio weaponry. But Reynor, he's getting further and further ahead. He's not going to get punished for anything in the upcoming minutes at least. At least we see some Medivacs start flying around, but the infestation pit is already on the way, Bellum, and I believe that we might see some Swarm host finishing attempt, or?
Quickest possible Ultras, I think, is going to be the play here.
Ultra?
Yeah. Shout out to the Serral style that he used on Neo Humanity 2 years ago, and I think not the global team, Masters Coliseum 7. There we go, to go kill Maru and annihilate him. You go for that, you go quick Ultras, but actually he's not even going to go that far. In fairness, he doesn't quite have the gas for it. It's just going to be 3 Infestors. He knows that, like, one good fungal with these Biles, the Marines are going to go falling down. So he's adding Infestors, and I think this is extra surprising, given Reynor's reputation. Not quite as earned as it now as it used to be, but this man historically does not build Infestors unless he's lost the game. And, you know, he's given Future again. He's given Future way back into it, but this is not a bad game state for Reynor.
Oh no, not at all. And Infestors are a pretty powerful spellcaster in their own right, so I think they're a good choice. I was kind of wondering, since you're containing the Terran Dead hardly, could you actually pull out a Swarm Host attempt? But yeah, I believe the Infestor probably is a better choice here. Still, Future has the Medivacs now, and he will start moving on the map, which he hasn't done basically for the past 8 minutes.
Now he's been locked in his side of the map, and we talked about Swarm Host versus Bio. Not something we would normally see, but if you saw Rogue versus, Rogue versus Hero Marine in DreamHack Dallas, that was a game where Swarm Host did in fact beat the Bio player. I'm not saying we're going to see it here, and we shouldn't see it here, but technically I've seen it once in the last 5 years, Exalted, and that's got to count for something. But for now, Future, he's dropping around, he's looking for some opportunity, and one of the benefits, by the way, about dropping this creep on the other side, it actually isn't going to delay the third base. He didn't creep in that direction, but you can start to creep backwards with those forward queens, and if we take a look at that, the creep spread on the map from Future right now, or from Reynor right now, is kind of disgusting.
Yeah, especially if you're a Terran fan, right? But there we have it, just an amazing Zerg we have here in this match, but I'm super happy to see the Future is not giving up. He's trying his best to climb back into this series, and I mean, slowly but surely, he's getting there, Bill.
He is.
I mean, he has 3 bases, he has 68 SCVs, he has some tanks, and now he's producing more and more barracks, more and more Marines and tanks. He's going to be pressuring with the Medivacs, but Reynor is trying to make some more ways here that he can attack Future from.
I hear what you're saying, Exalted, and everything is true, but I just look at the fact that we have an Ultra Cavern done, and the Terran player's on 1-1. There's not a Ghost Academy, Marauders are not being made in massive numbers. I guess, well, 3 of them is not too bad, but I'm looking at this setup, and 1-1 Bio does not, even if it's just like +1 armor Ultras, maybe they do okay. But as these Ultras start to get their kindness plating, as they start to get +2, this army, they can kill the Lings, they can kill the Infestors, they can kill the Roaches. They're not going to tickle these Ultras, not for a long time.
Yeah, that's true, but this is why we see Future adding some Marauders there as well. At least they pack a little bit of a harder punch against the Ultras. Still though, I agree with you, Bio. The army that Future has right now is not going to fare well against the Ultra Tech that Reynor is already having on the map, and we see Reynor at 200 supply. So yeah, I think that he's going to get ready to attack now.
Yeah, I wonder if I don't think we have Burrow done, so we're not going to see Sharkfesters playing against this one. Bit of a saving grace for Future right now means that he's not quite as worried at an Infestor coming in from the backside and fungling everything. He will have a chance to scan ahead and see them and maybe dodge some of those fungals. But Future, he's moving out. This is just the worst time for him to move on the map right now. It's actually the Infestors. They're going to get caught because Reynor a little bit distracted on the run by. But the Infestors, all 3 of them, pretty sure they all went down, which means that this push, Ultras are still terrifying. Do not get me wrong. +2 in Kindness is a scary thing. But they're not going to be focused for that one, although even we talk about that, not sure it totally matters. The run by is so good, and the SCVs, they've been pulled into the front line, but they're not in the fight just yet. Everything collapses onto this army of Future, and it's kind of pushing through, actually.
It is kind of pushing through, and he's chasing Reynor here, even on top of his creep. Yeah, he lost 29-30 SCVs, but still, he has a shot here. He's pressuring, and can Reynor fall here?
He's got to go right now. He's supply blocked from the run by, so it's not easy. Ling's getting on top of this Bio army, and the transfuses are more than good enough. Reynor again, maybe a scary moment there with that push. but he stabilized, the run by works, and takes that 2-0 versus Future.
Yeah, Future not looking so happy, but I think that he played a very nice series. I mean, he tried something interesting in both games, actually. Both times opening with the CC first. The first game, he did well with it, but the second one was punished. Still, I was surprised that he held in for so long, but great to Future for being so resilient.
Yeah, I really thought he had won the mind games there again. I really expected that to be a Reaper expand in game number 2. But as we're seeing here, the spellcasting usage from Reynor, fantastic. Maybe you don't want to lose some infestors at the end, but just a very good job of understanding exactly when Future sounds like he's on stage right now.
Yeah.
I think I can hear the crowd a little bit. But just a very nice opportunity, very nice job of just seeing where the scary timings were from Future, dodging them, and making sure that he got to the point where he was the strongest player and he had the strongest army as much as possible.
Yeah, that's true. Well, let's give the mic to Roti and Reynor, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Exalted and BMOV. I am indeed joined by the man who just got a 2-0 victory. Reynor off to another good start, similar to last year. I noticed you guys started off on Last Fantasy, and before you guys did your vetoes, I said, hey guys, let's start off on Last Fantasy. You guys said, sure. I thought you were joking, but is this why we started off on Last Fantasy?
I mean, why not? That map always makes bangers. It's not necessarily good, but it's always fun, so why not?
It's good to see that the spirits are light. Talking about that first game, obviously you had a very cool engagement, but you did have slow bailing, so it could have been scary, but you had some amazing connections. Yet it kind of felt, the longer the battle went on, the more that the Terran army started to pick up some serious amount of units. Were you ever worried there?
I think that was kind of the battle of the dumbasses, because he forgot combat shield and I forgot bailing speed. So I looked at it, I was like, let's see who messed up more. And yeah, I just took the fight, vibed it out, it worked out, and then the Marines were owning everything. So I kind of went back and kept it cool.
Kept it cool. Ever any worries or never any doubt?
Not really. I knew his supply was very low. He mostly had medivacs. Even though 2-2 Marines are scary, it was okay, I think.
Were you surprised when you saw the boys showing up? Because the boys are very known to make it to the other side of the map when you go up against Protoss, but now the boys are showing up in every matchup.
I mean, I remember Future pulling the boys against me a couple of times back in the day as well, so I was kind of expecting it, yeah. It was kind of fun to see though.
And the second game, I can't believe you would do our new American friend and guest dirty. Traveled all the way from the States over to Bulgaria, and what do we see? A couple Zerglings in the net you admitted to.
Yeah, I knew he would most likely go CC first or some proxy rack, so I said why not? And it was indeed CC first, and that's kind of the blind counter. Even though he made tanks after, and he kind of owned my roaches, but I think I was just too far ahead.
I think it's fair to say. Last year you obviously had a pretty good run. You made it all the way up to the upper bracket final, where you lost against the man you like to call the kid, even though he is actually older than you. And then you lost in the lower bracket final to good old Oliveira, but still a top 3 finish. That was pretty good. What can we expect of you in this edition?
And I'm obviously aiming to win, and I'll do my best in the following matches. I know I would... Am I against Clem next round? No, I'm not. Okay.
You're against the winner of the upcoming match, which is an actual turbo banger, the PvP between Trigger and SKillous.
Oh yeah, that's a turbo banger indeed. Yeah, I just do my best and hopefully I'll win. Obviously that's the goal. So yeah, very excited.
Would you rather play against your old roommate or against your current teammate?
I think they're pretty close in skill level at the moment. I think maybe I would rather play Nikita. I don't play him much. I've played Trigger a bunch in Korea ladder, so why not go with Nikita? But I'm cheering for Trigger because of my teammates, so
50-50, pick your poison, lots of Protoss, lots of Stalkers, lots of Oracles. Any final words to the people either here or watching from home?
No, thank you guys for cheering for me. I told you it was thank you. And I told you it was gonna be a turbo banger against Future, and I think it was. And yeah, thank you guys for coming, and thank you guys for watching at home. See you in the next matches.
Looking forward to watching more of your games tomorrow, guys. That was Reynor. We're gonna go ahead and head into a little break, and after this we'll be back with potentially the most hyped and closest match of the opening day. 2 amazing Protoss players. Trigger versus SKillous is coming up next.
Does it again. He wins in Stara Zagora.
He's moving forward and forward. Reynor needs to evacuate.
It felt really good to come last time because Bulgaria was one of the few European countries that I haven't really had a lot of chances to visit. When I met you in the past, I could see how much you love StarCraft and you were so determined on making a StarCraft event happen in Bulgaria that I told you from the beginning, if you make it happen, I'll be there. And I'm so glad that we met. I'm so glad that I did that because I think last year was awesome. It was the very first time I ever commentated a StarCraft 2 event outdoors. But the people were so fun. I felt all the players had fun, which shows as well that a lot of the guys that were here last year came back for round 2. Of course, when you asked me, yes, I'm excited. Yes, I'm ready for another week of StarCraft. We had a lot of hot dogs last year. The weather was amazing. Also very good cardio because we are actually in nature and we have to go for a little bit of a hike every single day before we start. But yeah, I loved the Stara Zagora last year and I'm expecting it to be just as good, if not even better. I mean, we're going to try to make it even better, right? As this time. It's funny because over the weekend I attended TwitchCon and I met a lot of people that used to watch StarCraft and eventually moved on, and they asked me like, what are you doing? And I was like, I'm still doing it. They're like, still? I was like, yeah. He's like, I watched you like 10 years ago. And I explained them that I think StarCraft is obviously an amazing game and I love it and I still find it fun. But over time I think the love for the scene and the love for the community and the love for the pro players that we have has grown bigger than the love for the actual game. I just really like following the journeys of these guys that we have sometimes seen since they were like 15, 16, eventually grow up to be world champions. I find that stuff even more fun than the game itself. So that is what I'm always looking forward to, just connecting with the pro players again, the fans that we have that travel from sometimes even North America all the way to countries like Bulgaria to just hang out with us, have some drinks, have some beers, enjoy the games. That is what keeps me still going. And when I then find myself in a new environment, like standing outdoors and I look around, I was like, so much freedom, you know, like I'm not sitting behind a desk where I cannot move. It's like, no, we just stood there like on a little stage, so to speak, and we could look around, we could wave with our arms. It was actually a really fun time. It was a great experience. And that's the kind of stuff that gets me going as well. But I think above all, it's just the love of the community, the honor of being part of it for so long that still gets me up in the morning to either play a couple games or cast a couple games, sometimes from home and sometimes on a beautiful mountain in Stara Zagora, a city that I'd never heard of 3 years ago. These are going to be a couple of very exciting days of StarCraft because, as you said, we basically have 2 championships on the line here. We've got Clem, who's our reigning champ. He's here again. It's fantastic to have Clem back, and he is always a top favorite for every single tournament he enters to potentially go back-to-back. But we also have that other tournament where the highest places or the highest placed finisher that's not qualified yet for the Esports World Cup will get seeded directly into the Esports World Cup. And that is an incredibly exciting competition too, because you look at ShoWTimE, you look at Lambo, you look at SKillous, you look at Spirit, all guys that we normally expect to make it to an Esports World Cup. They haven't done it yet. This is a great opportunity for them. For some of them, it's even the last chance. So I find that competition just as exciting as the one who's going to raise the trophy. I think when it comes to the trophy, it is maybe a 3-way battle between Serral, Reynor and Clem. We can't count out Zoun. We can't count out Ryung either, who's done some amazing things in the past against top Europeans. So it's going to be fun, man. I'm just excited. I'm excited for both of the tournaments that we have running that are part of one tournament. But we'll have a lot to talk about, Exalted. It is an absolute honor to be back over here in Stara Zagora for the 2nd edition of the Bellum's Jam Elite. I am above all happy that we've got some new faces here too, like YoungYakov, a kid that I've been casting for years and I've interacted a lot with on Battle.net, but I've never had a chance to meet him. For me, that is one of the coolest things out there. The sun is shining, the spirit is up, everyone is ready for a lot of hot dogs, a couple beers, some rakia, but above all, fantastic StarCraft 2 in the upcoming 4 days. We're going to do our best to make it awesome. Enjoy.
Gonna send it one last time with all the queens, road to scavengers and a couple locusts.
All of the Hydras have fallen down and we see a substantial lead in our supply.
He's always in 2 locations at the same time. It looks like he might win both of them as well. These Hydras are just melting here, and the drop's getting damage on the other side.
Did not get the hot pickup there. Actually, we did. So this one Disruptor, one Marauder, excuse me, has now killed 3 Disruptors already. That's pretty well.
Lings and Ultras are starting to swarm here. Parasitic Bomb make it so hard to heal.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, after our short break, we are ready for a banger of a series. I cannot wait for this one. It's going to be a Protoss versus Protoss for the ages. SKillous will play against Trigger when we drew this match. I just couldn't wait. So let's take a closer look at the 2 players and then we are going to bring them on the stage. And I'm here with SKillous and Trigger. Big round of applause, everybody. What a PvP we have at our hands. SKillous, the PvP maestro. How are you feeling in this match?
Yes. I'm a PvP master.
PvP master, yes, I said it, so yeah, absolutely. Trigger, you're a little bit of a PvP master yourself. Last time you were on stage, you put out stats. Are you feeling confident against SKillous?
I mean, I feel good. I have some plans, and let's see if I can beat the master.
Yeah, what are your plans though?
My plans, well, I know his plans, and then I made some counter plans.
Oh wow, do you believe that, SKillous?
Yes.
Oh well, you need to protect your thoughts maybe a little bit more. Well, do you have a message for your opponent?
I will just tell you.
Very clear message. What do you have a response?
I hope he does so he qualifies, but I'm not gonna give it for free, so.
Ooh, well, I can already feel the vibe. Shake the hands and let's get ready to rumble, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, this is going to be an absolute classic. Oh, nice. And we have a debut at the caster's desk, so give a big round of applause for Jonkata and Bellum.
That's right, Jonkata. We have a PvP, and most importantly, as we get into this series, that was a prolonged handshake. Who won?
Oh man, I'm gonna give it to Trigger, I gotta say. So I'm really glad to be here. Hello everyone and welcome to the RoadToEWC. We're watching Bellum against Elite Stara Zagora 2025. It's my debut at the big casting desk. I'm so excited. And for my debut, I'm joined by the wonderful Bellum, who I'm a huge fan of. So what's up, man?
Well, you know, we get to see really some awesome PvP. Trigger qualified to the EWC off of if you haven't seen it, go back and watch it. Estrella Trigger, Game 7, a banger. You should go back and watch it. But he qualified off an incredible PvP. Adepts all over the place, insane series. But going back to SKillous as well, he's had a lot of really good PvP performances at Bellum Gen's Elite Stara Zagora. That matchup that I think Exalted was alluding to was a crazy 2-0 over stats last year, where Roddy and I were losing our minds over like a single warp prism and a single immortal all over the map. Just this insane base trade. So clearly, as he said, he is the master PvP. Trigger having a very good run as well. As we take a look at the maps that we got here, it's Tokamak, Ley Lines, Persephone in the Decider, so nothing too crazy, Jonkata.
Yeah, this Tokamak map, I just really love it. In the qualifiers, we had some really wild matches take place on that, and just the entire new map pool, it feels like it brings such a breath of fresh air into the game, you know?
Yeah, I really like the new pool. As a Zerg player that's getting 8 racks, I'm not as much of a fan. But in general, I like how the maps are different. How we have Persephone with the speed zones and the healing ramp on the right side. How we have finally a 3-player map again that is banned out and will likely be banned out for the majority of this tournament. Yeah. We did see it last series, so we're fine. But we have all these different ideas that we can play around with. Of course, in PvP, maps do matter, but you know, pick bans are much more of an idea of what players want to play and what they don't want to play, rather than an idea about, well, okay, this map is good for my race in this matchup or not good in this matchup, or against my race in this matchup as much.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see new mechanics being utilized more and more in these maps, because like it kind of gets standard, you know. Even back in the day in Brood War, I remember air maps were such a thing, you know, just those ones. Everyone who doesn't know, there were maps back in the day where you couldn't even walk to your opponent, you had to shuttle them over or fly, and that was really amazing. And speed zones, healing zones, destructible rocks, these new, what were they called, these biological blockades on the map that you can destroy.
The decaying Zerg hatcheries. I'm sure there's actual. Yeah, I'm sure there's actually a name for them. Yeah, they're cool, right?
Any mechanic that you can shake up the map with, and like a 3-player map, something that's non-symmetrical, something, just anything to shake it up, I think is really great.
Not only is that map asymmetrical in where you spawn, it's also asymmetrical in how you mine if you get unlucky. It's true asymmetry. No, we're going to actually throw that one. That last one. That one's a little, it's going to get fixed. Eventually the arcade's going to be good, and we're going to be moving in. Of course, we saw on camera just a bit ago, our players are getting ready. Trigger trying to figure out whether a pillow or not a pillow is the proper meta to deal with SKillous.
These pillows, by the way, are very storied pillows. a number of world-class StarCraft 2 players have sat on them because they were here and they were sat on a lot last year as well.
So we're giving our players old pillows.
Oh, yeah.
Is what I'm hearing here. It's great, incredible. Actually, we should point out the quality of this tournament, especially moving up from last year, is really well done. And I'm not just saying this because they brought me out here. It is rather impressive, but it seems like we got a countdown here. We're going to get ready to go rather soon. It's game one between Trigger and SKillous, and we're going to see the zoom in as we get started here. So in the upper right, in the red on Tokamak from Basilisk, qualified to EWC, it's Trigger.
All right, and in the lower left, in the blue, as the other Protoss, we have SKillous representing Russia.
So what I look at when we look at PvPs are really that first couple buildings. Obviously, there's a lot more. 100% there's a lot more, but there's always this question. If you're max packs, you're going to go single gate expand. Almost doesn't matter what the map is, although he's pulled back from that a little bit. But it's one of these ideas where if you go single gate expand, you're going to have to go, and you're going to be on the defensive, because if your opponent hasn't done the same thing, he's going to be all in you. And as we saw Trigger in that EWC qualifier go for, he's a big fan. He's taking a page out of Eric Fire's book. He's a big fan of these 2-3 gate robo ideas where you get across the map, put a ton of pressure early. Of course, probably not going to be Tokamak, doesn't have that low ground natural ramp as much. And in this case, it's going to be very mirrored builds. So at this point, Jonka, the second question is, what do you build out of these two gateways? Is it Stalker? Is it Stalker Sentry and you're playing a little bit more defensively? Is it the 8 Adept idea that some players like to go for?
That sounds wonky. I think, like, at least in my very limited skill with the game, I would always try to plan ahead, like what I feel like getting out of the robo, and I would get stuff that complements that from the gateway, but that's definitely not the right way to think of it, because at this level of understanding of the game, these guys, they put layer upon layer of mind game and counter, and it's really hard for me to even start. Okay, well, I didn't even have to. We see it. It's 2 Stalkers here on the side of Trigger. So let's see what the respond will.
Skill is actually playing this very greedy, and okay, now it's from the scout he saw on the other side of the map, but he's actually skipping his first 2 gateway units. We saw a Sentry briefly, very briefly on the production tab, but he canceled it.
Oh yeah, he saw and he canceled, yeah.
It's just not worth going because he sees, okay, it's a 2-gate expand. I see what my opponent wants to do. I count the number of probes, count the number of pylons. There's nothing on the map. So I can go and I can skip building those gateway units. I can get that starport or that the Stargate down as quickly as possible. And what that now means is that I'm going to be able to get oracles out a little bit faster, maybe get a little bit more pressure. Trigger, though, he's taking a page out of Estrella's book, actually, from these qualifiers. And it seems like while he is going to get that Nexus down, it looks like he wants to drop a pylon on the other side of the map. This is not all in, but this gives you that warp endpoint, so you can get a couple more Stalkers in. You can put pressure on Skillous' natural right around the time that that Oracle is done, and it forces some interesting decisions out of the Blue Protoss.
Yeah, it feels so beautiful to have like a warp endpoint, like be it a prism or a pylon closer to the fight, because it's like you're gaining the defender's advantage, or you're like eliminating the defender's advantage, so to say.
Yeah, it's just not something that is done is really the big thing. It's not something that Skillous is really going to be expecting here. So maybe heavy pressure against the Stargate and 4 Stalkers versus 2 is a big problem as 1 Stalker falls, second one gets very low here. And the way you bust this, the way you win this fight, ideally is you kind of kneecap it before it really gets started. Now that the shield battery is done, and now that, sure, one of these Stalkers is going to go down. Actually, both of them on the back line should fall, but it is so much mining time lost here. And no shield battery in the natural, it's going to be a problem. That being said, Oracle does go onto the other side of the map. We talked about these difficult decisions, Jonka. Do you stay home with the Oracle? Do you run onto the other side? And running across the map has gotten some damage done. This is actually really cool out of Skillous, though. He's not going to recall the Oracle back home. He recalls the Stalkers, because going down that ramp into the sentries is like guaranteed death.
Yeah, I've been seeing some really good usage of force fields and of the Sentry's shield recently. All the PvP games and PVT, PVZs that we've casted in the qualifiers, I've been impressed with the level of control and understanding that these Pro players have been getting. It's like the game is so old now, but it's still evolving, and gameplay styles and gameplay meta is still evolving, and especially with the new maps and the update, the recent update as well. So it's fresh. It's fresh. I'm surprised to hear myself say how excited I am about how fresh StarCraft is. I feel like I'm relearning the game again.
It's man, so unfortunate for Trigger's the setup, because he was feeling the tempo. He felt like he had found some value, was able to move across, and he decided to build a gateway on the other side of the map to really continue that pressure, to make sure you warp in faster. Unfortunately, SKillous builds a Void Ray, and he moves out right as that warp gate is just about ready to go. Oracle on the other side has killed off a ton of probes, and now we're looking at this scenario where, yes, it will be a faster blink for Trigger. It's not ready just yet. He's lost 7 probes. He's down 6 probes on the map, and the initial attack, I think, got enough. It got a couple probes. It's very good. But Trigger overstays his welcome a little bit, takes a little bit more economic damage, and that puts SKillous in a rather solid position in this game. Oracle is going to continue to shark around. Of course, you don't want to lose it. But because this damage, because this Oracle is just active on the map, it's hard for Trigger to take advantage of this blink timing. You go across the map, Oracle's run in, it's scary. So he was back home, which means that this blink, maybe not. It's not going to be done soon, but it should be done, I think, before SKillous really has to deal with too much more pressure.
Yeah, I don't think that brief window of time where one of them has the blink and the other one doesn't is going to be that consequential. What I'm more interested in is maybe to see the expansion timing here for SKillous, because as we see from what my limited vision here towards this monitor is, he has okay, that's exactly what I was waiting to see. I wanted to see the timing on this base because, okay, supply says one story with the 66 to 76, about 10 supply difference, but economically that could be deceitful a little bit.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you do cut. It is expensive. It's 450 minerals to go get a Nexus. That can show itself in the supply in some ways. I mean, the bigger deal here is that SKillous continues to be up in workers. He's not cut workers. Sometimes you stop probing on 2 bases a little bit because, well, extra workers don't do a ton, but he does have his 3rd base on the way. So that will be fine. And now Blink is done for both players. There's a Prism on the way. And Prism generally, getting a Warp Prism generally telegraphs aggression more so than anything else. Sometimes you're just trying to harass, but realistically, we take a look at this game as the army moves across, it means you're going to have a reinforcement point close to the fight. So SKillous, he's up in workers, not as much as he was, but he's turned that army or that income lead into an army supply lead. SKillous knows that there's a Prism on the way. He knows that this attack is incoming, and the only question now is whether he can defend. He's got 3 shield batteries on the way, but they're not done just yet. And this Stalker count very heavily in favor of SKillous. Adepts into the natural as well. It's fights on 2 fronts that he's got to deal with. He's going to get the Void Ray at the very beginning, but the damage is starting to really happen here. Oracle into the main base as well. Only gets 1 probe on the stasis trap, but it's this fight at the front. Trigger's had to spend so much APM, so much attention on everything everywhere else that he cannot win the fight at the front. He's not able to blink as efficiently as he would like, and SKillous is causing so many issues. So even as maybe this fight gets stabilized, it's 11 or 12 dead probes. This is everything that SKillous wanted out of this.
Oh yeah, and even though these batteries look and feel like they're doing the hella work, it was clearly an advantageous fight for SKillous. I was getting hyped there, but as you say, it seems that it has normalized, and now we can see more of a late game plan from these 2 players, because as we can see, they're both gearing up. They're both getting some key upgrades. So I don't think anyone's going to risk their position with something too over the top.
Yeah, it is certainly a Trigger that's not dead, a Trigger that took a lot of damage, 100%. He's lost like 26, I think, probes over the course of this game. It's been a lot of damage. 21. Not quite, never lucky. But he does, importantly, he's got his +1 on the way. He did get that 3rd base faster. He's probing up 3 probes at a time. He is getting some things that he needs. What I'm scared of, though, is I don't believe he has charge. And Trigger, he's going this Blink Stalker Immortal idea, which is very good against other Blink Stalkers, sure. But if you flood with, say, 2 warp-in rounds of charge lots into Trigger's army, All of a sudden, the Stalkers are killing Zealots. They're not killing Stalkers. It's wasted damage. They don't kill them all that quickly. It becomes a significant problem. So certainly not the end of the world, and you can deal with this in other ways, having overwhelming army, getting disruptors, but SKillous is doing a very good job of progressing his tech in more than just making sure that his army hits hard.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the beauties of StarCraft about how well and in how many different ways these different units supplement each other and just make a world of difference. And as you said, just a tiny handful of charge slots in a Stalker fight can make the whole difference in the world, as well as an Immortal or two, of course.
Yeah, I'm a little worried for Trigger here. He's on the map. He feels like he's maybe got a pressure timing. There's that prism on the north side of the map, as Pi, our observer, so gloriously shows us. And if Trigger had run in there, now he's backed up, and maybe there's not that run-by potential, that warp-in potential. But if Trigger had started to pressure, immediately that would be Zealots in the prospective fourth base, into the third base. And with how much Trigger's committing onto the other side of the map, that did smell like some significant damage. So as it stands, not going for that, just poking a little bit. +2's not done. +1 from SKillous is, and charge is complete as well. So we take a look at this setup here. The army is bigger for SKillous. Yeah, the attack upgrades aren't there, but he does have charge. He's very good into these Stalkers, and this pressure comes in. Zealots on the left side to deal with the Stalkers there. Stalkers on the right side, and Immortals are going to put a lot of pressure on top of this third base. If it goes well for SKillous, it's the end of the game. If it doesn't, it seems destined to do damage even still as the Zealots continue to run in. Warpin's in the main base as well, and he's going to get on top of +2.
Upgrade.
That was like the one advantage that Trigger had. Now it's gone. In fact, it's going to be quicker +2 for SKillous on top of everything else. It's already been a rough game for Trigger, and now he just doesn't have that timing to rely on.
And the supply is like, it was stabilized, it was like within 10, within 20, and now I was like literally before this fight happened, I was gonna ask you what you make of this difference, and now it's getting even harder and harder to see. Yeah, Trigger just GG, man. That was beautiful out of SKillous. I mean, he knew exactly when to press and how hard to press. The first one wasn't the time. He went back. He knew when to go back, and then he gathered his strength a little bit, and then he went in for the kill. Just very, very well executed.
It all goes back to that Oracle and the way too much pressure coming out of Trigger early on. Oracle moves across the map. There are no Stalkers. There's no shield battery in the main base. It gets, I think, 5 or 6 probes. It builds that worker lead. On the other side, Trigger was feeling confident with his timing. He thought he was getting more pressure than he was. Runs across the map, or doesn't even run across the map, but proxies a gateway. Says, I'm going to be able to win the game off this. I've done enough damage with my pressure. So he loses the gateway. That's one less production structure. It's money. It's something that he loses a lot of his army. He loses probes on the other side of the map. And all of a sudden, he's playing this game where tech is somewhat similar. Blink on SKillous is a little bit slower, but he's down 10 workers. And his third base, yeah, it's a little faster, but SKillous is actually mining more, so that doesn't even really speed him up that much.
It felt like Trigger was constantly responding. He was responding. He was not making the calls. He was just answering. And I really hate being in that position personally. Like I want to be the one kind of dictating what's happening. When I'm answering, I feel like I don't always have the right answer.
Yeah, that's a true thing of just StarCraft in general, where it's always easier to be the attacker than it is the defender. As the defender, you have to be on top of every attack angle. You have to be ready to pivot, to turn aside every single thing. As the attacker, you just get to say, I'm attacking. It's going to be fun. But we're going to have to see who's going to be the attacker, who is going to be the defender, as Game 2 is ready. Out of the bottom left, he's down a map. He said he wasn't going to make it easy for his opponent. Now it's time to prove it. For Basilisk, it's Trigger.
All right, and in the upper right, in the red, on match point, he is SKillous. All right, man. What map are we? I didn't even. Oh yeah, it's ley lines this time. Okay. I love, by the way, the logo of the Stara Zagora municipality and Bull stream. Just shout out. I see BSL on the stream as well while it's downtime and just worker building. I just want to shout out everyone who's making this possible, guys. It's such a rush to be here. I don't know if you've ever watched esports in an open air environment. We just had like a mini thunderstorm. It was like sunshine, beauty, and then it was literally like a waterfall pouring on top of us.
Yeah, that was Clem's fault, though. He researched Storm, and you know he's so good at the game that transcends StarCraft, you know? That's just how that works. Yes, thank you, Pi says thank you, Clem. And we, you know, yeah, round of applause for Clem, right? You know, he kind of puts you under the awning for a little bit. It's great. Talking about Leylands, though, we're going to move into, you know, we're talking about map 2 here. This is probably the most played map in the entire map pool. It's very standard. It's been around a little bit longer. The mitigating factor on that is there's a triangular fourth, or like a diamond-shaped fourth base that has a rich gas that you kind of got to mine out some minerals before first. So it doesn't often turn into some sort of timing where you just get a couple of less workers, but that is kind of like the interesting thing about this map. But for now, we got 2 gateways on the way from both sides. Once again, it's going to be Stalker Sentry versus Stalker Stalker. No corner's going to be cut from SKillous this time.
Yeah, after... well, it depends. It actually turned out very well for him, the way he did it.
Oh, no, it absolutely did. He was able to go and survive. But we can also see how it got hairy, because he had just 2 less, that initial attack. It should be 4 Stalkers versus 3 in a Sentry, or 4 Stalkers versus 4. It was 4 Stalkers versus 2, and so SKillous lost his first 2, and if his probe pull hadn't been so good, that killed off 2 of Trigger's Stalkers, he's in a whole world of trouble. As it was very difficult, so he's just going to go Stalker
honestly,
Sentry, you know.
It's easy to forget how he stabilized and how scary that was. You're very right, yeah. So, and when you're on match point, I don't think he wants to take this chance.
No, not really. It's kind of interesting that we're not seeing any sort of Sentry play out of Trigger. It's very common, since they buffed the Sentry like 3 or 4 times now, to go and get a Sentry in like your first 4 units. It gives you hallucinations. It actually is a really solid defensive tool, not just because of Guardian Shield and Force Fields, but because it removes like all the shields from your opponent very quickly. It does bonus damage to shields.
Oh.
So, actually, man,
the more you know.
It's really good against, it's wildly good against Immortals, which is not something you think of, but it just strips Hardened Shield away very quickly. As it stands, we're not going to see that. Trigger is actually going to be the one opening Stargate in this game, and it's going to be SKillous as the one that's at least thinking about getting aggressive. Trigger is not, I don't like moving on with this one.
Oh,
it's
God,
really
how
force fields.
Beautiful catch with that.
Yeah. Oh, man, I understand the idea, but it's already a dead Stalker. I don't know. Okay. The one idea you might say this is worth doing is it takes a lot of energy off things, but SKillous, not satisfied with anything else short of a quick timing. He's got a gateway on the other side of the map as well.
All right, is that... How all-in do you think something like that is?
It's not that all-in. It is pressure, certainly, but he's on 2 bases. He hasn't really cut probes for this. Big difference, though, compared to last game. He has a shield battery in the main base, unlike Trigger. He has Stalkers in the main base, unlike Trigger. This Oracle is a slower because you build a couple Stalkers first, but also it's just not getting any damage done. So that pressure that SKillous is going for doesn't have to really deal with the pressure from the Oracle as much. Pretty sure Trigger only, well, no, it looks like he maybe got a second Oracle. So eventually the shield battery will matter or will not matter as much. But, I mean, Trigger's got to bend down the hatches here. He's got a gateway on the other side. It's going to be 3-gate Stalker pressure, really, 3-gate gateway pressure. And that's not easy. He does have some Immortals. That'll help him some way, but I don't know that he knows this is coming.
I'm loving this Sentry play. I mean, I've never looked at the Sentry as, like, something that actually is hits, and, you know, does something with that little shower head. But, oh, look at that. In combination with these force fields, yeah, they can definitely do a lot.
Now, luckily, there was an energy overcharge available, so this shield battery is actually doing such a good job of keeping these Stalkers alive. And that stasis trap turns what would have been maybe even game-ending, those were really good force fields, into something that gives Trigger some time. He gets 7 probes on the other side of the map, so SKillous is kind of all in here. He's down a lot of workers, but this the Stalker count is just doing him it's doing him a lot of favors. Now, you add the Immortal, but we talked about those Sentries, how much they just strip away Hardened Shields.
Now that you said it, I'm paying attention to it. Yeah.
It's just there and it's not. So Mortals, they 3-shot Stalkers. They're very good there. But if they're not allowed to be Immortal, it's not quite as strong as it otherwise would like to be. So shield battery just about dead. Stalkers continue to get picked off here as Trigger once again moves in with the Oracles on the other side. It's going to continue to put SKillous to be all in, but that has already been the case.
But now it's probes going down.
Yeah, he needs to defend right here.
Oh man, this is like SKillous is playing out of his mind. I mean, I haven't been following his games all that much, but he seems to be on fire today. I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see Immortal Hardened Shield gets procced, but
he gets sniped. Oh,
yeah, it's gonna go down once again. And probes, I mean, you're pulling probes into this. That's not a big deal, right? Straight up here, it's 37 probes to 21. You can afford to lose some probes to make sure you defend. It really is the case. So ideally here, Trigger gets a second Immortal out. That's really what we're waiting on. He might even have a second holding in the main base. Don't think so, though. It's getting that second Immortal, though. It's making sure you say, okay, never mind. Immortal is there. And force fields are not incredible. There's a shield battery in the mineral line. You gotta be, again, the longer this goes on, the worse it is for SKillous. He has no economy, at least nothing really to talk about. As an Immortal runs back up the ramp, gets very low, but as we were saying, you have to kill him. And SKillous didn't kill him.
He did not. But he was looking like, at the moment of attack, he was looking like so dominant. There was like this slight little timing window where it felt like he could just walk through him, but it's just StarCraft, man. If you can get this advantage, you pay for it with economy, and then if you don't capitalize on it fatally, then you're fataling yourself.
And it really was down to that stasis trap on the other side of the map. 3 Stalkers, as a good majority of Trigger's army gets caught in the force fields, well, half of SKillous' army can't fight. He's not able to capitalize on that advantage. They didn't see the little shimmer on the ground. And all of a sudden, Trigger has time to get another round of warp-ins in. Yeah, or maybe warp gate wasn't even done then, but he has another time to get another round of units. He has time to get a shield battery done, to get energy overcharge ready once again. He has time to make sure that all happens, and also a little bit of freedom to run across the map with the 2 oracles and start to put his opponent on a timer.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was this, like the whole idea, the whole concept of what SKillous was trying to do, and that's why I said I really like it, because obviously he didn't win, but he could afford to try it, and I think that was a really good try. Like that exact moment right there, like that looked scary. That looked like if he could somehow trick Trigger into giving up the first Immortal, I think that could have went an entirely different way. But as soon as we had the 2 out, it was pretty obvious what was going to happen.
Yeah, no blink, not a lot of sentries, and that force field trap was really good. If the 4 Stalkers there to fight, the game ends. But Trigger, of course, is able to survive, as we saw. And it's kind of funny, Jonka, as we talk about this game and how things were going, or series, excuse me, both players, whoever decided to go the proxy gateway, the pressure, this kind of same idea, this 2 base light pressure into something a little bit more, they both die to oracles. It does not work well for them. So it seems like we've learned now that maybe that's not the style to do in this matchup. Maybe we're going to go move away from that one. But for right now, well, the players can solve that question. We're on Persephone, and in the upper left, in the red, he's from Basilisk. Once again, it's Trigger.
All right, and his opponent in the lower left from Team Liquid, it is SKillous.
Looks like we got the healthy GG stuff working as well. I didn't notice in the first couple games, but we have one of our sponsors. He's actually a grad lab out in Poland they're doing some interesting research on how people react, how players react to intense moments. So we got heart rate monitors hooked up to both Trigger and SKillous. You can see there in the bottom right of both their screens. Both players looking like they're maybe not at a dead sprint right now, but like 120 BPM. That's certainly a light jog at the very least.
Let me clarify, because I'm also player manager, and I've been talking to the players and to our partner. So basically, the reason you didn't see him in the previous games is that not all the players consent to them. Because having something strapped to you might be considered as like a disadvantage or a handicap of some sort. So we do it only if both parties agree to it. So it's fair and square. But yeah, apparently both Trigger and SKillous, they were really happy to participate. So now we can see the physical aspect of the mental stress that this series, and it's probably even more now since we are on match point. Like this is the third map of this series, and winner takes it.
Yeah, the most important thing about this, though, is when your mom goes and says, look, you got to go play outside, stop playing StarCraft, you can say, no, it's a hit workout. Like, my heart's beating out of my chest. It's great. You know, I have proof. Look at this pro game. Look what they're doing. You know, it's
True.
This helps out quite a bit.
True. Let's see which one of these players is going to work up a bigger sweat.
Yeah, we're going to find that out. Again, for now, we're going to see just really some expand builds for the most. Well, Trigger's not really saving a lot of money. Wait, actually, okay. This was a 1-gate expand coming out of SKillous. Not on the low ground, but this is something that we've started to see some players do where you go, you get that, you still have that wall, you still have that gateway on the high ground, but you still take the max packs idea and you still get that much quicker nexus. And I don't know that that's something that Trigger's going to be expecting. He didn't open with a sentry, as far as I can tell. He's double stalker here. So the first time he's going to see something, see that this is happening, is when he runs across the map. And that does mean that because he is still going to expand out of here, this is likely not going to be a two-gate all-in, that should be just a bit of an eco lead for SKillous.
Okay, I wasn't aware of this style, but it makes a lot of sense now that you explain it this way. It's not even, yeah, as you said, it's not even all-in because you are committing.
Yeah, so for now, we're going to see Stalker Sentry fight Stalkers, and there's no way that you're going to break this. You got a shield battery right there. If maybe a Stalker Sentry with no shield battery, but given the shield batteries here, yeah, this is going to be fine. Second gateway's on the way. Actually, there was, I want to say, a Stalker in production for SKillous, but he's recognized that his warp gate is close enough to be completing that he doesn't really want to make that happen. He's going to have what he needs with the shield batteries. So cutting another corner here, trying to make sure he's okay. Next, really inflection point, these 4 Stalkers, they're going to run into the natural. They're going to try to snipe this Sentry if they can. And at the same point, there's going to be an Oracle running onto the other side of the map. So SKillous trying to get, or Trigger's trying to fork SKillous here. Force him to make 2 bad decisions, and maybe one of them is going to work out for him. But Stalkers are in the main base, Stalkers are in the natural, and at least the very start of this, SKillous seems very well defended.
How do you feel about the concept of having too much units, like too many units? Like if you're strong, if you feel like you're stronger than your opponent and you just keep making units, is that a mistake?
Well, it's always going to be... StarCraft says that you always want to have the minimum amount of units to accomplish whatever it is that you want to do. Yes, having more is great, but if you're trying to play a macro game, you don't want to build anything more than you have to. If you're trying to even go for a timing, you also don't want to have more than you have to because that means you can get a better timing, right? You can hit faster or you can hit it with more tech or you can have more economy behind it, something like that. So for now, I love what Trigger's doing here, playing around the stasis trap. He's trying to bait SKillous into a position where half the army gets stasis trapped and then it's going to be a little bit awkward. But as it stands, because this is how this game has gone, we can see the advantage of going single gate expand. It's a 6-worker lead, and that may not seem like the most... I know that... What am I saying? Of course that sounds like an incredible thing.
No,
like,
that's amazing.
You've got to get damage done, and the Oracle's going to run into the main base. It's going to get 1 probe. But with all this happening, like, you do have to get something done. Blink is actually going to be faster as well, so Trigger, he's going to get force fielded in, says, no, you're trapped in here with me, and unfortunately... It's just not true. Stalkers go down. SKillous gets massively stasis trapped, so he's not going to be able to follow. But unfortunately, given how this game has gone and how many Stalkers have died for Trigger, this doesn't unlock a break opportunity. This does not let him punish SKillous in the way that he would like to.
Yeah, he's going to reclaim his stasis units. There's no way they're going to get caught. So nothing too consequential happened with that.
Unfortunately not. And SKillous is just being very active with these Stalkers. He's making sure that the Oracle, I think he's got like 2 or 3 probes right now. It's not the damage you're looking for. And now SKillous, because he's been as greedy as he is, and because he didn't open Stargate, his blink is done. It's still going to be another 30 seconds, depending on chronos or how much chronos are getting pumped into blink before Trigger has his blink done. So now SKillous feels unlocked on the map. He's got not as many worker lead, once again, because we're only on 2 bases, but he's got himself that tech lead, he's up a couple Stalkers, and this defense from Trigger, Blink's not done yet. He's got some shield batteries, but there's no Prism to go give him some fake Blink. This is not an easy defense.
It is not, and let's see. Okay, there's a good spread. Some force fields are going down. I see SKillous utilizing some really good blinks on those damaged Stalkers. Let's see.
All right, well, for
the
now,
Immortal is on the way.
Yeah, for now, Blink is done just about right now. Trigger can start to show that incredible Blink micro that he has. Immortal 2/3 of the way done. Energy overcharge on the shield battery as well. It's giving so much effective HP for this army out of Trigger, and he just needs to buy time for this Immortal without losing too many Stalkers, but SKillous, he has so many high Stalkers until he didn't. All of the Stalkers of Trigger are like in the orange and the red. He did such a good job there. And now with the Immortal out, the Oracle's been brought home. Trigger does such a good job of stabilizing. He kills more Stalkers. 9 Stalkers to 7, gets the Sentry as well. And remember, that's in a setup where half the time he doesn't have Blink. It was marvelous micro from the man. Problems though. This is because this was the aggressive SKillous. He was able to get a 3rd base behind this. No 3rd base from Trigger. He just was not able to be on the map, not able to get a probe on the map and get that up. So even though it was a really good fight for Trigger, we can continue to see this economy grow once again for SKillous.
Yeah, it's so beautiful because you always pay with something in this game. Everything has a cost. It's an opportunity cost. It might be a cost of APM. It might be, you know, a cost of the strength of your army. But as me and Exalted have been calling it a lot during the qualifications cast, StarCraft is a game of controlled greed. Like, you've got to be greedy, but you got to control your greed. And as you said, you got to control it exactly at the tippy point before it's fatal for you. So that's so hard to know, especially in a game like this, which is a game of incomplete information. You can't always know what your opponent is doing. And now these two immortals, man, they look so scary. Bale, what do you make of this?
Oh, that's a dangling immortal from SKillous, but I think he's baiting it out a little bit. He knows there's a shield battery. Stalkers get on top of one of the immortals from Trigger, and they take it down very quickly. Charge is not done to these zealots, so they're trying to slowly move forward. But if you look at the situation here, it's an immortal versus no immortals, no sentries versus sentries. So effectively, this army from SKillous, it's tankier, it has more damage, but look at what happened behind the scenes. Yeah, sure, immortals died, that's not great. The entire natural mineral line is stasis. The money here, as greedy as SKillous has tried to be, it's just not good enough. And look at what's on the production tab from Trigger behind this. It's not charge. Yes, there are immortals, but he's getting glaives. Zealots versus glaive adepts do nothing.
Okay, so would we see a counter as soon as this comes out?
Well, it's all about the timing, right? It's all about you get those adepts, you run across the map, and all of a sudden these zealots that are supposed to be very good versus Stalker Sentry, that are supposed to be SKillous's kind of attempt to have a really good army, they evaporate. And then you have Stalker Immortal versus just less of that with adepts to fight against it. It just works really nicely. But for now, that fight's happening a little bit too soon. Big warp into the main base, by the way, as well. 5 probes have gone down. These Immortals, though, dangling just a little bit, but they're going to get back to the battle lines in time as Trigger really just prioritizes establishing this concave. One of the Immortals will fall down as Zealots charged in a little bit more. But the story of this game is, as these fights happen, it's not really about the fights, Jonka. It's about the run-bys. It's about the Adept warp-ins in the main base. It's about the Zealot warp-ins in the natural. And we should point out here, Trigger is very all in. I thought I saw him getting a 3rd base up. Don't even know if he got it started. Certainly it's not on the way now. So he only has 2 bases, but luckily for him, that stasis trap went off again. It's also technically only 2 base mining for SKillous.
All right, this is, and I can just imagine the nerves. Let's look at those heartbeats. Oh my God, look at that, 123, 144, man. Trigger's chest, Trigger's heart is about to burst through his chest.
I mean, it's a rough situation for Trigger. It's kind of funny. I'm seeing him, again, having seen that Estrella series, he's taking a lot of ideas out of that series. Unfortunately, though, these Adepts, while he's killed off a decent amount of probes, he's lost 17 of his own to the charge lots on the other side. Just hasn't been able to deal with that pressure. So now that SKillous is able to break back on the other side, he's got himself a big supply lead, gets on top of some of those pylons. Zealots are just trying very hard to supply block Trigger to shut down. That's 2 gateways that are going to get shut down production-wise. He's going to lose the Robo as well. And the ideas were pretty interesting. The stasis traps were fantastic, but I don't think it's going to matter anymore. Trigger said that he hoped SKillous would qualify for EWC, but he was not going to make it easy. That was true, but SKillous continues his road to that potential qualification. He takes the series 2-1.
That is beautiful. Beautiful play from SKillous. As I said earlier, I was really impressed with the form that he's showing, and it really shows because Trigger, as we all know, is an amazing world-class player, and just seeing SKillous's plans come into play exactly, or almost exactly like he planned, or even when they didn't, he was perfectly responding to the constantly changing situation. So that was really good to watch. Across all 3 series, I was impressed with him. So I think that was very well deserved.
Yeah, and I think I look back at that last game, because that was a very cool game, number 3. A lot of mind games, as you're talking about, backwards and forwards. I think the really cool thing, so first of all, that game hinges upon the fact that SKillous gets away with his 1-gate expand, while Trigger's trying to counter or like just play a macro game instead of trying to all-in him. Well, you're not going to, a macro game, 1-gate expand versus 2-gate expand is just so much in favor of the 1-gate expand player. And then Trigger's like, okay, I got to go all in here. I'm never going to match the greed. I'm going to go Glaive Adepts. That's really cool. But he takes the fight with the first Adept warp in before Glaives are done.
Yeah, we didn't even get to see that. We didn't even get to see that. That's a wishful thinking type of plan, it seemed like, huh?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just how it works out sometimes. SKillous did a really good job of really triggering the trap before it really was set up. And
I see what he did there.
Wasn't even intentional. But and then behind that, you can use Glaive Adepts for harassment, but the Prism from SKillous on the other side just got that much more damage
done. So at the end of the day, SKillous, we talked about it. This is not qualifying for him for EWC just yet. It just moves him one step forward in the bracket. But, you know what, enough from us here. We have SKillous on stage. Let's hear it from him.
And there we have him, ladies and gentlemen, the winner, the Produce Maestro, SKillous. He promised to destroy Trigger. Well, it wasn't a clean 2-0, but you managed to clutch the victory in the end. How does it feel?
I'm very happy because, jokes aside, Trigger is an amazing player, probably better than me. So it's always hard to play against him, and I'm very happy that I managed to take the series.
How did you manage to take the series, though? What do you think was your win condition, and what did you take an advantage of?
I mean, pretty much I saw that he's going for a very same idea every single game, and I think third game I got a very nice lead because of that. And yeah, first two games kind of went back and forth, but...
Yeah, well, you were all in the second game. Were you feeling that you were winning it, and when did you realize that you lost it?
I think it would be all right if I didn't step in that status trap. If it would just be like one stalker, I think it would be perfectly fine. But yeah, without that, like, you really have to keep your momentum going, and you really have to finish this game quick. Otherwise, there are too many Immortals, too many Sentries, Stalkers, Probes even, and the game is over.
Absolutely, and in game 3, he actually went for something more of a tricky build with the Glaive Depths. Did that surprise you in any way, and how did you prepare when you saw them on the battlefield?
Well, it's a strategy of my playbook, so I'm an expert in Glaives and playing against Glaives. Yeah, just some counter-attack damage, some... I was very lucky that I managed to snipe these Immortals early, although my Zealots weren't with charge, but I managed to blink in, kill them, and I was after that I was happy because usually it's the Immortals that are scary.
Yeah, actually that move made the crowd go crazy, which was very nice. You blinked so aggressively on the Immortals and they weren't an Immortal anymore. So very well played by you, SKillous, and I want to congratulate you on victory.
Thank you everyone.
SKillous, ladies and gentlemen. Nikita Gurevic, amazing player, amazing game. The first game of the day that went to the distance, to the third map. Very exciting games up ahead as well, so stay tuned, we will be right back.
Does it again, he wins in Stara Zagora.
He's moving forward and forward, Reynor needs to evacuate. Hello everybody, my name is Exalted and I'm one of the organizers here for Bellum against Elite Stara Zagora, and I'm super happy to be here to have this opportunity to once again host all of the fans, all of these amazing players that we have in the lineup, and the amazing talents, Rotterdam, Bellum, we have Jonathan, No Tanks and myself. I think it's going to be an amazing event and I cannot wait for it. Well, for me, StarCraft is the most brilliant form of digital competition. I just fell in love with it from the first time I saw it being played competitively. StarCraft 2 just blew my mind. The players are they're so incredible. It is so much skill and mental fortitude required for yourself to be the top of this game, and just seeing all of these incredible talents push themselves to the limits. How can you not fall in love with such an amazing esport? So yeah, I mean, StarCraft was my first game back in the day, all the way in 1998, but the esport side of it is just mind-blowing. Making a tournament like this is no easy feat, but it's such a pleasant process, especially when you have the right team. So I really want to thank the CEO of Bellum Games for putting all of this together. Of course, I'm speaking about Konstantin Dinev. I want to thank our amazing, incredible production team, Bull Stream Studios, for their impeccable work on production, and I want to thank all the fans and all the players that are here to come, to play in the event, to watch it, to support it. Guys, thank you. Without you, we couldn't make it happen, and I'm just super grateful that we could organize this not just one time, but 2 times in a row, and I would be happy to make it as many times as we can. And this is, I think, a good place to say how grateful I am to the city of Stara Zagora for being our incredible hosts, for giving us this amazing venue, the mesmerizing summer theater. The games there are going to be incredible. I just cannot wait for the tournament to start. That's what I can say. Oh, it's very difficult to give a prognosis because we actually have a very stacked lineup right now. Of course, Clem, the last year's champion, I think he's a big favorite to defend his title. But I mean, this time around we have Serral in the tournament as well, and we all know he's widely considered as the GOAT. So, you know, he's a big favorite in any tournament he plays. I would be very interested in his run. Reynor, I think, is in an incredible shape right now, and I think that he also has the potential to clutch the victory here in Stara Zagora. But all of these 16 players, they have the opportunity to rise to the occasion, and I cannot wait to see who takes it in the end.
Halfway through our day here at Stara Zagora, and we've had some fun matchups. We've had some TVPs, some PvPs, but we're gonna move into another one. This time, it's gonna be Ryung versus Gerald. We're gonna talk to them for a second. So first of all, welcome to the stage, Ryung. A little bit closer. So, Ryung, TVP. Good matchup?
No good.
No good matchup. Late game good matchup.
Maybe Protoss play easy, so I play today too so hard. Yeah.
Gotcha. So Gerald, you're playing Gerald. 2-1, 2-0, how do you feel?
First match winner, this game winner, maybe.
So whoever wins the first match wins the entire series. Do we have Gerald behind the stage? We'll see if we can get him out here in a second. Yeah, so good luck there. I'm just gonna get Gerald out here in just a second. There he is, there we go. All right. Ryung told me that whoever wins the first map in the series wins the entire series. Do you agree with that?
I don't know. I think there is very high chance for that, but I believe there is always a possibility to come back, so 50-50.
All right, 50-50. Looking at the entire matchup as well, how do you feel about your PPT?
It looks okay. I'm not super confident against Korean Terrans and especially some weird builds. But I feel like my macro PVT is quite good at the moment, so it's not the worst.
All right, so good luck, players. It's best of 3. Shake hands. See you in game. Casters.
Man, the hype is real indeed. We have Ryung versus Gerald, South Korean Terran versus the European Protoss. Jonka, we are going to have a wild series in my opinion, brother.
Oh yeah, man, Korea versus Europe is always such a blast to watch. My heart is always split. GSL, what got me so hyped about StarCraft, and of course Europe, the continent where I'm from. I could never pick a side. I mean, I'm so happy to see the Koreans just show us what real passion and real commitment to StarCraft is. And then the proud noises I do make in front of my monitor when I see Europeans crushing it as well. Just, man, I love StarCraft. And I love this man. I can relax now because we've casted so much. You're like my pillar. I was so stressed out last game.
Brother, I just want to commend you though, because this is your debut on a stage like that, on a huge international event, and I just want to say, great job. And I'm super excited to be casting with you. We are the Bulgarian duo right now, so yeah, I'm sure that we are going to have so much fun. Ryung, he's such a legend in the scene. He has been around forever, all the way back since Brood War, and he has seen it all. He knows it all. Gerald, though, he's in a little bit of an uphill. He's staying in top shape right now, you know? He's very well prepared, and I think that we are going to have a close match.
Yeah, I was really impressed with SKillous last game, and I feel that Gerald was in really good form. I saw him clicking around, practicing in the player lounge. Man, this guy's hands are on fire. He reminds me of Lucira. Y'all know that clip of Lucira's hands. Yeah, he was doing that tap dancing as well. So, yeah, man, there's going to be some APM. I really hope they turn the heart rate monitors on for the both
Oh
of
yeah,
them
me
as
too.
well.
I really want to thank our partners, ShoWTME. They are amazing. It's so cool to see real life the BPM. You know, you say it yourself. Trigger's heart will pop out of his chest. You know, it would seem that in a situation like that, it's so interesting to see who remains calm, who gets overly excited maybe. And I really am grateful to Warsaw University of Technology, to Kashans of course, and to ShoWTME for that experience. But now we are going to be having a PvT. Terran versus Protoss is a very interesting matchup in my opinion. It's a little bit of an arms race, right? Both the Protoss and the Terran try to kind of make the better technology, right? To get the better weaponry, right? So this is a very interesting matchup in my opinion. First, we have Colossi at one side, but we have so much siege units on the other side. I don't know, man. What do you think will happen in this matchup?
In this one specifically, I can't really say, but like the matchup in general, man, it was so easy back in the day when StarCraft wasn't so evolved and so developed. You know, Zerg was the more cheaper race where you could swarm a lot. Then Protoss was like the death ball with the very expensive but very strong units. Terran was kind of a mid-ground, and players were really leaning into those styles, you know, with the huge Ling rushes and the mutaflox, or with the death ball with the mothership and stuff, and it was like pretty cut and straight.
With the vortex.
Yeah, and all that. But nowadays, dude, like it feels like the positions have shifted, the roles have shifted. Like you can have Protosses that kind of feel almost Zergy, and then you can have Terrans that feel like old school Protoss, and like it's all over the place.
Yeah, I agree with that, and it's a very fun matchup to watch. No wonder that Clem prefers to play a PvT than TvT, for example.
It's so rare to see players that choose their race depending on the matchup rather on their preference and most experienced one. So yeah, that's another new thing that's happening. So this game might be old, but I'm repeating myself from last cast, but man, this game is evolving. If you miss 2 patches, you're already behind. You got to relearn everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm super happy that it's so fresh. Even in 2025, the game is going strong. So, as I said in my interview, StarCraft 2 is, for me personally, of course, the best form of digital competition. And it's ever so green, ever so fresh, and I cannot wait to get into the games. Can we take a look at the veto?
Oh yeah, man. I heard a beautiful voice say, "The mind is the weapon, the game is the war." And man, this is gonna be a war of minds.
But this is the bracket though, and it's shaping up to be quite interesting. We have Clem and Harstem on the other side, and Reynor SKillous. Now we are actually going to be beginning the right side of the bracket. But from the left side though, Clem Harstem, Reynor SKillous, just quick words for those.
Oh man, those are the hella matchups. Clem Harstem, obviously the reigning champion, is a favorite, but Harstem looking really good against Nitix, so that's definitely gonna be a banger. Another TVP, and then another TVP under that. Reynor, such a crowd favorite here in Bulgaria. He has so many Bulgarian fans. I just see him. I remember last year when people were like bringing him all sorts of gifts and stuff. That was so much fun. Versus SKillous, who had a beautiful showing last game. I was so impressed with him.
Very much so. Yeah, I'm so happy that you got to cast this series in particular. It was super fun, and I think that both players did very well. But the ones that we have in this series.
I mean, look at Ryung. Look at Ryung, dude. You can tell all the experience of like all the esports, pro gaming, mind game experience just in his eyes, dude. Look at him.
Yeah, he's ready, brother. He has been here. He's an ultra professional. Do you know one of our tech people said that Ryung caught a ping in the DPI of the mouse, and they were looking at it and they didn't see it, you know? So what kind of eyes does Ryung have, you know? I have no idea. Is he a cyborg or something?
Yeah, it would take us to record it and analyze it frame by frame to catch like this little stutter that he's just, the mouse feels weird. And we're like, it doesn't look like it. And then we look at it with a microscope and be like, oh, this superhuman apparently noticed it. So yeah, man, these guys' reflexes, their understanding and their hand-eye coordination is just something totally else.
It is for sure. We see Gerald setting up, getting mentally prepared, Ryung on the other side doing the same thing.
We can't see it in this shot, but Gerald actually has like a little penguin type statue. Maybe it's a good luck charm. He has it next to his keyboard. It's just right out of frame from the shot that we just saw. But maybe it's a good luck charm. Oh, there it is.
There it is. Thank you, production.
And yeah, thanks. And shout out to Kaloyan, who is on our team, who also carries the little penguin around everywhere. So that is a nice little coincidence. Shout out to him and to the entire production team, to Bellum Gens, to Exalted, to Constantine so much, and to everyone who's making this possible, including all of you guys at home who are watching. This would not be possible without your interest in StarCraft 2 going into the future. It would not be possible without your love for it. So the veto is on the way.
It is on the way, but before we have it, ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you that if you want to support our tournament, you can do so with the links that we have under our channel. Of course, you can subscribe. The more subscriptions, the more donations, the higher chances of us making this event as many times as possible. So thank you to everybody that has donated and that has subscribed and plans to do so. Thank you so very much. But of course, I really want to thank all of you people here in Stara Zagora. Make some noise before the game. Are you excited about it? Yeah! This one over here. Nice. Now I'm getting hyped.
That's passionate. That's passionate StarCraft fans, dude. With the rain and with everything, and like this crowd sounds 10 times larger than it is, dude. That's the passion. That's the passion of the RTS gamer. And I saw so many repeat visitors from last year. Yeah. And it's like, it's so cool. I can't wait till next year.
But new faces as well.
New faces as well.
I met some people from Romania and they were like, we couldn't believe that a tournament like that is happening in Bulgaria.
I know, right?
Yeah,
I know, right?
It's so cool. You know, I'm so happy that we have international audience. And guys, whenever we do an event like this, I really want to invite all of you to come join.
Man, funny story while we're killing time and waiting for this video. I was trying to be clean shaven for this event, and while I was picking a razor...
You almost did, almost.
Well, it's been a few days since I got here, but like, when I was picking a razor, I'm so noob that I was asking this random gentleman next to me, and he was like, well, what do you need to get cleaned up for? I'm like, tournament, I'm going to be casting. And he's like, oh, soccer? I'm like, you StarCraft. You probably wouldn't have heard of it. And you're like, what do you mean? I watch StarCraft all the time. I used to watch Age of Empires, but now I watch StarCraft. And I got a selfie with him. Remember, I sent it to you guys in chat. So randomly, there's so many people from so many walks of life, so many races, religions, creeds, and backgrounds that are into RTS, and that's so beautiful.
Yeah, because it combines all of it in one big love, right? The love for StarCraft, the love for RTS, and I'm just grateful that we have the opportunity to be here together. And I actually saw in the chat somebody said that Gerald has a lawyer degree.
Wow, that is impressive.
He has a lawyer degree, but he is a kick-ass StarCraft pro. I mean, he must be very popular with the ladies.
Yeah, he must be. Yeah. That's winning at life. That's
that is winning in life.
That is definitely winning at life. And yeah, what you said, love, man, that's what connects us. That's what connects. I feel the same way about my other passions like anime and electronic music. But like, dude, there's a random person, he's like literally a stranger, but like, this guy was some dude next to me shopping for razors, but now he's my friend Gregory. He's my friend Gregory. I got him on Instagram, and the thing that brought us together, our passion for StarCraft, and the thing that brings us all here together, the same. So we're jumping into this game, everyone. In the upper right, we're going to be seeing in the blue, the Protoss Gerald.
Yes, the Polish powerhouse for Team Streamer Zoun, but against him from the legendary Team Vitality, ladies and gentlemen, he flew all the way from South Korea to come here and play for us. I want you to greet and shout for Ryung!
Oh man, Exalted bringing the hype. Nice, man, nice. All right, so in the early moments of this game, is there anything out of the ordinary? Let us see.
Absolutely curious to see if somebody decides to do something more interesting or more extraordinary, 1000%. I believe that the Terran is quite versatile in his approaches. I have seen Ryung play in many different styles, and already we see a second gas geyser being taken here by him. So he will need some gas in order to probably potentially be more aggressive.
Yeah, I feel that way. Feels like a tell for aggression. I can't wait to see what it is. Like Korean aggression hits different, dude.
Yeah,
Quick, early Korean aggression, dude. Oh my god. By the way, did you follow through all the games? Have we had any like brutal shenanigans up until now? Because I was running around during a couple of the maps. Have you had like hardcore cheese yet in this tournament?
No.
Man, I love those.
As far as cheese goes, no. But we had some very creative plays. For example, Reynor planting creep tumors out of a hatchery cancel. That was pretty sick in its own right. But yeah, let's take a look at what these guys are doing. I would imagine that we are going to be seeing a quick mind drop here. Mind drops usually work very well against Protoss. If you lose your probes early on, you just get into such a difficult position. But look at that probe. That probe, Jonka, is not there randomly. It's there so it can place a pylon, and I wonder what that pylon might be.
It felt like it was just contemplating existence, looking out into the sea of lava there at the edge, being like, what am I doing with my life? Am I just gonna mine minerals forever? No, you're not. You're actually an instrumental tool, and that was a short-lived one. But yeah. Hey, all right. There's a little bit of a flip here. The factory is going on to the add-on, and let's see. By the way, how did you run me through your logic? Like, how did you decide it could be a mine drop?
Because usually, you know, when you start with the two gases, you can very quickly build a factory and a starport behind it. And I think that just mines are pretty dangerous in general. But this is something more different with the Cyclone. I believe he needs it because the Adept will be here right now, and it will actually deny the CC building for at least a while. And the Cyclone should be out very soon because Ryung otherwise will be super delayed with his second base.
Man, that's such a beautiful unit the Cyclone is. It when it locks on, it just feels like a tier 3 unit, right? It just feels like one of those very, very dangerous machines of war. So let's see now the Adept. Oh my God, the Adept does it again.
Yeah, man, this hurts.
It again. That's so annoying. Now that is annoying. Like, you know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, dude.
Yeah,
should have expected that.
I mean, Gerald is in a better position.
Oh, did that deny key scouting?
But look at his heart rate, though.
Oh, bro.
156. He's so nervous right now.
Look at the difference,
and
dude.
Look at Ryung, 100.
Bro, Ryung is like meditating with the waterfall falling on his back. I mean, he's like...
He got a delayed CC twice. And
under 100, sub 100.
Under 100. And this goes to show
bro, this is breath control.
How experienced he is, yeah. And breath control as well, yeah.
I've been hearing in the esports scene that a lot of pros have been getting into meditation and breathing techniques, which was not a thing 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Like they're actually getting like breathing coaches and like going to like meditation workshops and that type of thing. I've heard like so many of them talk about it.
But of course, these people are professional athletes, and they need to control their training schedule. They need to eat well, you know, they need to sleep well. For example, Serral, we heard him say yesterday in a private conversation that one of the keys to stay in top shape is to sleep well, actually, to rest your mind. And this is so important. But now the first mines come, and the Gerald is not reacting just yet. He reacted in the last possible second, so only 2 probes will fall so far. Good defense by Gerald, but a lot of lost mining time until now.
I'm low-key so freaking impressed with Exalted for like calling exactly what's going to happen, like the mine drop. Like, dude, how do you do it?
I just watch StarCraft from time to time. Yeah, I kind of like the game. Yeah, in all fairness. Banshee's on the way though. They could be very dangerous, especially if Gerald doesn't have a robotics facility. And did he just cancel it? Or did it finish is what I want to ask, because, yeah, okay, it finished. It was removed too suddenly of the production tab, so I wonder what happened.
What's going to come out of it?
It needs to be an observer 1000% or an immortal, excuse me, because the tanks are coming, and this is a timing attack out of Ryung.
Okay.
But Gerald actually is doing a good thing to intercept the units here in the middle of the map. Still though, I didn't think that he expected so many tanks here. The mine is still being so annoying. Gerald cannot mine, and he's forced to take a look at his main base while Ryung is moving forward on the map.
Oh, and he's teasing. Look at him. He's just trying to take his time away, time and attention. Oh my goodness, this is some high-level stuff here. All right, so what do you make of this speed upgrade? The Zealot legs?
Yeah, I think it's mandatory. You really want to close the distance with the Terran siege tanks, for example.
Wouldn't you prefer to close it with a blink, though?
Zealots are a little bit tankier. They have more resistance to shells, I believe. So, yeah, I think that Zealots here are quite
I'm so often baited to always go for the blink, and there's clearly situations where charge is more beneficial, man. And these players have it down to a T. I mean, it's just such a treat watching them, and especially when it's like these layered mind games and counters.
Oh no,
God.
but the Raven will get caught here by Gerald. Big mistake by Ryung to lose that, because Gerald probably will take up in a little bit, and the Raven is just an amazing unit to have as a Terran. You can disable other units, you can reduce their armor, and losing it like that, it hurts. It hurts because it takes a long time to produce, it is expensive, and you need a tech lab on the star part. So yeah, taking all of these things into consideration, this was a big loss here for Ryung. Still though, he's looking in an okay spot. He will begin his third base, but he will have to cancel, and this was actually a clutch cancel. If that second volley landed there, this would have been a kill.
Storm. It's halfway done, and it's being chrono boosted, so it's definitely a priority here for Gerald.
Yeah, it is for sure. The splash damage is going to be mandatory against a bulk of Marines, right? So I think it's a good choice, but Ryung, I want to see him at Ghosts, because the Ghosts are going to be an amazing counter to the high tempo Witcher energy-based units.
Well, let's see if Exalted does it again, if he's going to call it. I have no idea.
I mean, you need them, I believe, as a support unit, not as a game changer unit, you know? Yeah, because let's not forget, the Ghost kind of lowers the shields as well. I'm interested to see when does Ryung add them. But for now, he's climbing up on the supply, and he is again starting to move out on the map, and he needs to do so because the Protoss is trying to secure a fourth base. Let's see if Gerald can defend here. Ryung has sieged up the tanks. Oh, this is a very scary push, Jonka, and this will be a deny.
Yeah, I was going to say, this 100% smells like a deny. These tanks, I don't really feel anything that Gerald has that can like straight up take him out, unless there's a heavy misplay or mispositioning by Ryung.
Ooh, but the run by with Zealous though, they are going to counter-attack here. And they are going to be pretty annoying, but oh no, this was the War Prism with the high tempo inside. Such a huge loss here for Gerald. An amazing snipe by Ryung. And now he's feeling quite confident, I would imagine. Only one high tempo here, and it will get sniped before maybe planting the storm. No, the storm went down, okay, but it didn't really do that much.
Almost doubling Gerald's army supplies Ryung right now, and he is confidently posturing on the map, even advancing. Let's see if this is going to be an engagement and how impactful it's going to be. Oh yes, it feels like it. These mines are going to leapfrog with the tanks. Oh, that is so beautiful.
Ooh, very nice storm though, but the splits were very cool as well. Still though, the tanks remain, the Widow mines remain, but the Stalkers, they are going to try to push the distance here, and they will crush the tanks eventually, or will they? Because the Marauders and the Marines will come and save the higher technology tank here for Ryung, and the pressure is still on. We can see 59 army supply against 16. Gerald is in a real trouble here, Jonka.
Spoiler alert, this might be game one, but let's see it, let's see.
Oh, he's pushing in, desperate warpins here by Gerald, but Ryung, even though he made some mistakes along the way, he seems like he's just this close to closing the map.
And look at these Marauders, they're like the Terran Immortal. They cannot die, and especially with the medevac support, it's like, bro, I think Gerald is just processing his loss right now. This is such a situation. And more storms, they're catching some damage with just the pure HP. Yeah. GG, well played by Ryung, showing that very both aggressive but controlled aggressive style, and not overextending. Very, very, very typical for a Korean pro, a decorated pro with so much experience. I love to see it.
No wonder Team Vitality attracted this player. He's truly amazing. But I really believe that on this map in particular, it all came down to the lost Storm War Prism. Because just imagine in this defense, Gerald's Storms were pretty nice, but they were too little. And if he had those 4 high tempers there as well, it might have been a different game, Junk.
It might have, but it really didn't feel like a couple of storms, even if it was like 4, 5, could take down twice the bigger army. It was like 40 to 80 on that engagement, man. Little by little, Ryung was showing all that experience, and that's exactly what StarCraft is about, taking these little optimizations and just putting yourself ahead.
Yeah, absolutely, and Ryung did so very well. Still though, I believe that Gerald, if he fixes some things here and there, I believe that he can be quite competitive in this series, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see 1-1 after this map. But Ryung is for sure in a better position right now, being on match point.
Yeah.
The best of 3 format is a very sudden death type of format. Yeah, it's not the best of 1, but still, it's so short. You saw earlier in the day, we had several 2-0s, and some of them were pretty quick, right? So, you know, you can just come here, play 15 minutes and...
Game 2 is always very interesting because Game 1 is such where usually players would be a little bit more apprehensive about doing something out there. Whereas even last series, when SKillous went 1-up, he tried to experiment in Game 2. Didn't turn out perfectly for him, but that was an interesting game. That was a really interesting game where he tried something different with that skip third. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to see if Ryung is going to try something more interesting for us here and for the fans, because of course he's 1-up. A lot of people would consider him the favorite, even though Gerald is playing out of his mind. But yeah, I really want to see that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there we have it. The next map is Bellum, and in the top left we have from Europe, from Poland, and from Team Streamer Zoun. Let's hear it for Gerald. He needs your support. He is currently trailing, but he looks calm, he looks focused, and he's ready to face up against
in the bottom right, in the red, with the Terran hailing all the way from Korea, from, as Exalted said, the legendary Team Vitality. It's one of the OGs, one of the most decorated Korean pro gamers. It is Ryung. All right, man, and those booths, man. The red one, the blue one, all thematic. I love it. I love it, man. Our colleagues have done such a good job with this.
Yeah, I love it. And we heard the fans on this one because last year around we used the green and the blue colors. But the viewers were like, we cannot really distinguish these colors too well. So this year we tried to do it more distinguishable with the classic red and blue. But again, already you can see how calm Ryung is in the beginning of this match. Gerald, of course, coming here to scout if everything is as standard as it can be, and so far it is.
And guys, as Exalted just alluded to, we do listen to all of your feedback. So please, 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 anything you want to share with us, just tell us what you liked, tell us what you think we could have done better, because this is proof that we really take your opinion into consideration, because of course we're doing this for you guys. This is the biggest reward out of everything, is seeing you guys enjoy this broadcast, and that's kind of why I was stressing out so much the last game, because it's a huge responsibility to bring you guys this entertainment. So we really hope you're enjoying yourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, with these players, Junker, it's easy to enjoy 1000%. Gerald, again, sending a prop out on the map. Let's see if this is going to be a proxy, or will he just hold the Xelnaga tower here?
A couple of words about the map, by the way. I believe this was probably the least played map during our round of qualifications.
Yes.
So I'm really excited to see it, even though this is probably the map that I'm least familiar out of the new map pool. But visually, it's really nice. I like this. Would you consider this sand or more like snow?
Oh yeah, that's a cool question. I think this is more of a space sand type of map, but it is going to get soaked in blood. Just, just a couple of minutes.
But do Protoss bleed?
Yeah, they bleed blue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
cool.
yeah. At least the Dragoons did bleed blue.
Oh yeah, they did.
Yeah, yeah, but they're not.
Oh, don't get me talking about Ruder. I'm gonna get nostalgic and cry. All right.
All right, let's focus on the StarCraft 2. But yeah, Protoss units do bleed. Some of them do die as well, and I'm absolutely certain that Ryung will try his absolute best to make that happen as early as possible. Blink is on the way here for Gerald.
Beautiful.
He's going for a very standard approach. I really like that. Blink is one of my favorite openers against a Terran player. Why? Because you can be both aggressive and defensive with it. It's a very versatile style of play, right? And if you decide to pull the trigger, you actually can. Still, on the other side, Ryung is going for the cloaked Banshees this time. Maybe he saw that Gerald's robotics facility was just a little bit delayed in the first game, so he's like, I'm going to get out the Banshees as quickly as possible, and they are in production already.
In the combination with the Reaper, I mean, I'm getting deja vu from all that one day when that's like the only build we ever cast. Remember that? That was such a good day. But yeah, seeing this Reaper walk around getting chased away by these talkers, the third is going to go down momentarily, it feels like, for Gerald.
Yeah, it needs to, as already Ryung is catching up in workers, and we all know that in this matchup in particular, the Protoss really needs to stay ahead in that way, because otherwise the Terran could go just unstoppable.
All right, do your party trick again. Tell me what's going to come out of this robo.
I mean, Observer is probably the best option here, given the fact that we will have some Banshees with Claw coming up, but of course Gerald doesn't know about that, and Observer will come, of course, as it's the best unit to scout your opponent.
Good sense, and again, the Zealot legs, the charge. Alrighty.
Yeah, after the blink, you really want to follow up with charge. You really want to get that gateway army as ready as possible for all type of situation. Because yeah, the expensive robotics facility units, for example, are very important, but you always rely on the bulk in front of them, right? On the army that is charging in, that is blinking in, and you really need those upgrades. Of course, the Forge is coming up shortly. I'm curious to see what upgrade will Gerald choose, but I would assume it will be the attack. Still no robotics bay though, so we are again going to be relying on storms.
Alright, but I see the Templar Archives path as well. Do you think maybe Gerald is spreading himself into too many directions?
No, not really. I think that this is a very standard way of playing, because you really need that splash against the Terran, and I mean, whether it's Colossi, whether it's Disruptors or Storm, I believe it's down to preference, but still, my personal one is that Colossi are a good starter, but if you can get those Storms early on and meet and greet the Terran with them, yeah, and there the Storm is being started just now, but that can be very useful. And another thing, let's not forget, last game, Gerald lost the Prism with the High Templars, and I'm absolutely sure that this time around he is going to be babysitting it like crazy.
No, yeah, as we said, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. So Gerald doesn't want that shame, so he's surely going to protect it better this time. All right, Ryung again, the Korean.
Yeah, he's going on a little bit of an anti-timing though, because Storm is not done just yet, and already Ryung has a very massive army, 66 army supply against the 43 of Gerald without the splash damage. But if Ryung gives Gerald more time, then the Storm will be available, but it would seem that the Terran will start his push. Will he break his opponent here? Let's see, the Banshees are going to destroy this High Templar with full energy. Great pickup by Ryung.
Oh, these mines doing some really good work as well. All right. They're just posturing a little bit. Both of them are very apprehensive because they know how quickly this could turn very bad.
Yeah,
for either side. Okay, mines moving forward.
Yeah, they need to be the Zealous though. They evaporated only Blinkstalkers here remaining. 15 army supplies remain. And again, Ryung with a deadly timing attack is looking destined to close this series 2-0. Ladies and gentlemen, the top-seeded player here is just showcasing dominance.
And now we see his heart rate for the first time go over 130.
Yeah,
he is excited about getting it. He can finally let himself feel. Okay, he was monk mode up until now. He's finally letting his heart beat because he can taste victory. He can taste the blood. Oh man, Ryung, such a beast, such an OG, such a storied and decorated player, such a
legend, brother,
yeah,
and
man.
such a master at the Terran race. As we can see, Gerald needs to type the GG, and so he will. Ryung with a dominating finish.
Oh man, that was really well deserved. Gerald played out of his mind as well. No one here is undeserving of like being called one of the best, but man, oh man, Ryung just feels like on another level.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, both games, Gerald did look well, especially in the early game. He did defend well in the early stages of the first map. For example, the mine drops didn't get high amount of probes or something like that, so the damage was not substantial. The defense of Gerald was okay, but still, I mean, Ryung was just too deadly, too sharp, and he showed that in game number 2 as well, because the first push out, the first move out on the map basically ended the game.
Yeah. Oh man, now we're watching this this moment here.
As one of our viewers says, bro, just attacked and won.
Yeah, easy game, easy life, you
Yeah,
know, man.
exactly.
Just Giga Chat, just move your army over there. I mean, StarCraft's not hard. You just make a bunch of units and just make them kill the dude.
Yeah, but I really like mines with the tanks and the bio. I think that they're a great addition because they protect the tanks from the zealots. But I hear that Ryung is already on the stage, so Bellum, please take it away.
All right, Ryung, you said whoever won that first game was going to win the entire series. And game one was a little bit dicey, up until you got the Prism with the High Templar. What's going through your head there?
First game, my opening so bad. So my attack, first attack, I think Orin. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I want. If I can't kill with one prism, I lost maybe. Yeah.
Okay, so hunt the Warp Prism if you're really far behind. That's what I'm hearing. That's what works. Now you're going to run into another Protoss in round two. It's going to be either Zoun or it's Krystianer. Who would you face?
I want two players same race. Maybe Krystianer.
Maybe. Would it have been better to fall into the lower bracket and not face Protoss next round?
I don't understand.
Lose, so would it better to lose so you don't have to play a Protoss next?
Yes.
All right, well, congratulations, Ryung. We'll let you get back to it.
Does it again. He wins in Stara Zagora.
He's moving forward and forward. Reynor needs to evacuate.
Hello, my name's Jonathan, and I've been a gaming, esports, and entertainment enthusiast for as far back as I can remember. StarCraft, I think, is one of the most beautiful contests of wit that you can have with another person. Of course, chess is great, a lot of other competitive games are great, but I think there is something about the beautiful, beautiful balance of the StarCraft races, about its unique design, its atmosphere, and just the intense amount of precision and intellect that it requires for someone to be at the top level. And that's what cements it as my favorite game of all time. Oh, that's such a long story. I've been trying to get myself involved with gaming any way I can ever since 2002 when I started writing articles for the gaming magazines of yesteryear. And one thing leading to another, I've always been trying to support initiatives, especially here in Bulgaria, because people say Bulgaria, small country, not a lot of good stuff is happening here, especially in terms of gaming and entertainment, and I really wanted to change that. So I've always been looking for cool stuff that's happening that has to do with gaming and esports, and of course I've been following the StarCraft 2 scene. It was amazing when Exalted launched the Bulgarian StarCraft League. I've been following that. I've been commenting, and I've always been showing my support, and I was fortunate enough to get the opportunity to help out with the event last year as player manager, and kind of broke my fear of casting StarCraft last year as well with the qualifiers, for which again I thank Exalted and Constantine so much for giving me the chance to do that. And here we are. I'm so proud and lucky to be involved with this event for a second year, and not just for myself and for my own sake, but for the sake of Bulgaria, because we not only proved that we can have this once, but we proved that we did it so well last time that we get to do it again. And hopefully we'll be able to do it again and again and again, and keep StarCraft alive and keep RTS alive, because that's a genre that deserves to be kept alive. Well, again, it's always very hard to say, but honestly, a little part of me is rooting for a Zerg to win. I'm a Zerg enjoyer, so I would really like to see someone that's rocking the purple win. I'm looking at Serral. I'm also looking at last year's champion, Clem. Also, there were a few really interesting players whose qualifiers we casted together with Exalted from the Bullstream Studios. And man, that was so fun. I really hope you guys caught those matches because there were some really huge upsets and some relatively unknown players showed some amazing games, and I was really lucky to be able to cast them. So it's going to be all over the place, and I'm super excited to be able to watch the tournament. So, you know, I'm trying to weasel out of this answer, but if I have to say it, then probably Serral. Thank you so much to everyone who made this happen, and that includes from the top down, the organizers, the production team, Bullstream, all the fans, all the sponsors, the partners of the organizations. There's so many people involved, guys. The stream that you're watching, you know, if you don't do production, it's probably like, yeah, it's pretty cool. No, it's not just pretty cool. It's a huge, gargantuan effort, and you can't even, if you're not involved in production, you can't even begin to imagine the amount of tech and of planning, coordination, phone calls, and so much stress that everyone around me is undergoing in order for us to be able to have this content. So thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. Everyone involved, everyone that gave up so many hours of sleep to make this. Mwah.
Send it one last time with all the queens, road to beverages, and a couple locusts.
All of the Hydras have fallen down, and we see a substantial lead in our supply.
He's always in two locations at the same time. It looks like he might win both of them as well. These Hydras are just melting here, and the drop's getting damage on the other side.
Did not get the hot pickup there. Actually, we did. So this one Disruptor, one Marauder, excuse me, has now killed 3 Disruptors already. That's pretty well.
Lings and Ultras are starting to swarm here. Parasitic Bomb make it so hard to heal. So, we just had a TVP. It was great. It was a 2-0, and Ryung told us that he was not super excited about who he was going to have to run into next because it's a PvP, and, you know, we should probably bring our Protoss players out. So, welcome to the stage, Krystianer and Zoun. Zoun, PvP, good?
Very not good.
Krystianer, about your PvP, right? You've been pretty successful in this matchup. How are you feeling about playing against Zoun?
Done in the other matchups, you know.
Can you say that again? Because apparently I was holding the antenna.
So actually, PvP is my best matchup for now. Obviously, I will try my best, but against Zoun is going to be super tough.
Gotcha. So, Zoun, 2-0, 2-1.
I wanna 2-0.
All right. Good luck, shake hands, and we'll see you in game.
Well, Rod, it feels very nice to be back here with you. We had some very interesting games, but the one right now, I think is a very wild one.
It's another PvP. The PvP earlier was already close. And, and this one is fun because Krystianer and Zoun, obviously from completely different regions, they haven't played against each other very often. It's a very unique match. It's also very cool to see Krystianer again in an offline event. I was just running up and down the stairs, by the way. I'm out of breath over here, mate. It only went so quick. But yeah, I think it's going to be a very cool one. Zoun, of course, is already qualified for the Esports World Cup. Krystianer, maybe looking at this tournament, and it's a long shot, but it's absolutely a possibility.
Yeah, and I mean, I was in Poland earlier in the year for the house tournament there, and he actually performed very well. Laser still
you
on
went
it.
there, right?
I went there, and it was super cool to shout out to the Polish community, guys. You're the real MVPs. I felt very welcome there. And Krystianer is a great representative of his country. And I'm actually super happy that he signed up for our wildcard qualifier. And he actually qualified.
He's been one of the stronger Protoss in the European scene for a long time, but it's really hard to become the best Protoss in Europe because we've got so freaking many excellent Protoss players. A couple of them being here. Think of ShoWTimE, think of SKillous, and there is a whole nother list of 10 excellent Protoss we can mention. But Krystianer has been up there, and he is one of these guys that once in a while he just goes on the run. And all of us, it's kind of like the stars align, and it's a little bit crazy and chaotic, but he just keeps on winning. And he's of course not a top favorite entering a tournament with Clem and Serral and a couple of the other top guys. However, he is one of these guys that absolutely has the skill, has the possibilities of having a serious run there, and that could very well lead him into that EWC slot. It's a long shot, but he's absolutely allowed to dream with all the things he has already accomplished in the past online and those crazy runs that he goes on once in a while at a weekly event where he takes out players that are considered to be better than him, that are higher ranked than him on the League Leg or whatever other ranking you may want to use. It's fun. It's a really, really important series for Krystianer. Of course, Zoun came all the way over from Korea. So he will just treat this tournament as, hey, I want to do well, I want to lift the trophy. He is an excellent Korean Protoss that is one of the contenders to potentially win it all, but PvP is a wild matchup, Exalted.
Exactly, but again, Zoun is in a perfect form right now. He qualified for Esports World Cup in a very tough qualifier. The Korean qualifier was incredible. So Zoun in great shape. Krystianer though, he's one of these people that doesn't seem phased, you know, he's a very brave player, and I believe that he believes in his skill a lot, and I'm happy again that we are about to see a European versus a South Korean PvP. Let's take a look at the V2 Rotterdam. Krystianer picked ley lines, Zoun picked Tokamak. The Desire, Persephone.
That basically streams confidence on both sides to me, because I think ley lines is relatively honest and straightforward. I think the same goes for Tokamak. Now the maps are on the largest side, so you could potentially hide something like a proxy gateway early on or a proxy robo, but they're also excellent maps to just play an honest macro game and take it from there. They're getting rid of maps like Ultra Love, where there is a ramp leading into the natural, or Last Fantasy, where weird things could happen because that's a 3-spawn player map rather than 2. It honestly seems pretty normal to me in a PvP. To me, this seems that they're both very confident in their ability of just making magic happen with probably a lot of Stalkers. Now, is it 1 base, 2 base, 3 base, or all the bases? We're about to find out, but it seems very standard.
It seems very standard. I'm curious to see if we are going to actually witness a cheese Rotterdam. We didn't have one up until now. Do you think that one of these players are actually prone to do so?
Yes, Koreans have always loved being aggressive on one base. Krystianer can be very aggressive. Honestly, with European Protosses, because they're all forced to play so much PvP, whether they are playing regional qualifiers or continental qualifiers or open cups, they will play so many PvPs that you cannot get away with always being the macro guy or always being the cheesy guy. That's just impossible. You're going to get blind counted way too hard. So is Krystianer capable of one basing? Absolutely. Do I think he will do it? At best once, I'd say, in the series. He's legitimately a good macro player, and so is Zoun. Like, I'm just ready for both of them to hopefully be well set up on 2 bases, going up to 3, a lot of Stalkers, and then I want to see them drive each other nuts, because they're both quick, they both have great micro. It really has potential, this series. I'm legit excited.
Yeah, me too. When the bracket drawing was being done and they picked each other, I felt that this is going to be a nice series. Zoun, I'm super happy to see him here. He doesn't remember actually, but one time all the way back to 2020. He was a guest on the Bulgarian StarCraft League channel playing against Nice, a show match, which was super fun. And I asked him, hey, Zoun, do you remember that? And he was like, no. But I hope at least this time coming here to Bulgaria will be a memorable experience for him.
I mean, asking a Protoss if he remembers an online PvP 5 years ago, that's just very mean, mate. That's like, oh, one of the 4,500 PvPs I've played on a stream? No, I don't think I remember. I can't blame him for that.
Yeah, absolutely. But I was so happy back then, you know, to see this guy on our channel, and I'm so happy to finally greet him here in our country as well. So, yeah, I think this is going to be a banger. I cannot wait for the first map to start. Team Vitality versus Offside Esports.
I was laughing so hard this morning when the sun was shining, before we had our rain, before we had a thunderstorm, and it was proper warm over here in Bulgaria. And as you guys know, we have an outdoor venue that's in a park, but it's on a mountain. So it's a bit of a walk from the players' hotel to this venue. It's a proper hike, one might say. It's uphill, probably like 55 meters spread across. It's a solid 25 to 30-minute walk uphill. And when the Koreans finally made it, and you welcomed them with a lot of energy, their only response, being covered in sweat, was GG.
yes, this is actually super funny. It was so genuine.
Was it Zoun or Ryung?
Ryung,
right?
yeah, so genuine, yeah. Well, GG indeed, man, yeah. I think after this tournament, we will lose some calories.
Absolutely. Yeah. I loved it, the Koreans.
Yeah, but this is getting into the summer body though.
Yeah. They were excited to be here, they were excited they made it, but clearly suffering a little bit from the heat and the uphill hike. The only response was GG. But hey, they've had many hours to recover, and clearly Ryung didn't bother him. It wasn't the end for him yet, as he looked very good in that previous series.
Very sharp.
And now we're about to see if his teammate from Vitality will look just as good. But it's going to be tough. Krystianer really is a very fearsome opponent. He's been a strong Protoss in Europe for a while. Very cool for me to see him again, because I have met him a couple times in some of the European events. But I want to say it's way back. Like, obviously, the kids grow up, and he's much older now. He used to live in Germany. He has moved back to Poland with his family. And he said he's working out a lot. He's going to the gym very often.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, absolutely. I said it. I told him as well before he even told me. I was like, "Oh, you're going to the gym?" He's like, "Oh, how do you know?" I was like, "No, you're looking big. You're looking healthy." And he's like, "Yes, I've been going very often." He's into like all the training regimens, and he said he's also getting ready to maybe join the army a little bit later on.
Okay.
And because of that, he wants to get in excellent shape because he knows that's going to be tough. But very fun for me to catch up with Krystianer again and just learn a lot more about his life. He says he still loves playing StarCraft, and he's always stayed active, but he did say, like, it's a bit tough. He's like, a lot of these online cups, he's like, I have to defeat Clem or Max Packs, and it's so incredibly difficult to make a run. I just wish there were a few more offline events that I could participate in. Well, this was one of them, and I'm happy to see that he has made it.
Absolutely. I hope everything is fine with him, because he removed his headset. So hopefully everything is well there. Okay, he's putting it back on, so maybe we will get ready for the battle shortly. Zoun is kind of looking around like, guys, when are we going to start the game?
We don't know. We didn't get any updates from production yet, but I don't think there are any big issues.
Yeah.
I believe that our gamers are pretty much ready. It's the upper bracket best of 3, so whoever loses here is of course not eliminated from the tournament. They'll drop down to the lower bracket.
Yeah.
But especially for Krystianer, who is, I'm sure, dreaming a little bit of that EWC slot and eyeing it, he knows that if he drops to lower bracket round 1, he's still allowed to dream, but it's going to be so freaking difficult. There's so much pressure every single series. And the easiest way to get far in the tournament is just by getting 2 wins in the upper bracket. Then you're basically guaranteeing yourself top 6 overall. And that could already be good enough.
Yes.
With 5+ players here that have already qualified for the Esports World Cup, that are all likely to have deep runs, Krystianer knows that the quickest way of getting there is by winning this PvP and then potentially the PvT in the next round, as the winner of this series will play against Ryung, and that is going to be an incredibly important series looking at that EWC ticket.
Yeah, absolutely, and we might have team kill type of situations in the upper bracket. Yeah, Ryung is awaiting his opponent from this series, but it's a PvP, so there is nothing for him to look at right now. Still, I'm really excited for this game to begin.
I think that goes for everybody here.
Yeah, yeah. Production?
And I'm sure that goes for the game as well, Exalted. I am sure it's just a matter of seconds now. We want to make sure that they're comfortable, right? It's such an important series. It's their first series here on the main stage. And of course the players were here yesterday and they went through all the settings. They had some time to set up. They've had made profiles, but sometimes then on the day off, things can suddenly still feel a tiny bit different. I mean, we don't want to force these guys to start a game if the mouse feels a bit off.
Oh,
or
yeah,
if
absolutely.
the audio is not
Absolutely.
quite correct. So
Yeah.
if that means we have to buy 2 or 3 minutes, so be it.
So be it indeed, but looking at Krystianer's face, I believe that we're about to start. His heart rate already shows through his chest. I'm interested if he has the heart rate monitor on though, because I think that this is a very cool metric to follow.
Yes, it is. Yeah, we've seen it in the past at some other streams as well. Sometimes I watch personal streams where people use it. It's interesting, especially when you see that they're getting in trouble or they're getting ready for that game-deciding fight. It is fun stuff to look at for sure.
Yeah, it was very interesting to see Ryung being basically below 100 BPM for the entirety of the series, and then when he was about to win, it went up to 130.
Everybody gets excited over winning.
Sure.
Even a veteran like Ryung, who's been around forever, he will get excited.
Yeah, and I mean, I believe that this just fuels the passion of the professional players because they just love this feeling so much. And who doesn't, right, Rotterdam?
No, absolutely. I'm wondering why I hear Biomove in my headset. Like, he's not here. I shouldn't be hearing him, but...
He's loud.
Yeah,
he's loud, man.
He can be that loud. He's got to be near a microphone that's somehow coming through. As much as I love hearing Bio, I prefer hearing him when we're actually casting a game together, so it's not too distracting. But yes, we love him because he's loud, and that's when he brings the energy, he brings the passion.
Yes.
From the beginning to the end. Honestly, very disappointed that he didn't grab that trophy full of conviction.
Kind of.
He did. Yeah, I kind of hope that he listened to all of your instructions and he would have just ignored it and grabbed that trophy anyway. Right in front of the mayor, be like, no, I'm the mayor of Stara Zagora.
In all fairness, I kind of urged him to do that, you know, but I think that he disregarded my my advice.
Maybe we had a little too much fun around it last year and he didn't want to do it again.
Yeah, but we had the deputy mayor here, so, you know.
We had both the mayors.
Both the mayors, basically, yeah.
All right, as soon as we hear something from production in regards to this PvP, obviously we'll let you guys know, but as I said before, we want to make sure both Krystianer and Zoun are happy when they start this
Give me a prediction then.
Yeah, as I said, I stand by my prediction, and some people will think like, he's doing the casting.
But the score?
Like Zoun is just going to win, blah, 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 but I really think it's going to be close. I mean, predicting Krystianer to win is definitely maybe a bit too feisty and hot, but why not? Why not be a little adventurous? Why won't I go for the 2-1 in favor of the Polish underdog?
Well, he's talented enough, in my opinion, to pull it off, right? And we have seen crazier things happen. I don't know if you saw the wildcard qualifier, but Gumiho was playing in it, and SHameless actually knocked him out, which was... It was very crazy.
Yeah, SHameless is a fantastic PvP player. I'm so sad that he wasn't able to secure his visa to make this
Yeah,
journey.
man, and we tried so hard. We really did try so hard. But our game has loaded up Rotterdam, and let's introduce our players on ley lines in the top right. We have the Polish player, ladies and gentlemen. This is Krystianer.
The underdog, but the underdog that absolutely has hands and is allowed to dream. And he's going up against this man, a Korean Protoss that has already qualified for the Esports World Cup 2025. This is Vitality Zoun.
Yeah, the newest addition to Vitality, actually.
That is correct. They signed him and he qualified immediately for the Esports World Cup. They're going to be pretty happy with that.
Oh, 1000%. I think they attracted a great player, and I believe that their roster is incredible. Maro already secured his spot into the Esports World Cup, so now Zoun, of course, secured it. Only Ryung left.
Yeah, there is a chance though, because Ryung is already in the second round, and you know, if Zoun wins here, Ryung probably knows Zoun very well, and Ryung is an incredibly smart player, but then we're getting ahead of ourselves, and I really don't want to do Krystianer dirty here, as I'm so happy to see that our Polish Protoss is back on an offline stage, and he's going to try to show off some of that crazy PvP we've seen of him in the past. He really is a momentum-based player, but if he gets off to a good start here, I am so certain this is going to be really difficult for Zoun, because this man just knows how to win series. He's done it against the very best in Europe time and time again,
and I am certain that he can do it here as well. Even though it might be a bit scary sitting on the stage, it's been a little while for Krystianer, but it's also not like he's a newcomer. He's been around the block, and he has definitely gathered some offline experience over the years.
Oh yeah, 1000%, but I agree with you completely, Rotterdam. Krystianer is a very momentum-based player, and if he smells the blood in the water, he becomes a true shark. I like players like that, that are super, when they sense it, they go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's not somebody who's gonna, oh, when I'm ahead, I'm gonna get way further ahead and I'm gonna prolong the game for another 12 minutes. No. Krystianer is a finisher. If he feels that he can end it, he is going to end it. And once in a while that could backfire, but sometimes that will also help him by not allowing great players to potentially make a comeback by having a bit of a more passive approach. So it is going to be fun. Early stage PvP is very important. It is a Stalker Sentry versus Stalker Sentry. I'd say that's very common these days. And both of them are doing the exact same thing, as they have temporarily warped in a pylon just to delay their opponent from expanding a little while longer.
Well, Zoun though, with a bit of a deviation here, going for the 2 Adepts. I think that if they sneak into Krystianer's mineral line, it can spell doom, but of course Krystianer should be on top of his defense, I would say.
Can we take a look at Shift Alpi, just making sure that they both cancelled everything in time? Yeah, okay. For a split second there, because we looked away and I was like, that pylon was pretty close to falling, and I hope that Krystianer was paying attention, but he was. But you're spot on there, Exalted. Stalker Sentry, very standard. Stalker Sentry into double Adept, a little bit less standard. Often that leads into a Robo opening, but we haven't seen that yet from Zoun. We'll keep an eye on that. Krystianer has already gone for a proxy pylon, so he's moving out. That could be awesome against a man who has made 2 Adepts and is shading them to the other side of the map, but it could also backfire if those Adepts show up in a mineral line and your units are not there. This is big for Krystianer, at least seeing it. Now he needs to make damn certain he can warp in a pylon on that high ground.
Yeah, but now he's attacking here with his sentries, with his stalkers, but the shield battery will for sure help Zoun here. Still though, 3 sentries and stalkers. Stalker are not good enough against what Krystianer has, but with the shield battery helping out, the defense is already achieved. But the devs might find the perfect timing now. Krystianer on top of his warping here.
Yeah, Krystianer warps off once more, but has still lost a couple of probes. But I think this fight right now is a lot more exciting. There is one shield barrier, it's out of energy. We can use energy recharge, but that won't save Zoun forever. The Polish Protoss, if he can micro this to perfection, he could potentially gain some momentum, but it is Zoun who finds those low HP stalkers of Krystianer before the shield regeneration kicks in. And now Krystianer is even forced to let this shield battery finish up, which is absolutely not what you want as defender. Overall, great hold by Zoun. Even if the Adepts didn't get a whole lot done on the other side of the map, they still at least won 100 and something minerals there. They killed 1 or 2 probes as well. They were too close to the wall off. We can safely say that this early game, despite the fact that it looked a little scary, was good for Zoun.
Yeah, we can see it in the units lost up. Better trades by Zoun, 1000%, and he's getting ahead in workers now, and in the mirror matchup, this is this is not a lead you really want to give to your opponent, but here we are finally. Krystianer is going to release these probes that were hungry for some minerals, and now they can get them, and they really need to. I like the chrono boosts on the Nexus. I think he needs to catch up.
Yeah, he did warp into Adepts as well. I want to take a little look at the natural of Zoun if we can, because the 2 Adepts of Krystianer are going to do their thing. They have killed 3 probes, a couple of force fields went down, so some energy got drained.
Yeah,
that's going to help a little. But the biggest downside, perhaps, of this opening for Krystianer is that he also warped in that pylon on the other side of the map, which means he loses those 100 minerals as well. Then he lost 100 minerals with the shield battery, was denied mining because the battery finished up. Overall, just a few too many things not going Krystianer his way. Well, perhaps if he would have been able to save those low HP units a little bit longer, he could have done better. He should kill that probe there that's trying to go up to 3 bases for Zoun. Krystianer will do that, and I would just cancel this shade. I'd say cancelling the shade is the best. Very important to at least delay your opponent from going up to 3 bases a little while longer.
Yeah, both of these players though, they're building a proxy pylon, and we can see that a gateway will be added here. So actually Zoun is looking to put some pressure on his Polish opponent, and we see him moving out on the map with several stalkers. Krystianer will see that, or at least a part of the army though.
Very important for Krystianer that he has not gone up to 3 bases yet, because if he did, he would have been in trouble. This might be a good moment to let the shade finish up and see if he can kill some probes in the natural. Krystianer should be able to find 3 workers here. Oh, he misfired! He shot at the Stalker, that's unfortunate. Still gets the second. Might still get number 3, yes he does, but obviously it should have been one more. Meanwhile, Zoun is in the main base. Krystianer on the other side of the map. Gave himself high ground vision with a hallucinated Phoenix, I assume. And we are now battling. Krystianer has definitely done a tremendous job in closing that worker deficit. However, the problem is he's still on 2 bases. Zoun is going up to 3, but perhaps if Zoun does not spot this proxy pylon and this proxy gateway at the bottom side of the map, Krystianer could hit a pretty gnarly 2-base timing.
Yeah, absolutely, and the third base of Zoun, and not only, the main base of Zoun could even be in danger, but the devs here come and they will try to maybe snipe a proper 2. They want good defense here by Zoun, but the big attack, the huge attack is coming out from this warp gate.
Can we take a look at the gateway counts real quick on both sides? It is 6 gateways on the side of 2-base Krystianer. It is 4 gateways on the side of Zoun. Nexus is down, free sentry. That's a great start to Krystianer. Zoun is still on the other side of the map, guys. We could be engaged into a little bit of a good old base trade, but this should normally favor the 6-gate player. Krystianer is very committed, and he is going straight for the main. He is looking to unpower these gates. 2 gateways unpowered immediately. Number 3 gets unpowered. There might be something that Krystianer can do here because he's got more units than Zoun at the moment, and the investment in the 3rd base doesn't do anything for you, Exalted.
No, it doesn't do anything for you at all, Rotterdam, in a situation like this, and we can see that with the army supply advantage right now, Krystianer is feeling very good about himself, and he will destroy all the shield batteries here, because if Zoun decides to recall, they can be of huge help in a situation like that, which is basically neck to neck in supply, and I think I favor the Krystianer's position more.
Yep, it is going to be just an all-out base trade. They're both expanding on the other side of the map. It's still obviously very close, but Krystianer's got 2 more units. And if you're working with this is something that Zoun... Oh, Zoun is going to go for the recall. That's probably not something that Krystianer is expecting. That is honestly a crazy recall, because that is not the entire army of Zoun. I find it quite wild that he decided to only recall like half of his army. Krystianer looks at this, and he's now looking to chase this army down. I can guarantee you that. It's 21 Stalkers against 19. Both players, their heart rate is probably going to go up a little bit, because this is where you really pray no Dark Shrines suddenly show up.
Oh yeah.
But there are no Dark Shrines. We know that they're both trying to take a new expand. It is slightly favored Krystianer. Zoun's got more workers, but I don't know if that really matters right now. I think the Stalker count matters a whole lot more.
Yeah, absolutely. But still, we have a big battle here. Who you engage better? For now, no Stalkers will fall. Zoun with a little bit of a better control in this engagement. He is actually equalizing the supply here, Rotterdam.
Yep, and he's still got the sentry as well. That is massive. Guardian Shield is incredibly important. Krystianer had a low HP sentry starting this fight, and he lost his sentry rather quickly. A lot of players have Stalkers incredibly low in HP, but it still looks like it is barely going to go in favor of Zoun, as Zoun makes the forward blink. And despite the fact that he was down 2 Stalkers, he gets the job done there. Great value out of his sentry, great value out of not 1, but 2 Guardian Shields. And I also felt that his probes were slightly more useful than the probes of Krystianer that were trailing behind a little bit. And then, of course, the superior concave. What an exciting game. That got really close, and I'm sure Krystianer's kicking himself a little bit for that, because he did have 2 Stalkers more, and that is supposed to make the difference.
Yeah, but we can see how important target firing is, and of course, micro of the units. Zoun was incredible in that regard, and he showed just how great of a player he is actually in this first map, but this map was way closer than I expected, in all fairness.
It was very close, and I think we both kind of thought it was going to be close. If we can take another look at some of the highlights. Of course, Zoun had a better early game, but then Krystianer's build order choice was excellent, especially after that proxy pylon and proxy gateway went undetected. Finding this sentry at first, like, it really did favor Krystianer. But in that final fight, there is worth keeping your eye on, first of all, the concave. Zoun had more units firing. Then it's the sentry that really died quickly on the side of Krystianer.
Yeah,
and look at the Guardian Shield here for Zoun. That is massive. And it also felt that Zoun, his probes were just a little bit more useful. Excellent victory there by Zoun. It is not easy to win if it's 21 Stalkers and a sentry against 19 Stalkers and a sentry.
It isn't, but he showed that it's not impossible, and there we have it. He is now the leader of this series, Krystianer. I think he needs to brush that off. I don't think he needs to feel too bad about himself. He played very well. So let's wait and see what will happen on map number 2.
And this is map number 2, as we've already loaded into it. In the bottom left side, we are looking at the main base of our Korean Protoss, representing Vitality. Stara Zagora, make some noise for Zoun.
They are making the noise. Thank you, Stara Zagora, and let's hear you support the Polish player here. He's trailing 0-1. Can he tie up the series? Krystianer!
So we had the mayor here earlier today, and he called Stara Zagora the most beautiful city in Bulgaria. As a man who was born and raised in Sofia, what do you have to say about that?
Ooh, man, Rotterdam, you're putting me on the spot, aren't you? Oh, well, I love Stara Zagora. It's incredible. It's very green. This is what I love about it. You can see nature basically everywhere.
Let's say it's a tie.
It's a tie. Let's say it's a tie. Thank you. Thank you for the save. Yeah.
No, I think both cities have beautiful things, because you also have a lot of mountains around Sofia, which looks very nice. But obviously we've got mountains here as well. We're literally on one right now.
Kind of, yeah. Mixing computer games and nature is something like a crazy concept, but somehow it works.
And it makes for very beautiful views, right? Whether you're on it or you're just looking towards it, I feel like it's always nice.
For sure.
Especially as a man who comes from a country where we've got 0 mountains.
It's
this would be the tallest mountain in my country.
Right?
No, very close. We have some near the German border, but at that point we're basically in Germany, no longer in the Netherlands.
Yeah, can you call them Dutch, right? But the thing is that I'm super happy that you're enjoying the outside venue casting, you know, because you said that it's a new experience for you as well.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's
last year
cool.
was the first time ever, and I really enjoyed it. It felt really weird after being here last year, and then I think I had another event shortly after it. I forgot which one it was. I don't know if it was a Home Story Cup or if we went elsewhere, but I was like, man, I kind of miss standing outside and the fresh air and the trees all around. Every now and then, ducking away from a bug or something that was terrifying, but all of a sudden I was back in the gamer basement. I was like, kind of miss standing on top of a mountain. It was pretty cool.
Man, I'm happy that this tournament brought you such a memory that was close for you, you know. I'm happy to hear that, Rotti. And both players are actually going to go for a second base, not really pressuring each other just yet.
Yeah, last game it was Krystianer, who was definitely a bit more aggressive with his real army, and Zoun, who was more looking to poke with those adepts. And I still feel that there was something that Krystianer could have gotten done there, but it's so difficult to fight near a shield battery. So what you have to do then is basically trade out till the final HP of your unit, then you move the units back, and you kind of wait until those shield regeneration kicks in. That takes a couple seconds, but they do regenerate rather quickly. And then there is a moment where you have a critical mass of units, and you can actually snowball, and you can start one-shotting units, even if that battery has some energy. Unfortunately for Krystianer, he stuck around like a split second too late with those very low HP units, and Zoun was like the man with the golden gun, one shot, one kill, moved forward, killed both of them, and that allowed him to have a relatively comfortable hold in the end.
Yeah, true, but looking at this situation right now, Zoun is going for the DT Shrine, right? And I mean, he scouted right now Krystianer's base and he saw absolutely no detection whatsoever. So I believe that Zoun is feeling pretty good right now with his DT tech.
Those Koreans can be so cheeky in PvP, and it's very cute actually that he's starting up charge right now. Is there a chance he lets that finish? Yes, but the main reason why you do this is because this is a little bit cheaper. So now if a hallucinated Phoenix of Krystianer flies into the main base, what do you see? A working Twilight Council. So nothing to worry about, right?
Exactly, it's a standard blink play, but we know it isn't.
That's so cool. Very well done by Zoun. These are the little things. Now the Phoenix comes back, but you don't know how far along that upgrade is. So he scouted earlier an upgrade, now he still sees an upgrade. But Blink is a bit more expensive than Charge. You don't always have the resources for that, so it's absolutely worth it. And I'm actually really, really worried here for Krystianer. It does not seem like he's thinking about a Dark Shrine. And what Zoun is doing correctly is building a pylon very close near the 3 bases of Krystianer. Sometimes people get away with a very early Dark Shrine that doesn't get scouted, but then they don't have any way to get DTs on the other side of the map. This probe girl could be massive, because if it's just a pylon here, why would there be a pylon? But the first DT is already on the way. Krystianer has warped in the robotics facility. He is looking for it. It's still going to be a little bit difficult to deal with this first DT because it's so quick. Now let's take a look at that robo. Obviously, Krystianer needs to make 110% certain that the DT does not get into the main base.
Ooh, a second robo even. Krystianer wants to be ultra safe against this DT. The force field will block it out at least for a little bit.
But one DT on top of a mineral line is still going to be a lot of dead probes rather quickly, and that robo is still nowhere near done. So even though Krystianer has eventually figured it out, this is still painful. You want to mine from that nature. It's a second DT that got warped in too. Oh no, it's already bad for Krystianer. Even if I believe that the Observer will come out, he will have detection here eventually. It's just painful. That is a lot of lost mining time. That's a lot of dead probes. One of the DTs is force-footed in, but the other one is still going ham on all those workers. It's a great start for Zoun.
Yeah, and keep in mind, behind that, Zoun is developing his technology more and more, adding the blink, adding the +1. Oh, whoa, what is this mosquito here? Shoo.
If that's a mosquito, I'm running away, because that's way too big for a mosquito, mate. That cannot be a mosquito.
Guys, if you don't hear any casting in a little bit, just know that it's the mosquitoes. But yeah, we have a robotics facility coming along. We have the +1. Just Zoun is way ahead on each front, basically.
I'm no expert on the bugs, mate, but that could not have been a mosquito, because if it is, then you guys have some terrifying creatures flying around over here, and I'm hiding for the rest of the weekend.
Almost like Australia.
I think that one is rather innocent. I only start worrying when it's the wasp. Like, that's when I start running away, and that's when I start ducking. But anyway, back to PvP. Enough about the wasp.
Yeah, we don't have bugs here, we don't have zergs. We have some hallucinated stalkers and Zoun pushing Krystianer to the edge, basically, because again a failed attempt at an attack, and the DT will take some more probes out of Krystianer. Still equal worker count.
Yeah, I'm very surprised by that, actually. I really do feel... I know that Zoun is a third base with this build. It's obviously going to be a little bit later. And his Dark Shrine is not cheap. And a couple of DTs that he got warped in, they're not cheap either. But I don't feel that Krystianer has any business being up in workers. Now, that does obviously mean that Zoun has spent his money elsewhere, and we can see that. I think he's just gearing up for a pretty powerful attack. Zoun's got a larger army right now. He's actually getting a couple of cannons defensively, which I find a tiny bit of an odd choice. Maybe he's worried Krystianer is also going for DTs and is annoying, because cannons are actually not that great against adepts. Adepts can kind of stay out of range of the cannon and still kill workers. Now Krystianer, though, with the rough start that he had, going up to 4 bases, I think is way too ambitious, especially if we're warping in a bunch of adepts. He might find some damage exalted, but I don't know how he's going to deal with this main army.
Yeah, this time around, if we go to a base trade situation, it will for sure favor Zoun here with the bigger army supply, and I think that this is no mistake that Krystianer dropped the GG and tapped on the mat. Zoun was just way ahead at basically everything.
Yeah, very well done there. Great decision to go for that proxy Dark Shrine. It did not get scouted, and even if Krystianer eventually saw that pylon and had a robo on the way, it's just already a little bit too late. He's not going to straight up die to the DTs, but you lose so much mining time, you lose a lot of workers. He was forced to warp in a bunch of extra sentries that he didn't really want, just to try to force those DTs away, and then he tried to overcompensate by taking that amount of damage, by A, dealing damage with a crazy stalker run by an adept, and B, going up to 4 bases very quickly, while not really keeping track of what Zoun was doing.
Greedy, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit too much, but I understand it. Desperate times call for desperate measures, right?
But I hear some loud applause, so I believe that Zoun is already on the stage. Let's greet him.
Congratulations, Zoun. It's a 2-0 there. There we go. And you get to go and play Ryung next round. Team kill. Good?
Not good, because Ryung double shield, so very sad.
Very sad that he's going to have to knock out Ryung and make him have a little bit harder journey in the lower bracket. Game 1, though, goes to base trade. Scary, good?
Scary, what?
Bad, good for base trade? Is it scary for you going into something like that? Okay, fair enough. DTs, game 2, why?
I think today very lucky day, so I want easy game. So DT bid.
Hard hike, easy game, fair enough. Congratulations. All right, and we'll be back next series soon.
He wins in Stara Zagora.
He's moving forward and forward. Reynor needs to evacuate.
My name is Philip Bellum. I'm a StarCraft 2 caster, content creator, and then when I'm not doing that, I do grad school things. And right now, I'm very happy that I'm in Stara Zagora to talk about some StarCraft. I think the biggest thing last year was just the surprise, really a very pleasant surprise about how good it was. Because, let's be real, no one had heard of, I had heard of the Bulgarian StarCraft League a little bit. I'd seen you in some lobbies, but I'd seen Exalted in some lobbies. But no one had, oh, this tournament, it's in Bulgaria, what's happening? And then it turns out it's incredible production value, really good games, a great venue. So it was probably the most pleasant surprise, at least of last year, if not longer. And then we get back to do it again with more learnings. It's going to be even better this time. We got some players that couldn't attend last time. We got Serral here now. The weather's gorgeous. Of course, it's an outdoor venue. It's really a rarity in esports, and the weather is really cooperating. So, you ask me what I'm most excited about coming back to it. I think the answer is what am I not excited about coming back to it this time, because this really is a special event. So I am gonna cop out here and say Serral is the pick of any tournament that he ever arrives into. Although that's, I don't even know that that's totally fair right now. Because Serral is, of course, one of the greatest players. A lot of people would say, I'm going to say the greatest player of all time. But recently, he got knocked out in top 8 at DreamHack Dallas. He lost at EWC to Clem twice. And those games actually were very significantly Clem favored. So I look at this tournament and I say, Serral's the favorite of any tournament that he goes into. But we got Reynor here, who has at times been his kryptonite in ZVZ. We have Clem, who is looking incredible right now. And I think the best part about this all is that EWC is in about 6 weeks, maybe even less. It's coming up very soon. So this is a last chance opportunity for these players to get some offline LAN experience and get that tune-up going and start to figure things out. So it would be tempting to say, well, okay, it's a 10,000 euro LAN, maybe we'll see what's gonna happen here, but this is such a key opportunity for these players to get ready for a $700,000, $600,000 massive world championship that I think we're going to see some incredible games, which means that I'm not sure, but Reynor, Serral, Clem have got to be up there. Well, okay, so I got a couple things. On the top of, well, the venue's awesome. The vibes of this tournament are special. It's kind of some of the production value that you'd get at a high-level LAN. But then it's small enough, and with everything that's happening, we get players casting quite a bit, at least we did last year. It's a very much kind of a Home Story Cup vibe a little bit, which is really this nice connection between the high-level esports and then the community that makes it all possible. On top of that, the community here is fantastic, but Exalted's mom makes some excellent rakia. That I've been gifted a bottle, hopefully this time. So, but really, Bulgarian food is great. I go buy a Serene, which is Bulgarian cheese at home. It's not as good. And there's also a Euro shop that's open very late that we go to sometimes. So, fans, community, really everything. It's definitely worth the very long flights to get out here. I think we're at a point right now in StarCraft 2 with ESL pulling out after EWC that these events, where it is this, it's a passion, it's fans coming together and making something happen. This is the Home Story Cups, the Bellum Gens Elites, other tournaments of that size. Those are the things that keep StarCraft alive. Those are the things that I think that we as a community need to support, because these are the things that truly make StarCraft special. It's being able to fly out to the middle of nowhere Bulgaria for a 10,000 euro LAN with all the best players in the world and the community right there. That's what makes this special. That's what makes it worth watching. That's what makes me excited to watch StarCraft and cast StarCraft and be involved with the community, everything I can. So if you're watching this, if you're at the event, thank you so much for enabling this to happen, because realistically, events like this don't happen and they don't continue unless you watch, unless you support, unless you provide that viewership base and that fan base to enable this to happen. So thank you for watching. The games are going to be great. I can't wait to see what's going to happen this weekend.
One last time with all the queens, frozen beverages, and a couple locusts.
All of the Hydras have fallen down, and we see a substantial lead in army supply.
He's always in two locations at the same time. It looks like he might win both of them as well. These Hydras are just melting here, and the drop's getting damage on the other side.
Did not get the hot pickup there. Actually, we did. So this one disruptor, one Marauder, excuse me, has now killed 3 disruptors already. That's pretty well.
Lings and Ultras are starting to swarm here. Parasitic Bomb make it so hard to heal.
Welcome back, guys, to the opening day of the BGE here in Stara Zagora, where we've had 6 amazing series so far, which means we've got 2 more to go, as everybody gets to play 1 series today in the upper bracket round 1. It is time for a very anticipated match that I think a lot of people have been looking forward to. It is time for some ZVZ. Guys, make some noise for Lambo and Serral. Welcome, guys. Yona, kick things off with you. It's your first time over here in Bulgaria. How have you been enjoying the experience so far?
It's been pretty warm, but that's not a negative. I think it's a nice switch from Finland.
How have you been enjoying the game so far? I know that you're a man who's always passionate, and even watching other matchups, even if there are no Zergs included. Have you been having some fun watching?
Yeah, I think some of the matches were very fun. I just watched the Krystianer Zoun first game, was pretty exciting, and some of the Reynor games were very close to my heart. So yeah, it's been fun.
All right, I'll move over to our other man, Lambo. You are back here yesterday. Kind of felt that you were a little nervous during the drawing, and it felt to me that I was looking at you, please just do not give me Serral. And the longer it took, the more likely it was that you were going to get Serral. Talk to me through what went through your mind during this drawing.
I mean, during the drawing, I just thought I didn't want to get Clem and Serral, and so yeah, I was praying during Clem's draw. That was 1/8 chance. I mean, overall, I also have 1/8 chance of getting him, but towards the end, it was 50-50 between me and Yakov, and yeah, I got the short end of the stick.
We know you as an incredibly smart player who puts a lot of thought into his strategies, into his timings. You've had, give or take, 24 hours to get ready for this one. I know it's very hard to cook up something for the Finnish Phenom, but did we get to something magical?
We'll see in the games. I don't know.
All right, all right. Serral, any final words? I feel like you were not too happy drawing Lambo either, or does it not really matter to you?
Everything matters. I didn't want to throw him, but that's just sometimes how it goes. Will be hopefully fun games at least.
Are you still happy to play Zerg at least?
You mean, no, I mean, CBC is not my favorite, but it's enjoyable for sure.
All right. Lambo, any final words for all the people watching here or online?
Thanks for watching. I hope the games will be entertaining.
All right, guys, shake hands and go get ready for some ZVZ violence. Our 7th series of the day is Shopify Rebellion's Lambo versus Basilisk Serral, and the casters will be ready real soon.
All right, 5 series done. Well, 6 series done, actually. The 7th one here. And this one, it's got to be my favorite Exalted, at least from the group draw. Because I was sitting there, I was behind the camera, and I watched not just the reaction of Serral and Lambo, because that was good enough, but you see all the players just cackling behind them. They're like, oh no, not again. Like,
yeah.
Why this one for like the 27th time?
Brother, in all fairness, this is one of the series I really looked forward to. Everybody that knows me knows that I'm a huge ZVZ fan. So yeah, I'm very excited. Serral might not be super happy with the ZVZ, but I am very happy that I get to witness that. And I believe that the Lambo-Serral matchup in particular is a very curious one. Lambo being the professor of Zerg that he is, and of course Serral being the phenomenal two-time world champion that he is, I think that we are going to have a very cool series.
Yeah, as Rotterdam was kind of implying, or maybe even just directly saying, I think this is probably the most dangerous matchup, both for Serral and also for Lambo. I mean, he is Serral after all. But you look at this, and ZVZ, a lot of players, they look at it as a bit of a coin flip sometimes. You know, you drone the wrong way, you don't see the saturation properly, and it gets a little bit dicey. And you put that to Lambo, who, as Roddy said, you know, is this as you said, is this professor of Zerg, this guy that goes into the lab and finds the timings and evolves the meta in just a tremendous way. Well, that is a really, I don't care who you are, that's a very difficult opponent to find your way into.
1000% I agree with you, Bell, and Lambo has proven himself time and time again in every tournament he plays that he is one of the biggest threats wherever he is qualified to play. So this is going to be a 6 series, and let's not forget Serral has qualified for Esports World Cup, Lambo still hasn't. So I believe that the hunger at least will be on the side of Lambo.
And we should also point out that this is one of those, Lambo is one of these players that has to do well here if he wants to go to EWC.
Yeah.
He's not in the global qualifiers on June 21st. He either has to do well enough to win the entire thing, that's easy, you know, that just gets you there, or hope that all of the qualified players get in ahead of him, maybe ShoWTimE moves on and takes the qualification there, and then Lambo gets to move into the global qualifier and have another slot. So there are some players here that are playing with house money, or at least playing with things that are maybe not quite as scary. Lambo's not one of them, and now we're going to take a look at our bans here, or more importantly, our picks. Incorporeal for Serral, Pylon for Lambo, Maganatha as the decider. Any thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I believe this is a very straightforward V2. In all fairness, all of these maps feel good for the Zerg player, so yeah, I'm really not surprised that we see these maps in particular. I would have been more surprised if we saw Tokamak or Torches, for example, right? Yeah. I kind of hope so for that, because those are some pretty interesting maps, especially Torches. But yeah, Incorporeal, Pylon, and Maganatha. I really hope we get to see the Maganatha decider.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I kind of look at this matchup, and I look at least Pylon as being a relatively short map, and I wonder if that's kind of going to be the thing where that's where we see Lambo get a little bit more aggressive, because we talk about Lambo as being this player that is very aggressive, or not even aggressive, but he's got his own builds that he's working on, that he's figuring out, that he's trying to go and counter Serral with, and a lot of those do tend to be aggressive, whether it's approach timing, maybe on a couple extra drones or a couple fewer drones than you might have otherwise expected. Maybe getting some Banelings. Banelings aren't real. Yes, they matter, but we're not seeing like crazy Baneling timings for the most part.
Yeah.
I think my big question though is whether he leans into this Mutatech that has really long been a thorn in Serral's side. Because you look at a lot of Serral's ZVZ games, and he'll read the mutas, and he'll really commit to defending the mutas. And then Reynor, for example, builds like 3 mutas, maxes out on roaches, and Serral's in a bit of a pickle. Obviously, this doesn't happen always, and Serral is on a 14 series heater against Lambo, going back 4 years.
Yeah.
But that does seem to be his weak spot in the matchup.
Yeah, I have seen him lose more to mutas than anything else. In all fairness, I agree with you. But again, very strategical matchup this will be. Both players are very strategical. So I think that we are going to see basically a chess match on steroids.
Yeah, I'm with you. Well, a chess match, except you don't know what your opponent's doing, and you're playing at north of 300, 400 inputs a minute. Of course, you're going to see a little bit more than that, but that's keyboard repeat rate. It's fine. What I think is kind of cool here is it seems like maybe our game... Nope, nope, that's our schedule. Never mind.
2 games remaining.
There we go. But what I think is actually really cool now is working with Healthy GG that we're starting to see some heart rate. I don't know if they have it enabled for this series.
It's very cool.
But it's really fascinating to see, like, okay, Ryung, south of 100 beats per minute, up until the point that he wins the series, just like cool as a cucumber.
Yeah.
And Reynor's like, or not Reynor, Gerald is like looking like he's running a 5K. He's like 150, 160, like he is working hard here.
And he's sitting down. You know, I saw some comments in the chat, how can their heart rates be so high up when they're sitting down? Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is StarCraft 2. It's a wild, crazy game. And this is why we say that this is basically the best esport there is.
Yeah, it's moving your fingers that quickly burns a lot of energy. Clearly, that's how that works, right?
Yeah, obviously, right? Maybe you drop some kilos as well. I need to start playing more StarCraft, I believe.
That was funny. I was watching, I think it was Uber that said this. He's a caster for Overwatch League previously. And he's like, yeah, you know, I have my heart rate monitor on. I've got like a smartwatch on when I'm casting. And I burn so many more calories when I'm casting versus like anything else that I'm doing. And I'm sure this is absolutely true of the players as well. As, of course, we're just waiting for them to get properly set on up here, ready to go. Seems like Lambo's checking some things. Serral looks like he's just getting himself right on
Into
ready.
the groove.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, who seems more worried?
I mean, if I'm Lambo, I'm going to be more worried. I don't know if it's true. I mean, Serral just like, he just looks
He's
nonplussed.
smiling, man. He looks so calm. Yeah. I'm super interested if he actually has the heart rate monitor on, because we have seen him stay so calm under pressure, but we never checked his heart rate basically, right? And on the outside, it may look like you're calm, but from the inside, just like our producer Marbeto, just backstage, I told him, hey, Marbe, you look so calm, and he laughed. He laughed at me so hard, you know. So yeah, maybe looks can be deceiving, but with these heart rate monitors that Healthy GG provided, we can see all that is happening, which is super cool.
Checking to see if you're calm and ready or just mom's spaghetti.
Yes, Eminem. Just, yeah, maybe some StarCraft God plays are going to come our way.
I think it is really interesting, though. They were talking about this in the last series. There has been a decent move. I know Basilisk, for example, does have a team psychologist that they work with to make sure that the players. I mean, we see this in Trigger. I think is the really big example here. Who looks great online, looks incredible up until the point where he's on a qualifying match, up until the point where he is playing offline for say top 8 performance or something, and that's not taking anything away from Trigger. Let's be clear. It's a hard thing to do. So some of these teams, they have team psychologists, they have sports psychologists that work on them to not panic and go to 160 beats per minute in the first 2 minutes of a game.
This is very important. I remember, I'm not a psychologist or anything like that, but this is exactly the advice I gave one of the Bulgarian players, Wanderer. He was playing in Sweden for one of the WCSs back in the day, and this is what I told him: just stay calm and try your best, but the game is loaded, and ladies and gentlemen, I want to hear your screams, your applause for the 2-time world champion, the Finnish Phenom, the GOAT himself, Serral! The support is crazy.
And in the upper left, in the red, the Zerg Professor looking for the upset of upsets. It's Lambo. And already some interesting deviations in play come from the two. Serral, he's going for the 15 Overlord, where you cancel the gas, get a 15 Overlord, and then get a 16 pool. Some Zerg players have been deep in the laboratory on that one and figured out just how greedy and how efficient you can play. Lambo, though, doing something a little bit different. He's going 15 hatch on the gas cancel, going straight to another gas cancel, and then getting that second Overlord. So a little bit faster of a hatch for Serral, a little bit faster of a pool coming out of Lambo.
Yeah, and this faster pool might be a game changer if Serral isn't ready in time. Still, though, the standard opener is standard for a reason, right? Serral is going basically for the best overall opener, and if he manages to protect himself from the faster pool of Lambo, he is actually going to be in a very good position. But ZVZ is one of the craziest matches there is. The Link Bane phase is just chaos all around the map. Of course, then we have the Roach on Roach, or whichever technology the Zerg chooses to play with. Usually in this mirror, it's always so hectic.
Yeah, the other interesting thing about this is because Lambo went for such a quick pool, his gas is very slow. So that means that Serral's link speed, his Zerg link speed, is going to be a good deal faster, which theoretically, if this is Lambo that has decided to use this early pool and to go for some aggression, it means the window where you have slow links versus slow links and can actually get something done, not going to be all that fast, but not going to be all that big. But as it stands here, more than anything, right, this is likely going to be for Roaches in the mid game. If you get gas this slow, it means that the speed is very slow, and it feels like more often than not, we're just not seeing Zerg players go for if your speed's going to be beyond past 4 minutes, you just might as well not go for it.
Yeah, that's true, and we already see droning up on both sides. So yeah, absolutely, I agree with you, Bell. I was looking at Lambo's nickname, so I almost called you Lambo, but Bio.
Hey, I'm flattered, right?
There we go.
Look, if you're going to confuse me with Lambo, I mean, there are a lot worse things.
Yeah.
I'm pretty good with that one.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Thank you for your understanding. But
Yeah.
now, Serral here, checking with his links, is there a third base for Lambo? There isn't one just yet. And I wonder, Bio, is Lambo going to play out of 2 bases here?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at the amount of gas that Lambo's banking right now, because he did get his extractor fairly quickly. Not quite as fast as Serral, obviously, a little bit delayed there. But he started mining 3 drones off gas. That he's still doing so. We're at 200 gas for Lambo. And generally, when you're playing a game of StarCraft 2, you're trying to be as efficient as possible. You're trying to get 100 gas so you can get link speed and then you pull off gas.
Yeah.
You're trying to get maybe, you go back another on gas because you're getting a lair or you're doing something. And just letting 260 gas flow when that actually could be 2 more drones on a mineral patch and therefore mining a little bit more minerals and getting you more drones is always a little bit interesting. So Lambo, he's storing up a ton of gas for this in what is likely to be like +1 roach, something like that. And what that means is that even though he's maybe a little bit more inefficient minerally, when he starts to get there, when he gets all this tech up, he's going to be able to really just pile in with a bunch of roaches, bunch of ravagers very quickly. As I say that, though, I'd like to adjust things just slightly because we do have a very quick layer coming out of Lambo here. And I think the big thing to pay attention to is how many gases get taken on the natural.
Yeah, because it might be a mute play coming out of Lambo here. Maybe he knows that Serral's weakness is kind of the mutus. So, yeah, I'm interested. But is that the second Roach Warren Bio that is building up? Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Why?
That is,
Why?
oh, this is pretty. If this is not just Lambo making a mistake, which I am very inclined to not think, this is pretty cool. Because what this looks like is, A, you can have a Roach Warren at the front that's not researching, and a Roach Warren at the back that is researching and have a very quick Roach speed.
And that is exactly what is happening. And this is why we call Lambo the professor. He's ready to mix it up like that, you know, at all times. So, yeah, I think this is very creative. Yeah, you invest a little bit more into this building, but you may confuse your opponent greatly. And I mean, this could win you the game, right?
Yeah, this is really hiding the lack of a layer at this point. If I'm Serral right now, I see the lack of a third base, and I'm starting to question things. I don't know what's happening. I see the Roach Warren, it's not wiggling at the front. I see the fact that it's on 2 bases, and I might be reading mutas into this, and I think Serral is. He's got more queens on the way. He doesn't have spores on the way yet, doesn't need it, but he's really increasing his queen count, which, as they were nerfed, now they're 175 minerals. That is expensive here. That's another hatch. That's 350 minerals right there.
Basically.
So he doesn't know what's happening. He goes and puts the Overlord or the Overseer in. He sees the lair, but up until right now, he doesn't even see it.
Oh my God! Unlucky for Serral here. He didn't go all the way, and I believe that he could have. But still, Serral is in the dark, and Lambo is marching on the map with a huge army here. Let's see though, Serral on 3 bases, meaning that he will have access to more larva here, and of course he will have the defender's advantage, but Lambo is going to go in with a very strong timing attack that might hurt Serral critically.
I'm not going to lie though, I don't like this attack from Lambo. Spines are on the way. Serral read that. He's actually even in army supply with the queens in front, a little bit more transfused. This is a timing. +1 is done. Speed roaches are done, but it's a very slim one now that Lambo's going to try to find his way in. And hey, already the spine. First one is complete here, and so we're going to have to see just how well this is going to go. Lambo actually brought some queens with this force for a couple more transfuses. +1 is done now, but Lambo building himself a little bit more of a supply lead. Up 10 right now. The spine is dead. Lambo needs these reinforcements, though. He's going to get forced off the high ground. Defender's advantage is a thing, Exalted.
Absolutely.
And Serral read this perfectly.
I mean, with the incomplete information at that, right? He didn't scout the second Roach Warren, but he saw that something is fishy and he sensed it, and yeah, he seems more than ready even with the Spine Crawler here. Yes, Lambo will have the faster Roaches, but the upgrades are even. Lambo still will try to attack here, but the great Conclave out of Serral, and it seems like he's pushing Lambo back, so the Finnish player is again showcasing a brilliant defense.
He is. Lambo's trying to take advantage of that timing when the spine was burrowing, just not able to fight. But at this point, it's +1 versus +1. Yes, speed roaches mean you're going to get better concaves for Lambo as this fight goes on, especially if they're off creep. But defender's advantage is the thing. We look at this and we say, okay, it's 50 supply versus 50.
Yeah.
60 supply versus 50. Well, a lot of that is running across the map for Lambo right now. It means the army that he's fighting right here is much smaller. And it was such a cool build from Lambo. But Serral sees 10 roaches hatching out of the main base. That's all he needs to know. Drops the spines, gets his queens forward, and wins map 1.
Yeah, great hold by Serral. And Lambo, I don't think he needs to be super dissatisfied with himself. I really think that the creative build he went for is pretty interesting. And I mean, it didn't work out this time, but the idea was pretty solid in my opinion.
Yeah, we generally would see this with like Hydras or something, where you get 2 Hydra dens so you can get multiple upgrades. I mean, we don't see that as much anymore.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I thought Lambo might be going.
You know why though? Because now we have 3 upgrades in the kind of den, yeah?
Yeah, but one's behind. one doesn't count. I mean, Hydra Lunge, you know.
Yeah, but it looks so cool though.
Oh, it does.
It does.
But that's Hive Tech.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, expensive.
No, but you look at this, and you know, I thought we were actually going to see like Burrow Roach and Roach Speed at the same time, and maybe Lambo goes for some crazy Burrowed Roach all in. But
yeah.
No, turns out he's just trying to go hide his speed
But why
timing.
didn't he go Burrow then? I think
Well, you need Burrow and you need Burrow movement. Those are 2 upgrades. That's a lot of gas that you'd rather turn into Ravagers.
Alright, so you get super delayed if you go for that. Yeah, and already Serral did have a 3rd base, Lambo didn't, so he was a bit on a timer. So yeah, I agree. He needed to attack straight away and he did, but the Finnish player was ready.
Yeah, he was. Again, we looked at that and we're like, okay, he didn't see it because we're focused on whether he saw the 2nd Roach Warren. But realistically, looking back on that, he didn't need to see it. He just needed to see that 10 Roaches were hatching out of the main base. It's still a 2-base. It's still a 2-base Lambo.
Yeah.
So you know it's not Mutas at that point. There's no way it's Mutas. It's not going to happen. So okay, roaches running across the map. Honestly, doesn't matter what type of roaches are running across the map at that point. I need spines, I need a concave. I'm going to do what I need to do. But let's introduce our players on map number 2, because in the bottom right, down a map in this series, it's Lambo.
And his opponent on match point. Can he close it out in a perfect 2-0 fashion? Ladies and gentlemen, Serral!
So when we were talking about the maps, the picks, and the bans here early on, we talked about how, well, Lambo, he's got some tricks up his sleeves. We saw that in game number 1. And I think I looked at Pylon and I said, well, okay, if there's a map that he gets really aggressive on, not a 2-base timing, but maybe a 12 pool, maybe a 19 drone, speedlink, something, it's probably going to be Pylon. It's a very short rush distance. So this was a 12 pool at a Lambo, but this was not your 12 pool into an expand.
Yeah.
This is 12 pool with gas behind it. This is going to be speedlings and Bane.
Yeah, Lambo is just like, no, bro, I don't want to play the long game with you. I want to come and finish you as quickly as possible. And already the gas is being mined, 6 links on the way. And just now, Serral's spawning pool is starting and Lambo is adding a Bane link nest, so he's going complete all-in here.
He is. Sorry, I think I said speed. There's not going to be any speed here. You take the gas. You take the gas first if that's the case. You get 50 gas. That gets you a Baneling nest, and then you go and you start morphing Banes, and it's very hard for the Zerg to defend.
Oh my god.
Serral has a good read, but it's very important here that he does not pull drones into the natural. That he does not think that this is just a 12 pool. If you do so, you lose. The Banelings kill your drones. It is not effective. You have to hold the main base. You got to get your queens up. You got to wait in time for your queens to be, or your queen to target down the Banelings, to go hide in the mineral lines. So Serral, we're going to have to see what his response is. I see things coming down for the main base.
Oh no, the drones are coming here. The Banelings are going to get morphed, but Serral realizes that because he scouted with the Overlord. I am really impressed with Serral's scouting all throughout his career. He has been just legendary with his scouting powers, but oh my god, this is a dangerous position. Finally, though, Serral's spawning pool has finished, so some links will come here to defend, but the queens of Serral cannot come soon enough. One has popped out just yet. He hasn't popped out just yet, so great snipe by Lambo.
The hatch was guaranteed dead. That is pretty... Okay, maybe there's a world where Serral pulls a miracle, but the hatch is supposed to die in this situation. The question now is whether Lambo got more. Is it going to be able to get more out of this? Because right now, we're in this situation where that was the bare minimum.
Yeah.
Right, you have to cancel the hatch. Ideally, you're going to get a little bit more here. If you look at the drone count, it's 18 versus 15. Both players supply blocked by what has happened here. But with the spine in the middle line, the queen walling everything off, Ling split on the backside, it's going to be difficult for Lambo to get that much more. You can wedge your way, and oh, well, he's not going to get anything now. It's only one Baneling. I was going to say, you can go and, I guess, no, he does have a couple more, but you can wedge your Banelings like against the mineral wall and make something happen with that one. But with the Queens, with the Spines, Lambo, at this point, all he's doing by keeping these Lings and Banes across the map is he's delaying the natural of Serral.
Yeah, but this is containing Serral, right? And behind that, we see Lambo already has a second base. He's starting to drone up. Serral is adding his own Baneling nest, and I believe that he really needs it. But for now, terrible position, I would say, being one base against two bases.
Well, sure, maybe.
With the same technology.
Yeah, but if you look at where the gas is going here, Serral's mined a lot more gas. He has his Ling speed just about done. You're going to functionally gasless from Lambo after this. So Ling speed's going to be done in just a second. Queens are going to be able to target down one of those Banelings, but we're hitting the point now where Serral or Lambo cannot really fight Serral's army. Yes, Baneling connections can be good, but he's just going to run right on by him. They're so much faster that Serral's not going to get home in time. And now this is where it gets a little bit scary because not only is speed done for Serral, he's got a Baneling nest.
Oh my god, this was too close. This was too close, but Serral was paying attention. Oh, Lambo. Good movement defensively here with the Baneling. Won't allow Serral to get into his mineral line, but is there some sort of a counter-attack there? No.
No, Serral's going to try to get the Overlord and supply block Lambo again. He might be able to get it, but the important thing here is Lambo is just really skipping Ling tech. He got the Banelings, sure, that's going to keep him safe against a lot of these Lings, but he's going straight into Roaches. And the key thing here is that he's not walling the natural. Now, on the one hand, that means it's a lot easier for Serral to get in the main. That's a lot easier for him to go with some sort of attack. On the other hand, it means that he's less likely to scout the Roach Warren of Lambo and figure out what exactly Lambo's going for after this committed aggression.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You can always presume, but you better see it for yourself and confirm it. Still, the Roaches keep on coming. Lambo thinks about the second wave of the attack. This Queen almost got surrounded, but the Banelings were there to save her.
I'm really interested about what Lambo's going for because we can see him getting the second or the third and fourth gas in the natural with no third base. And I'm wondering, okay, he will saturate. Because I was wondering whether this is just kind of a fake to sell Serral on this idea that, I'm going Mutas, right? Because 4 gas on 2 base, it's either a ton of Ravagers or more generally it's going to be Mutas. But behind this, he's building nothing but Roaches. He's got Ling speed on the way. This actually might end up being a fake in the way that he's just like, oh, look, I'm mining 4 gas like it's Mutas. Don't worry about it, Serral. Like, I'm not all-inning you.
But he is, and 32 drones is where Lambo decided to stop producing them. Will Serral realize that though, is the big question, but I am very happy to see Lambo trying to bluff his opponent so hard.
Well, unfortunately, there are Overlords on the map, right in the rally, and Serral sees what's happening. His +1's about halfway done. He's building more Roaches. He's walling off his natural. 3 Evo Chambers right there.
Will that be enough?
Against a bunch of Banelings, no. But against a bunch of Roaches and Banelings, it buys some time. It means that you just commit, like this was a Ling Baneling all-in, you just bust through the wall.
Yeah.
But because this is Ling Bane Roach, you need these Banelings to deal with the Lings of your opponent.
But the Bane, the wall is busted and Lambo is flooding in. Yes, this Spine is protecting Serral just for a bit, but finally it will fall. Drones will fall, and this will be GG. Lambo will tie up the series. Great attack by Lambo. The follow-up was just deadly.
That it was the mind games that Lambo's been playing this series, going 12 pool, 13 gas to go for Banes. That's not that crazy of a mind game. That's just wanting to kill your opponent's natural and maybe slow him down a little bit. But going for this 3rd and 4th gas, telegraphing that this is going to be a lair tech. This is going to be something like that. And instead, it's just a bunch of Roaches across the map. And it's really cool if you look at it in the context not only of this game, but of this series, because Lambo pretended that he was on hatch tech in the last game and got a quick hidden Roach speed. He is making it so hard for Serral to keep his head on straight.
I believe that Lambo was being all night in the laboratory because he came here very prepared, it would seem. And he lost the first map, but he had the idea then as well, right? And the second time around, it worked for him. So now, what do you think that the German player will bring to the table?
I don't know. We're moving on to Maganatha for map 3. That's a bit of a bigger map. I do still think that we would get Mutas, Spire. Although, as I say that, I think that's maybe the best way to deal with Serral. But I don't know that that's really Lambo, right? When I think of Lambo, he's not one of these players like, he's a Muta guy. 100% he's a Muta guy. I think of like Reynor in ZVZ sometimes.
Sure,
I think Solar is very much a Muta guy in ZVZ.
For sure.
But Lambo, as mad scientist as he can be, I don't think we're going to see that as much.
But who knows? We might get surprised.
Yeah. I do think, though, I want to see Lambo playing into the story that he's been telling. He's making it so hard for Serral to identify what's happening that I think you can take the last 2 series with a kind of a hidden Roach Warren in both games and maybe just not even hide the Roach. Again, maybe go for Mutas there on this idea that you've hidden the Roach Warren twice. That's good enough, right?
Yeah, absolutely, but our game has loaded up and we are on the decider map of Maganata, where in the top left side we have the German powerhouse tying up the series. Can he make the full reverse sweep? Ladies and gentlemen, Lambo! Yeah, I love the energy, guys. Thank you so much.
And at the bottom right in the red, he's a 2-time world champion. He's the best Zerg player in the world. It's Serral. And Exalted, we talked about, it's a Baganatha. It's a bigger map. Maybe he's going to go do something else. Yeah. It's a 13-12. Yeah. It's even more aggressive than last time.
Absolutely, and I mean, we are not going to be killing time here, Bellum. We are going to be jumping straight into the action shortly, as already the gas is being mined, and I'm expecting more fireworks to follow.
No, exactly, and I think Serral showed us that he can have a good read on whether to pull the drones or not. But we saw that in game 1. It was just a 12 pool, 13 gas. This time, it's a 13 gas, 12 pool. And what that means is when the the spawning pool finishes, you get your speed going immediately. Now, there are a couple ways you can go out of this. This time, it is Lambo being extremely committed. He's keeping 3 drones in gas, not 2, not 1. That means there's going to be a Bailing Nest follow-up. That means there are going to be more Bailings here. And if you're going to defend this, it has to be what Serral did in game 2. Even stronger, though. Because you cannot get speed, 100%. You cannot get speed. You need a Bailing Nest to defend this. Speed will not be done in time. Yes. Yeah. First 50 gas.
Ooh, Lambo hit the links, though. Just in the blind spot here, and this is huge. Serral seeing this, he knows to defend. Now he's in the dark. And even Serral cannot see through the fog of war.
You know what? Half the time I'm not convinced about that one.
Yeah, because, there he is with the overworld.
Yeah, but these lings are going to hit the natural immediately. And the good thing for Serral, at least a little bit, is that this was a 15 gas cancel. It's a 15 hatch, which means the hatchery is done by the time the lings show up, which means that it takes a little bit longer to kill the hatch. It has 1 armor, not 0. So that helps out a little bit, but behind this, speed's done in about 20 seconds. Bailings are on the way. Serral has a spine in the main base. He's building a Bailing Nest. He has the read on this one. He's looked at the hatch timing of the natural, has a very good idea about what's going to happen here. Now Exalted, it's all in execution.
Yeah, this comes down to micro, and this is why the ZVZ matchup is so exciting, because, oh my god, the Bailings almost blew everything that Serral had here to defend, but luckily for the Finnish player, that didn't happen still, though. The Bailings of Lambo are still being a threat here. Serral trying his hardest to pick them apart, and he will finally.
I love this defense from Serral. Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me?
Did you? He might still lose the hatchery. I don't know if the queen has quite enough energy here. It's getting so very low.
Oh my god, they survived this hatchery!
All right, that's unfair. You look at that.
Whoa!
It's like Bailing kills 1 ling twice.
Yeah!
Serral's last second splitting. He's target firing down.
Wow.
He keeps the hatchery alive at like 50 HP.
He's killing it now. Oh my goodness, man, Serral. He is such an impenetrable wall.
Look at Lambo's face in the camera right now. Like, I would not have blamed him for tapping out at that point.
Absolutely.
He is so far behind at this point.
16 drones to 22. Are you kidding me?
It's not even that.
Lambo is laughing. He's like, I missed my shot. How do you recover from a position like that?
You find another all-in.
Okay.
Like you cannot play a macro game here. You're lacking queen, so you're lacking injects, which means you're lacking larva, which means that what was it, like a 8 drone lead just a minute ago? It's gonna get worse because sure, Lambo's got his natural done, but he doesn't have the queens. He does not have the injects. He doesn't have that capability available to himself. So Serral can kind of do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
Build a Roach Warren, get a lair, pop a Nitix. Who cares? He has done so much in this game already.
Make some swarm hosts.
Okay.
I tried you there. I tried you.
Almost anything.
Almost anything. Yes. Well, third base on the way here for Serral. He's expanding. When you are ahead, get more ahead, right? This is the mantra in StarCraft 2, and he's showcasing it perfectly right now. Roach Warren for Serral as he's gearing up for a very strong position in the mid game.
I mean, I'm just really having fun looking at Lambo's camera at this point because he knows that he's kind of cooked. He's just like, every time he scouts something, he's like, oh, come on. You got that thing too? Oh, that's not great. But his response is going to be for something a little bit interesting as the Link tries and fails to get into the main base.
Yeah.
His lair is just about done. Now, it looks like he's only on... Oh, okay, so he's on 2 gas. There are a couple things this could be, right? I don't see a Roach Warren. He's actually going to add a couple more gases right now. So I was going to say it could be like a Queenling Nidus, but in this case, it's going to be Mutaplay. We were talking about how this is good against Serral.
Yeah,
but that's in like, but that's like in an even game, Exalted.
Yeah, sure.
This game is not even close to even.
Yeah, but what did we say? That Lambo needs to find something interesting to finish off this game, and the Spire might be enough of a surprise, right? But I don't think that there would be too much time to actually get the engines rolling.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm really scared of right now is the thing that kills Spire builds in a normal game, and this is not a normal game. You just hit first. You run across the map with roaches, with lings, maybe with banelings if you want to, and, well, Lambo doesn't even have a roach horn, I don't think. He's waiting on this baneling nest to complete. He's probably going to wall off his natural, but
6 army supply to 30 is not the supply you need to win the game, and he's going to gather resources and save them up in the bank in order for the Mutas to come, but Mutas take so much time to build, and now Serral is here. He's going to try to break the wall, and I don't see too many bricks in it. I think that it's going to crumble Bellum, and yeah, I mean, the evolution chambers will finish, but still the army of Serral here is super scary.
It is, but we have 8 spines, excuse me,
Whoa.
on the way.
And some mutas.
And some mutas are not good enough on their own, but if it's 8 spines, which, granted, that is a ton of drones to spend on this, but if you have 8 spines here and a bunch of mutas on top, there's a world where you hold your natural. I'm not saying you win the game, but there's a world where you hold your natural, and Serral actually, he's going to back up on this one a little bit. But importantly, he has the read. If you look at the production tab, 3 queens on the way at a time, because there's only one thing you're doing. If you're building 8 spines to defend a 2-base play, there are mutas on the way. That's it. That's really the only option.
I'm super impressed by Lambo though. Building these 8 spines was super clutch, and now he's still in the game. Yes, he's again in a bad position, but at least we are playing, right? We have some army units that are higher tech than Serral's, but still, just the macro here, 62 drones to 35. It's not even an uphill battle. This is a very hard position.
It's
to be in.
just about as uphill as the walk from our hotel up to the venue.
Did you walk all the way though?
Oh yeah.
Really?
I walked
do you know what I did?
You took a taxi.
I took a taxi.
Oh no, I walked the full 30 minutes here. It was great.
Man, I admire you.
Yeah, I gotta face some adversity before.
Yeah.
But it's like you look at this, it's like okay, Lambo, because he got his 3rd and 4th gas late or later because of everything that's happening, he's trying to go sell a story. It means that he built 3 or 4 mutas to defend the first roach push. That means that when those mutas are done, you don't run them across the map. There's going to be a spore in every base. 5 queens, 6 queens, deals with 4 mutas just fine. Which means that by the time that you have an actual reasonable muta force, and maybe an attempted 3rd base as the lings, there are enough spines right now that maybe 1 ling finds its way into the main base, but shouldn't get anything done. By the time everything's ready to go, you're just not going to have it. There are going to be 2 spores at each base, maybe. There's going to be 7 queens. The mutas won't be able to get anything done.
And investors are on the way. Hydra's already here, and the Hive is coming for Serral. So far, Lambo can only dream of a Hive tech, right? So, Serral is just getting more and more ahead. Still, yeah, you have some map control with the Mutalisks. You kind of supply block your opponent if they are not careful with the overwards. But we're talking about Serral here, and he's playing very well right now.
Yeah, well, you can call it map control if you want. It's true, he doesn't want to run onto the other side of the map.
True.
But Serral's got his 4th base on the way, while the Muta Ling player is barely on 3. In fact, his 3rd base just finished. And when you play this Muta Ling style, your goal is to get as many bases as possible. You understand that you are giving up the late game at that point. Infestors, Vipers, and other things like that, you just do not trade favorably. A fungal plus a parasitic bomb kills all your mutas. Parasitic bomb, even without fungal, makes it very hard.
Yeah.
So your goal is to not trade efficiently, but to get a ton more economy and take over the map and go to like 88, 92 drones. Lambo has not been able to do so. He's barely mining 6 gas, and when you're going Mutaling Bane, you want as many gases as possible to power as many mutas as possible. If that does not happen, I'm just looking at this game state and realizing the Hive is done, Vipers are on the way. I'm going to be honest with you, Exalted. I'm not totally sure what Lambo is supposed to do.
I don't think he can do anything against these spellcasters that Serral has right now. The Vipers are going to be such a kryptonite for the Mutas with their parasitic bomb. So yeah, I agree with you, Bellum. The situation for Lambo here is just not good. But the thing is that he's trying, and I can only admire that.
Oh, you say it's not good. One might even go as far as to say it's bad.
It is bad. Yeah, yeah.
Now, there are some fun things you can do. You can try to go split around, put the Mutas on one base. So maybe you convince Serral to go kill his own spine. That might work. But you can put Mutas on one base, put Banelings rolling into another, do things like that. But even that is going to really not... Nice shot. Exalted just goes and got a mosquito off me, and well done. Well done, Exalted. Thank you for saving me. Mutas are not mosquitoes, though. They're a little bit bigger, and they have a little bit better health regen at the same time.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But Serral's... can snipe them off as well with the Hydras, and you can see already he's developing the upgrade that you don't really like that much. But I think against Mutas, it's a very nice upgrade.
Oh, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying when we're talking about building double Hydra Den, you're not really worried about getting lunge. It's a much later upgrade. But
lunge.
Lunge. But I could go, and I could really like getting like 10-15 Mutas map control, getting those 4 or 5 base, and then going like Muta into Lurker. That can often work very nicely because everything that you build against Mutas is not generally, Vipers are the exception, but not really great against Lurkers. I love this though. This is like Lambo's one opportunity.
Yeah.
But the Hydras aren't going to go there. They're not going to take the right path. Oh no. I love the idea. But
oh no! Lambo missed it. Oh no! Oh,
okay.
He could have blown them up.
He's baiting now. The Mutas are going to play on the other side of this. Come on,
Oh my
Lambo.
goodness.
Let's see how
Oh my
God!
God!
There we go. That's what you're looking for. But the parasitic bombs are still really strong, and the fungal is still really good, and it continues to be really good. I love the move out of Lambo, but that's like one thing, and the Mutas are just popping.
Yeah, they are popping. The spellcasters are just too good against them, but this burrow bailing mine was just so beautiful to look at.
The big burrowed Bailing Mine.
The big burrowed Bailing Mine, and I cannot believe that I say it.
No,
Correctly.
absolutely. So now, well, Serral, he's maxed out. He's got himself his Hydra Roach Lurker set up here. That's all fine. And now that he's defensively set up, he's on 4 bases. He could really take a 5th base when he wants. Now it's his turn to be the one that wants to get aggressive. So we have Burrowed movement on the way. We have Burrow on the way. And it's kind of funny because you think of this Zerg player, this Muta Bailing player, as the one that has the map control. But there's map control on their opponent's side of the map, which means that you're not really at home playing whack-a-mole against all these
11
roaches.
drones fell though.
Yeah, it was like 15 Banelings. It's a good move out of Lambo, but it's still 15 Banes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is not too big of a bank here at Lambo's pockets, so he cannot really throw that many Banelings at Serral, but still getting 11 drones will feel good in the long run if we get there.
I love, though, that Serral seems to have taken a page out of Lambo's book. He's like, if you can burrow trap me, I can burrow trap you. I'm not totally sure what 15 roaches burrow trapping does to this composition, but
the parasitic bombs have been crazy. Lambo tried. Oh my God! Oh, it's ugly to look at that. You know, the Mutas, they're so beautiful, but they're so squishy. And now Serral is going ham on Lambo's hatcheries, and I'm not sure that he has enough to defend.
No, he doesn't. That's the problem. And with the Lurkers on the map here as well, it means that the Banelings and the Lings will really struggle to run in. Linus, just blind splash damage against a bunch of Banes is very scary. So Lambo loses his 4th base. He will actually get the Lurker, and that is the go opportunity here. I don't see any Infestors. I see no Lurkers. This is Lambo's opportunity to catch something. Not a lot, not game-winning, maybe not even really bringing him back into the game because he just did lose the base. But it's something here. Is now more parasitic bombs are going to go. He's not going to get that for now, and fungals are going to whiff as well. I think it's really interesting, though. You look at this composition. Most Zerg players would be looking to tech out right about now. Lambo leaning into it. +2 melee, +1 carapace, as he's going to go for a great big attack. But they're, oh my God.
Oh yeah, the Infestors here, the Vipers here, they're shredding. But Lambo feels like this is his only shot, only opportunity, and he missed it, I believe. His supply is plummeting. I wouldn't be surprised to see the GG, and there we have it. Serral will achieve his first victory here in Bulgaria, in Stara Zagora, and in style.
That it was. The defense
Oh, great shot.
I got
Nice.
it. There
Yeah.
we go. The defense there coming out of Serral in game 3. The hatchery surviving on like less than 50 HP, splitting every individual ling away from the Baneleys, making sure. Really, I don't know. Okay, maybe you can do it like 10% better, but I don't really think you can do it much better than that, Exalted.
No, you cannot. And I'm still happy that we got to see map number 3. It was a very interesting series to watch. I loved the ideas that Lambo presented to the series, but Serral, man, his adaptation is on another level.
And look, I don't blame Lambo for staying in that game 3.
Oh, sure. It was interesting to see, but he was basically at a losing position early on the map. But still, he fought hard, and there were some moments like with the bailing hit of the Hydras. You know, this was a very, very nice moment. But still, Serral is the winner, and I'm happy to see them both being super friendly after the game.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, for the most part, we're all friends here.
Yeah,
everyone's been competing against each other for years
Yeah.
at this point, and I'm with you. Like some of those ideas, I love the okay, game 1, I think in particular, the double roach warren just to hide roach speed.
Yeah.
You know, at the end of the day, you see the roaches coming out, you're like, okay, I got to build roaches and defend. But even if it slows it down 5 seconds, 10 seconds at this level, maybe you have 5 less roaches in that fight because you hit another round of drones, and then Lambo wins this series 2-0. Very cool idea. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out.
Sure, but it might have. So I'm happy that he attempted, but I'm very curious to hear what Serral has to say, because from his perspective, who knows what happened.
Yeah, especially like, what are you reading in
Yeah,
those games? Because
exactly.
man, Lambo showed so many different looks at Serral, and Serral did a great job of decoding them all. But by the hearty applause in the crowd right now, I think we're ready to go talk to Serral.
Thank you, BO and Exalted. I am indeed joined by the one and only, the man who just started off his BGE run with a W. But I'd almost say it came at a price, Jonah. A lot of shenanigans in that series. How do you feel?
Feels good. Was a hard series, a lot of shenanigans, as you said, but in the end we managed to crumble all of them, so I guess it was close. It was very close, but good enough in the end.
When you draw Lambo or Lambo draws you, you kind of know that it's most likely going to be a little bit cheeky, even though Lambo's an excellent macro player as well. You know, he will always look for something creative, something clever. Is this kind of the series you expected, or was this a bit extreme even for what you expected?
Well, he does a lot of the one-base stuff, so that one I was expecting. I think the first game build was very special. There was a lot of levels on that a lot of levels on that mind game, so that one I didn't expect. But some of the one-base shenanigans I for sure expected. I did do a little bit of a misread in the second game, since, well, it's not even a misread, but usually when they do that build, they make the base instead of a queen fast. So I didn't see a base, and I backed up from my drone pool plan, and that was basically a correct decision, and I just committed to it. But yeah, he played very mind gaming for sure.
Yeah, that was obviously a follow-up as well, but so where do you think it went wrong in game 2? Because I'm actually surprised to see him expand that quickly behind that build, and it makes it a little bit difficult for you to secure your natural. I think if you pull drones immediately, though, you're in danger of losing a lot of them on the low ground, no? Or would you prefer to fight over that hatchery?
Yeah, you kind of want to fight over that hatchery. I think against that specific build it would be fine if I do like absolutely no drone pull as well, but since it looks like a normal 12 pull, you kind of have to always do a drone pull, and then you just kind of have to micro it out with the drone ling, and it's close always. Like if the bailings, 2 bailings, like he's gonna have only 2 bailings, right? So as long as you don't get completely destroyed by those, you can actually kind of overwhelm me with the drones and lings. You can afford to lose a lot of drones there, I mean. So I would have preferred to just keep going with the drones, but it's never a confirmed win even if you do that, because that's actually one of the strats. Like Solar beat me at the Gamers 8, so I did the drone pull back then, but didn't micro good enough. So.
Yeah, obviously the follow was a bit tricky as well, because Lambo took the gases on the low ground too, maybe making it look like something else. Because maybe you're a little bit behind, but it felt like it was still a close game. Do you think if you're more ready for that Roach follow-up later on, that is holdable too, or did you feel like, nah, I just messed up, I'm behind?
Yeah, well, it felt. I look at the graphs after, and the eco wasn't like absolutely horrible, like you said. But I do feel like it mainly came down to the early start. Maybe I could have also just taken the base a little bit faster, because I was a little bit supplied, so I couldn't get my second queen out fast enough. So that was a bit troublesome. Yeah, I feel like my setup was pretty good. I had like 41 or 44 throws probably, and I feel like there's nowhere where I would actually make any less realistically, so I was kind of doomed there.
And that third game, ask, is that all luck? Is that all skill? Is that a little bit of luck with a whole lot of Yona? Because that was an awfully close call on keeping that hatchery alive.
Well, even if the base dies there, it's not like terrible. Like you're supposed to lose the base against that, you know. But obviously now it was like very good for me. But yeah, there was one moment when he was really close to hitting. Like I have like 7 links on 1 bailing, but it didn't explode luckily. So that was a close call. But I mean, my initial reaction was okay, I'll just keep this base up. But then like 15 seconds in the defense, I realized that okay, maybe I can actually hold this and pull the main queen down as well. So yeah, it ended up working out, but it's always a little bit tough.
All right, well, is on winning your first round. I heard that the microphone cuts off a little bit, but hopefully you guys were able to hear most of what Yona had to say. That means that you're done for today. It's obviously been a long day for you. We'll see you again tomorrow. It's going to be ShoWTimE or YoungYakov next. Any preferences?
Well, actually, I wouldn't mind to see VC against YoungYakov. That would be a fun one. Maybe some explosive bailings there as well.
I'm sure that a lot of people would love to see it. We really enjoyed this series. Congratulations, Yona. Any final words before I let you go?
No, just hopefully insert your time here. One more match coming, so keep tuned for that. And yeah, let's hope we can do it again tomorrow.
Let's go. Let's make some noise for the great Finnish phenom, Yona Sotala. We're going to head to a very quick break. And after that, we'll be back with our final best of 3 of the day. It is ShoWTimE versus YoungYakov on a big stage. I can't wait. We'll see you guys soon.
the Hydras have fallen down, and we see a substantial lead in our supply.
He's always in two locations at the same time. It looks like he might win both of them as well. These Hydras are just melting here, and the drop's getting damage on the other side.
Did not get the hot pickup there. Actually, we did. So this one disruptor, one Marauder, excuse me, has now killed 3 disruptors already. That's pretty wild.
Lings and Ultras are starting to swarm here. Parasitic Bomb make it so hard to heal.
Seven amazing series have been played so far, 1 more remains. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take a quick moment to thank all of you that are here. And I want to thank each and every one of you that has donated and supported us by subscription. I saw many comments on the chat making donations and subscriptions, so thanks to everybody that supports our tournament and our players and our production team. You guys are amazing and I'm grateful for that. And I'm grateful to have the opportunity to invite our next pair of players on the stage. So let's hear it up for Yakov and ShoWTimE! Well, there they are, the young Zerg and the WoW himself, the Protoss mastermind ShoWTimE. Yakov, you got drafted by ShoWTimE. He is a very tough PvZ player, but I know that you are confident in your ability. How do you fare against that opponent, in your opinion?
I will try my best.
Yeah? Mr. ShoWTimE, PvZ, absolute masterclass by you. Every time I watch you. Does YoungYakov bring any extra challenge for you?
He's a good opponent. He beat me like in some tournament 2-0, if I remember correctly. So he's definitely not a pushover, and I will have to play my best.
Okay, okay. And when you hear that ShoWTimE will play his best, does that motivate you or does that kind of makes you nervous?
A little bit motivated.
Oh, that's good. That's a good mentality. That's a good mentality. Well, I'm actually very excited because PvZ is one of my favorite matchups. So I'm not going to take too much of your time. Maybe a final message towards Yakov before your game.
Just good luck. I know it's his first offline tournament, like big one. So I just hope you have a good time, enjoy it, and have a good match.
Thank you.
Man, it's so nice to be polite, right? But do you have any like final words for your opponent?
My opponent is a very, very strong Protoss player, and my ZP is not good, but I have to say, good luck.
Yeah, that's good. Well, shake hands and let's get ready to rumble. Awesome. Well, this will be a banger of a PvZ. I think we're going to have a great time. Roti, Bell, what do you think?
Exalted asked us what we think, and I think it's going to be a great time. Roddy, this is a matchup that has happened 13 times in the history. Yakov has taken one of them, but the most important thing is that was a month ago. Yakov finally takes the series off of ShoWTimE just in time for Stara Zagora.
Yeah, he seems to be a little bit nervous about his EVP, but I also think he'd be nervous overall. As ShoWTimE said, this is his first ever international offline appearance, and I just love it, man. It's so fun to meet this guy that I've been casting for many years, and have even ran into each other as well a couple times on the ladder, and he just seems so happy and so grateful to be here. And it reminds me a little bit of when I was a kid and I was a Warcraft 3 player, and I went to my first event, and I met all the guys that I used to play against online. You see that sparkle in the eyes of the guys that make that journey for the first time, and I just find it very wholesome. I'm super, super happy that YoungYakov is here, and I hope that it's just a fun series. Like we said it already off camera to each other, he is the underdog here, but he absolutely has skills to make it very difficult for ShoWTimE, and if the stars align, perhaps he could even take the series. But even if it doesn't go his way, I just hope it's fun. I hope it's competitive. I hope he has his moments, and that is all that I'm truly looking forward to.
Can we talk about how cold ShoWTimE was, though? There's like, look, guys, I know it's your first event. Just have fun, because you're not going to win. And I know that's not what he meant.
I don't think it was cold at all.
I know.
I thought it was very warm, actually, because I feel that ShoWTimE is a very genuine guy. Like, I think he really meant that.
Oh, I'm sure, but man, it sounds great. Like, hey, look, dude, it's fine. Of course, ShoWTimE is a great guy, and he does mean everything he says. Looking at this series, though, it's a best of 3. There's been a lot of talk, Rotterdam, about how Protoss is very strong, pretty much at all stages of the game right now.
Yeah.
Yakov is
spending the entire time. I actually arrived with him in the airport on Monday, and he starts with telling me about how ZVP is way too weak, how PVC is really good, and I've been hearing a lot of that over the weekend. So what are your I've been talking about that, and you know, what are your thoughts on the matter there, Ronnie?
Sorry, mate, I had to sneeze. I do suffer a little bit from hay fever, and obviously we're in an outdoor venue, and it's been raining today, so I think there's a decent amount of pollen in the air. What I think about it is that I do think he has a point. It's not that he's the only Zerg who's like, hey guys, I know every Zerg is winning, but I really struggle, and I think Protoss is strong now. This is very common across the board, across many Zergs, not just the highest level of Zergs, but a little bit below that, and quite a bit below that as well, that a lot of them find a ZVP very difficult. And I absolutely think it is. That doesn't, however, mean that there is no hope for Yakov. There are still a lot of builds that can hit incredibly hard. There are a lot of things that you can still do to surprise your opponent. Like I've recently casted a bunch of ZVPs where I saw a Chinese Zerg just run a bunch of Lurkers on Lair Tech to the other side of the map. And if you just have 2 Oracles and a couple Stalkers, but 6 Lurkers are on top of your third base, good luck, have fun with that. And then it doesn't matter if there are Seismic Spines or Adaptive Talents, Lurkers are Lurkers and they will be powerful. And Yakov historically, especially when he was making his way through those ranks of the European scene, used to be pretty cheeky, like a lot of Queen Ling Bane, Queen Ling Niders, like that kind of stuff to the other side of the map. And he can hit very hard and very clean with a lot of those aggressive builds. So I get his frustrations. I get a bit of nerves coming into this match, especially when you're playing against such a strong defensive Protoss like ShoWTimE. But I think he has to believe in everything that he has done over the years. And he is not one of those Zergs that can only ever win at minute 4, 5, or 6. He's actually a damn good late game player.
So first off, Roddy, that is Silky, and he's been doing that for the last 5 years. Doesn't matter what the meta is, so that's more of the player. But I'm with you. I think when I think of YoungYakov, he's kind of out of the school of these Eastern European Zergs, Bly back in the day, Wayne as well, that really do enjoy that high-tempo aggression. Although I'm with you, I think his late game can be rather spectacular at times. But enough about what might happen in this series, because it sounds like we got our players ready to go. In the upper right, certainly the underdog, but looking to, in the words of Cats, become the overdog, maybe. His name is Yakov.
I asked him specifically yesterday, I was like, so are we still YoungYakov or is it just Yakov? And he looked at me and he said, always YoungYakov. So I liked it. In the bottom left side, representing his new team, Sentinels, it is the well-accomplished German veteran, D. Mauer, ShoWTimE.
And you know, Roddy, I know that jerseys are not the most important part of a game. I mean, my high school baseball coach told me you got to look good to play good. And I don't know how true that is, but man, the Sentinels jerseys I don't want to say fire because that's like too much of a joke about it being red and orange, but they're pretty great.
I was thinking fire, mate, so don't worry about it at all. No, I totally agree. I looked at it yesterday when we had the meeting today. I was like, nah, ShoWTimE, that is a good-looking jersey. And he looked at me, he's smiling. He's like, yeah, pretty happy with it. No, it's obviously super awesome to see such a well-respected pro as ShoWTimE end up on a team like Sentinels. When it comes to the Esports World Cup, ShoWTimE is in the global qualifier that will take place approximately, well, let's say 3 weeks from here on out. But I'm sure that he is dreaming of getting the job done this weekend. And if you look at some of the top favorites, like ShoWTimE may not be favored to win this entire thing, but I think when it comes to securing the ticket to the Esports World Cup, ShoWTimE is up there. He is among the guys that have the largest shot at potentially clinching their seed here.
Oh, 100%. If you look at who has qualified already, we have like I want to say it's 6 players already qualified to that tournament, that World Championship in Riyadh in about a month and a half, which means that ShoWTimE, if everything goes as we expect and those 6 qualified players end up being the top 6, which I don't think is all that crazy. It's Reynor and Clem and Serral.
No.
He really just got hit top 8. You got to hit top 50% of the bracket and you qualify on through.
And ShoWTimE absolutely has the skills to get there. He knows that, but it also brings a little bit of extra pressure, where this is not just an offline international StarCraft event, which will always bring along some pressure. Now there is that additional pressure of potentially qualifying for the Esports World Cup, a big payday, and obviously that would make his team Sentinels incredibly happy as well. But we'll talk more about that in the upcoming days. This is our final best of 3 of the opening day here in Stara Zagora, and so far everything is rather standard. As I said, Yakov, when he made his way through the European ranks, yeah, he could be a bit cheeky. And there were a lot of Queen Ling Nidus attacks and whatnot. He's even done Harstem dirty with that a few times. as I casted those games. But these days, he's really not all about the gimmicks. Yakov is a very standard, straightforward Zerg who's not afraid to play late game as he needs to save that drone, and he does. But now we still need to worry about this pesky Adept.
Oh man, I'm punching. If I'm Yakov here, I'm punching the air at this point. Like, this is so annoying. The pylon there, putting the Adept across the map, and he's now a solid 6 to fly or more behind where he's supposed to be. I mean, having to get a second cancel here as well. And now there's a second Adept. I mean, at this point, obviously he's going to get his natural. Finally, it's a minute late.
Yeah, it's actually a little bit annoying too that he brought over another drone. Like, that's cute in case he thought it was going to be harder, but I actually think he could have done it with the original drone, so now his economy is even worse. ShoWTimE looking for damage. Now losing a few Zerglings sucks, but that's not the end of the world. We just don't want to lose too many Adepts. Great save by YoungYakov on the first one. Unfortunately, he does lose the second one there. Has lost 2 drones overall. He will be able to grab 1 Adept here initially, and the last Adept, good save again. Like, all hurt Yakov's economy a little bit. This could have been a lot worse. Unfortunately, he brought the drones back a tiny bit too soon there, so he does end up losing a third one. Overall, ShoWTimE is going to be more than happy, especially because this lingered on for quite some time, and that often means that the queens are not exactly where they are supposed to be, and then this Oracle can find some damage, but that ain't happening. Good job by Yakov keeping it together, even if he took a bit of a beating.
And the good news for Yakov as well is that those spores that he was, generally you'd be like a spore cancel, he pretty much got him at the timing where you'd want spores anyways, so he had to cancel one of them, sure, but he was able to just leave the other 2 as spores, which is just a minor, it doesn't quite hurt your economy quite as much because, hey, you were going to build them anyways.
I'm really surprised, by the way, by how low Yakov's heart rate is. Like, this is kind of chill. You would think first ever offline event that his heart would be beating out of his chest, but it was actually below 100 there for a little bit. He is a very calm and quiet-spoken guy in real life, but I kind of thought he'd be mega nervous on this stage. So far, that ain't happening. ShoWTimE seems to be a little bit more tense in that regard, but is also loving the way that this game is going, because it's just a lot of little victories, and that is what PvZ is all about. If you're playing Protoss and you believe in your ability to control that late game Protoss army, you're just making sure that everything is standard in the first 5-6 minutes, and then ideally you grab a couple of workers, you force out a couple of additional links, and ShoWTimE has been able to accomplish all of that, and then perhaps then some, as we're now even killing an Overlord.
Now, I mean, we're 5 minutes in, and the Zerg is still behind the Protoss in terms of workers. That's not where you want to be. Yakov would like to be a couple more, maybe even a little bit more than that in 4th base. Okay, Oracles won't snipe that one, but every single thing that Yakov has tried to do is natural. Having to go and not lose drones to an Adept, having to go and get everything down on time. Every single thing that he has tried to do has been delayed, killed by ShoWTimE in the first, I don't know, 5-6 minutes of this game.
Might be a good grab over here by the Zerglings. These Adepts don't have Resonating Glaive. The Oracles, I think, are a little bit too far away to help out there. Not bad at all by YoungYakov as he grabs 2 out of 4. Not exactly sure where the other 2 went. They have decided to shade into the 3rd base, but that does mean that the Lings and the Queens should be able to clean things up. Not bad at all, Bio. Only losing 2 drones there while killing 4 Adepts. Well, you had to worry about triple Oracle too. A lesser Zerg would have taken way more damage. Does not change the reality of the situation that Yakov throughout the game has been taking some hits to his economy, and he needs to recover from that one way or the other, but that was honestly incredibly well defended.
It was, but he's still down 9, 10, 11 drones. So it's like, yes, that was really well done, but the economy is not where it needs to be. I like the Ling run by. It gets a pylon. That's something. It forces a couple warpins at the 3rd base. But the longer this goes, sure, the Blink Stalker +1 probably shouldn't kill him. He's going to have Links, he's going to have a Hydrogen done. But it should be able to get some more level of pressure, and we're going to have Storm pretty soon, right? Templar Archives is done. Oracles continue to, most importantly, deny gas mining, so you're going to get less Hydras, you're going to get less, or you're going to be able to get the upgrades, but you're going to be able to get less Hydras. It's just, yes, sure, he's getting an army, he's doing what he needs to do, but ShoWTimE has just been so effective at slowing him down.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate for Yakov as the drones were waiting for that extractor to finish up, and that also means they're just perfectly sitting there as proper sitting ducks, and the Oracles fly in and are very easily able to zap down all 3 of them. Then they even went a bit deeper. That's rough. That is a loss that he obviously did not want to take. It felt for a little while like we were gearing up maybe for some sort of a Hydra Link timing attack, but based on the production tab now, that is absolutely not happening. As we continue to drone up, we're not just going up to 4, but we're going up to 5 bases, and he's taking an infestation pit as well, so I guess we are dreaming of becoming a high-tech Zerg here with a decent amount of lurkers, and that can honestly turn this into an awesome game as long as Yakov doesn't die right before he gets any value out of all those investments.
Yeah, though I don't know that there's a Protoss at this event that I want to go to late game less than against ShoWTimE. But hey, you know what? I think the other true story of this is that's a. Oh, is he gonna be able to get the 4th base? Yeah, he's gonna be able to cancel. Oh, that's a kill.
Yep, that's
Never mind.
Kill on the Oracle, kill on the Nexus as well. That's a big victory for YoungYakov. Now, I'm always a little bit afraid that whenever Zerg does it, after they did have a bit of a shaky early game, that their Protoss gets angry and immediately counters and straight up wins the game. But that was a solid victory for Yakov, getting one of those expensive Oracles and killing the Nexus. Well, ShoWTimE did not manage to cancel it. But yeah, now you can see that ShoWTimE is a little irritated. He's like, all right, mate, I wanted you to do your thing, but if you're going to find victories like that, I'm afraid that I'm going to have to find my own victories. And with that many Stalkers and that many Storms available, that's going to be very, very difficult for Yakov to battle, who's also supply blocked at the moment, so he's morphing 5 Overlords at once, but I'm afraid it's going to end up losing this hatch. Now, that is only the 5th base. As long as we only lose the 5th, it's not that bad, especially if he gets another cancel on the 4th on the other side.
Yeah, it's pretty funny as well. We can see this happening, and ShoWTimE's heart rate just skyrockets up by 20. He's like, okay, I got to lock in here. Let's start to go. And this defense here getting set up, it's like 1 Lurker. It's a couple Hydras. Storms are going to be dramatic against this army, and that is absolutely true. I really like the Storm on the drones as well. Just forces them away, makes sure the mining is going to get denied. And these Lurkers are morphing. They're almost done. In fact, a couple will complete, but they're just going to get killed off anyways. And that attack on the 4th base you were talking about, it was beaten back. ShoWTimE keeps his 4th base alive, kills off the 5th, and maybe even is going to get the 3rd base here from YoungYakov. The cancel was great, but as you said, Roddy, that just forces the Protoss player to lock in, and he absolutely locks in.
Kind of felt like he poked the bear there, and it's like, all right, you want a piece of me? That's what
How dare you?
Yeah, that is what Dimao has said. It's like, I was ready for you to do your thing, I was going to do my thing, and we could have had a fun macro game. But if you start finding victories, like killing my 4th base and killing my Oracle, then I'm afraid that I'm going to have to use some of the weapons that I've been building up to, and that Stalker Zealot army with that many High Templars, so difficult to engage there if you're YoungYakov. Yakov knows that, and that's why he was trying to get those Lurkers out as quickly as possible, but 1 Lurker just not enough, and the other 3, those are the moments where as a Zerg player, you look at the clock and you're like, so how many seconds is it supposed to take for me to get a Lurker? Because it kind of feels like I've been waiting for a minute now and they still ain't done.
Yeah, 7 Lurkers is what you'd like to have, something like that. That actually allows you to go and force the Stalkers out a little bit. But 1 or 2 at a time, you just blink on them. They die. They're armored units. Stalkers, you know, if you get a lot of them, sure, Stalkers evaporate. But otherwise, you know, it is a sad, sad situation. And even then, I mean, with the Storms out here as well, you gotta have the Lurkers. Hydraling Bane, not that he went for that. Storms go down, army evaporates, Zerg cries.
Yeah, I think 5 Lurkers with Seismic Spines there, and you're kind of okay against that army, because then the High Templars really can't get that close. Stalkers will have a very hard time getting in range and getting shots up, so then their only other option is blinking forward. But you really think twice as a Protoss of blinking forward towards Lurkers, unless you're a hero and you really don't care and you get away with it most of the time. But every other Protoss does get kind of scary. The moment they see a few of the spikes, sometimes it's hard to figure out how many Lurkers there are exactly too without exposing your Oracle. So it's a game of seconds, but StarCraft 2 at the highest level is so freaking brutal, and 10 seconds is not something that you very often get for free against a man like ShoWTimE.
No, it's funny you say blink and Lurkers in the same sentence. I just get this like this Vietnam flashback in my head of hero blinking on top of Lurkers and losing every single Lurker and then doing it again, or losing every Stalker again and again. But yes, you're right.
And then he wins.
Oh, well, yeah.
And we're like, I don't know how he did that, but and everyone's like, so that's what we do, hero. Everybody else tries it. They lose their entire army, loses the game. It's like, man, Protoss ain't that good.
Now, Protoss is so broken that you can lose every Stalker and still win the game. That's kind of what I'm hearing.
If your name is hero, you very often get away with that. But if your name ain't hero, I don't recommend blinking on top of Lurkers too often. But good game, obviously, by ShoWTimE. Just a good start, especially disrupting that economic build order that Yakov had in mind. Yakov even bringing out that 2nd drone from the natural to then morph it into the 3rd. Right when he actually could have cancelled it, extracted. Those are all little things that add up. And then especially the Adepts finding a few drones. The Oracles show up. They get a couple as well. Yakov absolutely had his moments there, but ShoWTimE showing us that there are levels to this game, and there is a reason why he is seen as one of the very best Protoss players on this planet.
Oh, he absolutely is. And I think if I'm Yakov, it's okay, first match jitters, first ever LAN match, first ever LAN map on map jitters over. Now you clean up a little bit. You don't get delayed as much. You don't lose as many drones to your Oracles, because that's not what you do on your ladder games. If you run ShoWTimE on ladder, well, it's probably going to be a little bit better. But for now, we got a player in the bottom left in the red going for 15-something. It's Yakov.
And in the top left side, we are looking at the main base of the latest edition of Team Sentinels. It is our German Protoss player. They call him Die Mauer for a reason. Stara, one last time, make some noise for ShoWTimE.
Man, Roddy, we're
Unless we get game 3, by the way.
True.
Then we're here again. And I obviously want you guys to make all the noise in day 2, 3, and 4. But for today, last time.
No, they're not allowed to clap anymore. You know, game 3, you're silent, crowd.
That would be sick, actually. Like complete silence intros. The players would be freaking out. It's like, why is nobody cheering?
What is this?
It's like, sorry guys, we got a curfew over here in the park, actually. No noise allowed after 10.
Well, luckily, it's not 10. Well, I probably will be 10 by the time that this game is over. But man, Yakov, he goes for 15 Overlord into a hatchery. And that does speed your hatchery up a little bit. Doesn't matter. He still gets hatch blocked to the natural.
That is frustrating. Doesn't have to be the end of the world, but obviously it can be annoying. There is one little upside to this as Zerg players, and it's that it's often easier to get creep out. There was even an era where Zerg players voluntarily, without getting blocked, actually took the third base as their natural, just because they really like getting those creep tumors out early. And especially if you're playing against a Protoss that would go Nexus first. Now ShoWTimE obviously is not going Nexus first, but against Nexus first, it's really not all that bad, because you can get creep almost halfway across the map by the time that they have any units to truly push it back. But obviously that's not the case, and I'm sure Yakov would have preferred to just take his natural. You can't always get what you want, Bio.
But if you try sometimes, you just might find you get the drones you need. Sure. Something like that. I don't know.
Now keep on singing that. now you're getting me in the mood. It's 10 p.m.
You really don't want that. Maybe that's the 4 a.m. karaoke, Roddy. Anything other than that, you don't want it. Like, you really don't.
Saturday night then, maybe? We'll cue up that song.
Only if the feeling's right. Looking at this setup, though, I take your point, though, about getting creep across the map a little bit faster. Persephone's also not a map that really gives you, because it's actually, if you kind of look at the map morphology, the geology, the something architecture of the map, the other interesting fancy words here, it's actually the natural that's just a little bit closer to the natural. It's not like it's a triangular base or something. ShoWTimE, though, we talk about the build. It's very standard. There's a Stargate on the way.
Layout?
Layout? You know what? That doesn't sound as fancy, so I'm not going to use it.
No, but it does get the job done.
It does.
Without having to use 4 other words.
Oh, you know.
All right, we'll go with design then. Well, that's it. We got our first adept out, second adept is on the way. Stargate close to finishing up. Yakov will obviously do his absolute best to keep track of these adepts. I like his Overlord positioning so far. This one is even moving around just to make sure you cover both sides of this attack path. Last game, those adepts were proper annoying, and they were able to really get a good delay in the third. That ain't happening now, but now we want to make sure we don't lose too many drones. It's already 2 workers going down. 2 is acceptable. We really don't want to lose a 3, though. I almost felt like he was baiting a shot there on one of his drones. That was kind of cute, because I had the feeling, because he was already clicking it back before it even got attacked. So the moment you kill one of the 2 adepts, obviously it takes 2 adept shots to kill 1 drone. I have the feeling that Yakov wanted that 1 adept to actually shoot at the drone, so he could then save it, and he wasn't in danger of losing an extra ling. And you might think, a single ling? Really? Does that matter? Well, on this level, everything could matter.
Oh, it does. But interesting builds coming out of ShoWTimE. Of course, the Oracle is expected, but he's going a Phoenix behind this one, which is, you know, kind of in the balance of a lot of these PvZ builds. It's the one that we see least often.
It's probably like Oracle, Phoenix, Oracle. He's quite fond of this. So, like, if it would somehow be more Phoenixes, I'd be like, whoa, that's crazy. Second Stargate, whoa, that's crazy, and I love you. I guess I can't hype up 2 Phoenixes too many. It was even in my welcoming letter, but this Phoenix is a Phoenix that ShoWTimE is just very fond of. It's Oracle first, just to get a lot of energy on that Oracle, feel safe against Lynx and any other Zerg shenanigans. Then we go for the Phoenix. It's cheaper than a Void Ray. That Phoenix can easily gun down Overlords on your side of the map, and also really keeps the Zerg on his toes. And after that, it's Oracle again. And that Phoenix can actually come in very handy together with these 2 Oracles, because if there are, like, let's say 1 Queen and a Spore defending a base, you could lift that Queen with the Phoenix and maybe even let the Phoenix lead the charge, so the Spore Crawler starts shooting at that Phoenix first, and then the Oracles can fly in range and zap down some drones. Or if it's just 2, 3 Queens by themselves, you lift one of them, and then the Oracles are willing to battle. There you go, Phoenix flies in, lifts a Queen, and this is where ShoWTimE is going to find some damage. Everything I was just talking about.
Nah, it's like you know the game or something. But
I'm kind of new to it though, Dio.
You know, only what is it, 17 years?
I have 15. Can be 17.
No, you were playing StarCraft 2 before StarCraft 2 existed. That's just how that works.
I did not. Well, I did get to play it once or twice during my Warcraft 3 times. You know, when I traveled to the Warcraft 3 events, they had a couple stations where we could try it for the first time, but I don't know if that really counts, man. Let's go with 15, like a lot of the other diehard fans out there.
There we go. Another thing to point out with this this Phoenix on top of the Double Oracle is that Zerg players are, on average, getting less queens now because they're a little bit more expensive. So maybe there is that opportunity that, as we saw what happened, only one queen in the main base, and you can get the lift. It does take a little bit of strength out of the triple Oracle Blinkstalker timing because you have just less stasis traps, less Oracle Pulsar beams to kill off a couple lings here and there. But hey, you got 4 drones. Maybe you get an Overlord. It's still pretty good.
So how many drones has it been overall so far? Mr. Pi, our man from Poland, 6 drones, 10 Zerglings and an Overlord. It's not what Yakov wants, but it's also not that much damage that you could say, all right, the Zergs is kind of dead here, right? There's nothing you can do. It's not pretty, but it's also not the worst thing ever. It is still playable, but it is important that Yakov eventually finds a little victory. This is not exactly something that he can really commit to, and he knows it. If the Stalkers are a bit too far forward away from the battery, you're just looking for a little moment. You're looking for slip-ups on the side of ShoWTimE. Unfortunately for YoungYakov, ShoWTimE doesn't slip up a lot.
Yeah, it seems like he's kind of caught between 2 ideas, is Yakov. He's on 60 drones, which is not full basic saturation, built a ton of Overlords, partially because he was supply blocked, but you would read that as also because he's trying to go for some sort of Hydra Ling timing. But he also has that infestation pit on the way. So I'm seeing 2 stories. I'm seeing I want to play mid game, I want to tech, but also I want to hit this big timing.
Yeah, and then double Overseer. You're thinking maybe Contaminate on a Robo or a Templar Archives. Then there is Overlord Speed on the way. I mean, everything would make sense if there was no Infestation Pit. I find the Infestation Pit indeed a little bit confusing, but we'll keep an eye on it. For now, Yakov runs into a Stasis Trap. That is not what he's looking for, and I'm afraid that it's almost too late for him to really get a lot of value out of the Contaminates here. So, yeah, I'm confused. I'm not totally certain. I think Yakov, his best shot is just sitting back at home, chilling. The Overseer is here, has energy, but no, the Templar Archives is already done with the Researching Storm. I mean, it's a lot of units that he's got over here. It's a real shame that he wasn't able to delay Storm one more time, or just the first time rather, because this army absolutely had a tiny bit of potential. Why did we have an Infestation with this attack? Nobody knows, Bio, but it's still a decent amount of Hydras and Lings.
That it is. The gateways are going to go down, but the problem is there are so many storms. He learned, actually, from what we dealt with earlier on today, and it just makes it so hard to move in. Storm's actually on the Overseers, but what really matters is the Hydras, and they're taking so much damage. They're all in the orange, they're all in the red, and this attack is just not going to work for Yakov. He really caught between 2 worlds, caught between the aggressive world and the defensive one, and now that means that ShoWTimE is going to be able to punish him hard. He's going to get some Hydras on the backside, maybe get some Overlords and supply blocks him, and I don't know that he's going to move on to Crete, Roddy, because that's always scary, but he's got his 4th base up, he's got Storms ready here, he's got more complexity of his army coming up with Charge just about done. He doesn't need to end the game right now, but that's not really going to stop him.
He very well might. I love the idea of bringing the Overlords as well to then spread some creep and maybe make it a little bit more doable to move those Hydras and Lings out of Storm. Unfortunately, the Storms were already landing before any of those Overlords were even dropping creep. And yeah, then now he's building another Infestation Pit. Can we press the Structure tab real quick, Pi? Because, yeah. Oh, he cancelled it earlier. So he had an Infestation Pit. Maybe it was as a fake, right? Maybe he built it with the idea of I hope ShoWTimE scouts it and haha, macro, I'm just kidding, I cancel it and I'm actually all hitting. So that makes a little bit more sense. Unfortunately, it just didn't quite all add up. The Overseers is such a cool idea, but then we need to be able to land Contaminate. Then we need to delay Storm. Unfortunately for Yakov, he was just a few seconds too late to even try that. And perhaps that attack was dead on arrival.
And unfortunately, that attack as well, it had to kill a well-defended base. If you attack on the left side, as this 4th base will fall down, but if you attack on the left side, where the 4th base was getting set up for ShoWTimE, then you don't need to fully commit. You can just cancel the base, run away. But that is so far away from where you're attacking, you can't really fork ShoWTimE between 2 bases, which makes it a little bit more difficult. There's a couple Hydras on the right side looking for a counterattack, but the problem is that there are so many Storms on this left side, and
Yeah, sure, Roddy. Creep is scary, but he just continues to make life hard as this... Oh, that's a kill as well. Yet more damage that ShoWTimE's finding against YoungYakov.
It's starting to look like ShoWTimE will advance into the upper bracket round 2, where he is going to play an exciting best of 3 tomorrow against Serral, as YoungYakov will try his luck in the lower bracket, where I am certain he'll show more great things. Unfortunately, it was not meant to be for the young Russian today. It is ShoWTimE who gets a convincing 2-0 in the end. Both games had potential, both games had an idea. Unfortunately, I felt like ShoWTimE's early game just a little bit too good. Just a smidge too good, which made everything that Yakov had in mind arrive a little bit later, be a bit weaker, and perhaps it'll be a little bit more obvious. It's a shame for Yakov, but a very, very strong series coming out of ShoWTimE.
Yeah, I think that was most evident in Game 1, where we saw Yakov thinking about, he cut drones a little bit, he's thinking about going for this great big Hydra Link timing, and then he looks at where he is. He's like, yeah, I've taken too much damage here. I can't go for this timing. It's just going to wait to lose. I got to go late game. And we saw that happen. We saw that decision happen in real time. And unfortunately, too far behind to survive into that game state anyways. But yeah, ShoWTimE just looks really clean.
Yeah, ShoWTimE looks excellent. And ShoWTimE against Serral, on paper, obviously is Serral favorite, but ShoWTimE is such a difficult opponent for any Zerg player out there. And I am certain that Serral knows that he's got his work cut out for him tomorrow, because we already saw in the European qualifiers as well, ShoWTimE playing one of the most epic best of 7s we've seen in a long time against Reynor. I can't wait for that best of 3 tomorrow.
This is going to be sick. I mean, you talk about Serral Reynor. I also think back to Serral Classic, right back at DreamHack Dallas, these late game PVZs, and yeah, you know, sure, it was a little long in the mid-game, but the way that Game 3 ended with just the one Archon chasing the Broodlord, very cool things, but that's enough from us. Let's hear from ShoWTimE down at the stage.
We are waiting for the Mauer to show himself after his dominant victory. ShoWTimE! I love it. Thank you, guys. And there he is. So much love by the fans. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's very nice to see. Thank you, everyone, and I feel good, yeah.
Yeah, 2-0 victory against Yakov. Very dominating performance by you. Did you expect that?
Yeah.
I had to ask, but tell me, was there any moment that you felt pressured or...
I think the first game when he killed my 4th baseman, I didn't cancel, was a bit, it was a bit of a mistake, but other than that, it was pretty clean, I think.
Yeah, and how do you feel again on the BGE stage after your first win of the tournament? You qualified to top 4 last year, and tell me, what is the mood? Is it similar to last time, or how do you feel today?
I think it's a bit more pressure because of the EWC spot. I really want that. You know, my name is written on it, so I'm here to get that. So yeah, I feel a bit more pressure, but overall I'm confident and feel good to be here.
And what about your next opponent? It will be Serral. How do you feel in that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, how can you feel when you go up against Serral, right? It's not great, but you know, he's one of my practice partners. We play a lot. I know how he plays. He knows how I play. Maybe I have a bit of luck tomorrow and play well and take him out, you know.
Oh, I'm sure that you are going to play more than well, ShoWTimE. You're too humble. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Awesome. Thank you so much. Well, this was our last game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. 8 amazing series we saw, but tomorrow, even better, the stakes are going to be higher as we are going to have our first eliminated players. Of course, all of this will happen tomorrow, so I want to invite all of you here and of course online to come again and see what the players have in store. And before we finish today, I want to invite all of the people here in the public to Bar Pelikari, where we are going to be hosting a very special after party with the players. So yeah, come and have a drink with us, and I think that we are going to have an amazing time. Ladies and gentlemen, this was it for today. I feel very honored to be here. My name is Exalted, and for me, it was a pleasure. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.
Does it again. He wins in Stara Zagora.
He's moving forward and forward. Reynor needs to evacuate.
Some moments are just too good to miss, and that's why there is Bullstream. From electrifying esports tournaments and major sports matches to unforgettable concerts, insightful conferences, and so much more, we've been the trusted partner behind countless memorable moments. Our expert team manages every aspect of production, ensuring seamless execution so that you can focus on what truly matters, your event. And whether you're aiming to take your next one to another level or looking to join a team of professionals truly passionate about live entertainment, we'd love it if you'd come check us out at bullstream.com and see what we're all about. Bullstream, where every event becomes an experience.